Jiangsu Province, Military Supreme Command. Report. Come in. The heavy doors of the command center were pushed open. An adjutant, dressed in a crisp military uniform and clutching a folder in his right hand, walked in and gave a military salute to the youngest commander in Jiangsu's history. Commander, the spatial rift that appeared over Jiangsu has been identified. The invading race is the six-eared demon wolf clan. Their general combat power is at the silver tier, and the strongest beast found so far is at the gold tier. The 3rd Division and Mr. Wenyuan have already repelled them. After evaluation, this is a C-tier spatial rift. It is already the 6th C-tier battlefield opened within the last 10 years. The commander furrowed his brows in thought. The frequency of alien attacks is increasing, and Jiangsu's own defensive pressure is mounting. We must take measures, otherwise, Jiangsu definitely won't hold up for another 10 years. So draft a document for me now. Increase resource investment for the Jiangsu Martial Arts University this year. Try to cultivate as many martial artists and ability users as possible. Ability users can be exempted from academic exams, and the academic exam difficulty for martial artists will be halved. The captain could hardly believe his ears upon hearing this order. Commander, will lowering the weight of academic subjects, or even exempting them entirely, cause dissatisfaction among certain people in the education sector? Some people only care about their own political performance. What time is it now? Can scoring full marks on academic exams make the myriad races retreat? Just carry out my orders. The Martial Arts University is not managed by intellectuals. It belongs to our military. Yes, sir. Yushan County No. 1 High School, Jiangsu Province, Senior Year, Class 4. Ring-a-ding-ding. As the bell rang for the end of class, Subai habitually stretched his body. He had intended to turn his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds, but he froze on the spot. Why were there so many holes in the sky? Subai, what are you looking at? You've been staring at the myriad race battlefield in the sky for over a decade. Aren't you tired of it yet? A crisp and pleasant voice rang out beside him. Subai knew it was his desk mate Lin Yanran. Myriad race battlefield. Are you saying those cracks in the sky are the myriad race battlefield? Subai looked at Lin Yanran with a bewildered expression. He could understand every word Lin Yanran said, but when put together, he couldn't make any sense of it. Subai's silly look made Lin Yanran laugh. She reached out her fair, delicate hand and touched his forehead. Did you sleep yourself silly in class? This scene caused the fury levels of all the guys in the class who had been stealing glances at Lin Yanran to skyrocket instantly. Who was Lin Yanran? The recognized school beauty of No. 1 High, the one and only. This. There are no words now that can describe the terrible experience the other male students were feeling in their hearts. Subai completely failed to notice the overwhelming hatred that was about to explode from the entire class. Feeling the delicate touch on his forehead, Subai stood stunned. It wasn't because Lin Yanran's hand was too soft, but because he caught a glimpse of various exotic beast images and detailed descriptions posted on the blackboard out of the corner of his eye. Bronze tier ghost-faced spider, silver tier scimitar mantis. Do these creatures exist on Earth? Ding! The strongest Beast Tamer System has been activated, successfully bound to the host, and is currently transmitting data. Just then, an incredibly massive stream of data flooded into Subai's brain. This data contained all the memories and scenes of Subai in this world, playing back rapidly in his mind like an old, frantic movie. For a moment, Subai felt like his brain was going to explode. His face turned pale, and cold sweat seeped out from his forehead drop by drop. Memory transmission complete. The host can view the personal attribute panel through the system. After receiving all the memories, Subai finally understood. Did I actually transmigrate? A highly stylish data panel appeared before Subai's eyes. Subai. Awakened class Beast Tamer. Rank Commoner Beginner. Age. Physique. Agility 5. Sparev. Tamed Beast Trait. The host can contract any living being as their tamed beast. The system will automatically detect suitable creatures to contract. Currently, the number of tameable creatures is 1. Talent evolution. Infinitely evolve contracted tamed beasts. There is no upper limit to their rank, and they can break through god-tier restrictions. The tamed beasts' attribute values and talent abilities will be fed back to the host proportionally. The higher the level, the higher the feedback ratio. Tip 1. The myriad race invasion is a global crisis. Tip 2. Known ranks are currently divided into commoner, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord tier, king tier, and god tier. Each rank is divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. After finishing his attribute panel, Subai was still bewildered, standing stunned in place. Lin Yanran, standing to the side, was terrified. She quickly leaned in toward Subai, her large eyes filled with concern. "Subai, what's wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much? Are you okay?" Coming back to his senses, he gently patted Lin Yanran's small hand and said distractedly, "I'm fine." Ring-a-ding-ding. The bell for class rang at this moment. A woman in her 20s, wearing a tight black dress with a hot figure, walked into the classroom. "Students, I have some good news for you. The Jiangsu Martial Arts University website just released a notice. Starting from our current class, ability users can be exempted from academic exams and enroll directly. For students with the physique of prospective martial artists, the academic score threshold will also be reduced by half. Students who have already awakened abilities or have a foundation in martial arts can come to my office to register." Now, let's start the official lesson. In the last class, we mentioned that the habits of the scimitar mantis are... Once the teacher finished speaking, the classroom fell into a brief silence, followed by all the students whose families had the conditions to train martial arts foundations roaring in a frenzy. The entire classroom erupted, completely drowning out the teacher's words. Martial artists and ability users are the most promising careers in this world, and the Martial Arts University is the place everyone dreams of. Getting into Martial Arts University means power, authority, status, and fame. How could everyone not be excited? How could they not be crazy? Perhaps the only person who wasn't excited was Subai, the transmigrator who still couldn't accept reality. Subai made it through the school day in a daze. When classes ended, he didn't head straight home, but went to an internet cafe nearby instead. The internet was the best channel to get a detailed understanding of what kind of world this really was. Although the system had helped integrate the memories of the original Subai, there were still many gaps in that knowledge. Once at the cafe, he habitually pulled out the 5 yuan he'd saved from his lunch money and slapped it onto the front desk. "Boss, give me a temporary terminal." After taking the temporary access card from the landlady, Subai went straight to a computer and switched it on. Various official news reports and historical documents appeared before him one by one. On September 18, 1906, a massive rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and countless alien beasts poured out from it. It took the combined forces of various nations 3 months to wipe out the beasts that had emerged, but as long as the rift remained, a new wave would appear every so often. So, humanity decided to send death squads into the rift to investigate. They discovered that behind the rift lay a vast, boundless land. To prevent the beasts from pouring out, the military forces of various nations jointly decided to build military bases within the sky rift to hold them back. At the same time, spiritual energy began to recover on Earth, and people gradually started to awaken martial arts and supernatural abilities. A new era for humanity had officially begun. On March 6, 1907, a second rift appeared in the sky. On May 7, 1907, the third rift emerged. Then the fourth, the fifth. Over the next century, more and more rifts appeared, and at increasingly rapid frequency. By now, they have spread across the entire globe, and the species of beasts behind each rift are completely different. Consequently, scientists named the battlefield behind the sky rifts the battlefield of 10,000 races. Afterward, Subai also found a large number of videos showing humans being mercilessly slaughtered by these beasts. For instance, an ordinary, happy family. The wife and daughter were smashed into a pulp by a 3-meter-tall monster with one strike, while the husband, wielding only a kitchen knife, tried to avenge them, only to be powerless to change the outcome. Or another example, an ordinary soldier clutching a broken sword, roaring in defiance and unwillingness as he faced a sea of ferocious beasts. Or another, a human commander of unknown nationality, armor stained with blood, defending a city alone, roaring a tragic oath that humanity would prevail just as the city fell. Subai felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He let out a long sigh and continued searching for information on the martial arts university. Sure enough, he found the official document regarding educational reform on the university's website. Previously, to get into a martial arts university, one had to be a martial artist or have supernatural abilities, and also reach a certain threshold in academic scores. This year, the admission criteria have been reformed. Not only have the academic requirements been relaxed, but the number of students to be admitted has also been multiplied several times over. However, Subai knew that getting into a martial arts university was still no simple task for an ordinary person. Martial artists require training from a young age, honing the body, cultivating qi kuai and blood. Whether it's the various medicinal baths or expert guidance, it requires astronomical costs to cultivate a martial artist. The awakening of supernatural abilities is even more elusive. The probability of awakening is often less than 1 in 10,000. For ordinary people, even with the relaxed academic requirements, the remaining hurdles remain extremely harsh. Fortunately, Subai already possessed the strongest Beast Tamer System. As long as he bonded with a ferocious beast, he could naturally become a supernatural user. Having finished gathering the information he needed, Subai quietly left the internet cafe. The sky was gradually darkening, and the dim streetlights stretched Subai's shadow on the street to a great length. The invasion of the 10,000 races was a crisis for all humanity. From the reforms in the martial arts university admissions, Subai could see that the situation in Jiangsu had reached a dangerous level. It is said that scholars use literature to break the law, while martial artists use it to violate prohibitions. Subai understood why there were academic score requirements for martial artists and supernatural users in the past. Because once power that far exceeds that of an ordinary person goes out of control, it poses a significant threat to the nation and society. If the situation on the front lines hadn't been so critical, the university would never have adopted such extreme measures to cultivate talent. Although Subai was only a high school student, his 2 lifetimes of experience made him far more mature than his peers. While other students were happily celebrating that getting into the martial arts university would be easier, only Subai realized the cruel truth behind it. The invasion of the 10,000 races hung over Subai's head like a sword of Damocles, and he didn't know when it might drop. Only by becoming stronger, much stronger, could he survive and make a place for himself in this human crisis. Before he knew it, Subai had arrived home. Although the apartment complex was old and dilapidated, it held 18 years of his memories. I must get into a martial arts university. Subai steeled his conviction. He wanted to protect the people he cherished, to protect this home and his family. The moment he pushed open his front door, a prompt from the system suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding, contractable creature detected. Little turtle. Do you wish to domesticate the little turtle? Subai paused for a moment. A little turtle? Could the system be talking about that turtle my dad has been keeping for 3 months? I don't believe it. My first tamed beast is a turtle? The worst part is it's so embarrassing. If people find out my special ability is taming turtles, they'll laugh their heads off, won't they? Looking cool is a lifetime requirement. But then, I realized that with my current strength, I'd never get the chance to tame a vicious beast on the battlefield anyway. Since this little turtle proves I'm an awakener, I can get direct admission to a martial arts university. Once I'm at the university, I can just use the school's resources to get myself a cooler beast. This isn't a bad deal. So Subai whispered to himself, tame. Ding, little turtle successfully tamed. The host can now check the turtle's attribute values via the system. Check the little turtle's attributes. Subai responded silently. Tamed beast, little turtle. Level: ordinary initial stage. Possesses the bloodline of the black tortoise holy beast, capable of infinite growth, and can eventually slay gods. Physique: defense. Speed. Ability: turtle shell defense. Evolution method. Whoa, it actually has the bloodline of the black tortoise holy beast, infinite growth. And the evolution method is just eating? That's insane. I can't believe this little turtle I looked down on is actually this overpowered. Forget replacing it, I'm definitely keeping it. Just as Subai was getting a bit excited and wanting to study this future holy beast, he heard his younger sister's voice behind him. Subai, why are you drooling over Dad's little turtle? If you dare to stew it, Dad will stew you instead. Subai's sister, Su Xiaomai, is 4 years younger than him and is currently in middle school. She's the apple of her parents' eyes. She's great in every way, except for her habit of snitching on Subai to their parents. Dad named the turtle Xiaoba, and Subai usually likes to call it Little Turtle. Subai coughed and replied, Ahem. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm like you, thinking about food all day long? By the way, Xiaomi, do you know where Dad keeps the turtle's feed? Since the system said the little turtle evolves by eating, Subai wanted to test its evolution mechanism. What, so you only think of me as a glutton? Subai, you've disappointed me. I don't know. Subai felt a headache coming on and had no choice but to coax her helplessly. All right, you're the best. Just tell me where Dad keeps the feed. No, even if you beg me, I won't tell you. Seeing the little girl's attitude, Subai knew exactly what she was thinking, so he reluctantly fished 5 yuan out of his pocket. Here, this is the last of my pocket money. Now can you tell me? Seeing the money, Xiaomei giggled, snatched the 5 yuan from Subai's hand, and turned to run. I don't know where the feed is. Find it yourself. Ha ha ha! With that, Su Xiaomai darted into her room and locked the door behind her. Subai felt helpless about her mischief, but he had no choice but to look for the feed himself. Just as he turned around, he realized the little turtle had jumped out of the tank while he was talking to his sister. It had even found the feed bag, tore it open, and spilled the feed all over the floor. You little rascal, what are you doing? Just as he was about to grab the turtle, Subai stopped in his tracks. In less than a minute, the little turtle had eaten all the feed on the floor. A bag was normally 15 jin. Dad had been feeding it for 3 months, and there were probably about 10 jin left. The turtle hadn't even eaten 5 jin in 3 months. But now, my goodness. In a few gulps, those 10 jin of feed were gone. After the contract, its appetite is this huge. 10 jin of feed is much bigger than the turtle itself. Is this a black tortoise? This is a bottomless pit. After eating, the little turtle crawled bit by bit towards Subai on its short legs, and when it reached him, it nuzzled his shoe with its little head. Such an affectionate sight is truly rare. Turtles are naturally timid. Even when Dad, who raised it for 3 months, tried to touch it, it would get scared and retract its head and limbs into its shell, let alone being this affectionate. Subai carefully observed the little turtle at his feet, lost in thought. It ate so much, why is there no change at all? Does it just eat without growing? While Subai was stunned, the little turtle wiggled and crawled back to the feed bag, tapping it with its front paws and opening and closing its mouth, as if trying to tell Subai something. Hoo. Since the turtle lacks vocal cords, it can't make specific sounds and can only express itself this way. But strangely, Subai actually understood. You just ate 10 jin of feed, and you're still not full? Did I just adopt a pig? I don't know if it was shy or scared by Subai's questioning, but the turtle retracted its head halfway, while still looking at Subai with pitiful eyes. Seeing the turtle looking at him like a child depending on its father, Subai sighed helplessly and went to find more food. Subai wanted to see its limit, so he took the raw meat and leftovers from the fridge and put them in front of the turtle. The turtle wasn't a picky eater. It ate whatever Subai gave it. 10 minutes later, over a gin of pork and 4 plates of leftovers were completely wiped out. Still wanting more, the little turtle licked the plates clean and looked up at Subai with those pitiful eyes again. Hoo-hoo! Subai ignored the roaring and stared closely at the turtle. At this moment, the turtle's size was slightly bigger than before. Although not by much, it was noticeable. It used to be half the size of a palm, but now it was the size of a large bowl. Most importantly, Subai could clearly feel that as the turtle grew, his own body was being strengthened along with it. A very faint sense of power was surging up from deep within his body. Encouraged by this, Subai instantly got motivated and ran to the kitchen to bring out everything edible in the house. 20 gin of rice, 5 gin of flour, 3 gin of vegetables, and some bread. I'll let you eat your fill today. 10 minutes later, the rice was gone. 2 minutes later, the flour was gone. 1 minute later, the vegetables and bread were finished. As the turtle grew bigger, its eating speed increased too. However, Subai's right eyelid twitched. It's eaten almost 50 gin of food, and it's still not full. Hoo! The little turtle's front paws were still tapping the plate. Its stomach seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much it ate, it couldn't get full. With an appetite like that, I can't afford you. I might as well just stew you. Threatened by Subai, the little turtle tucked its head back, honestly stopped tapping the plate, and crawled over to Subai, nuzzling his leg with its head. It was as if it was saying, I won't eat any more, master. Please don't be mad. Looking at the turtle acting cute at his feet, Subai smiled helplessly. He couldn't actually stew the turtle. After all, it has black tortoise blood. But this thing is a real money pit. Everything edible in the house had been eaten by the turtle, even the rice for his parents' dinner tonight. Subai didn't have much allowance to begin with. Before even his money for the internet cafe came from pinching his lunch money, he'd have to find a way to feed this bottomless pit of a turtle in the future. Suddenly, Subai realized something ridiculous. The first problem he faced right now wasn't how to get stronger. It was poverty. Who can I even complain to about this? I'm back. Little brats must be hungry, right? Just as Subai was locking eyes with the little turtle by his feet, his father's gruff voice rang out. His parents had returned from work. Su's little sister, who had been hiding in her room the whole time, hurried to open her door and dove toward their father. Dad, Subai is bullying your little darling. He even wants to stew your pet turtle and eat it. Su's little sister complained pitifully, looking as if she were about to burst into tears at any moment. Subai, having just opened his door, was instantly petrified. When did I bully you? But I really do want to stew that glutton. Subai's father, Su Zihao, knew his daughter's personality well and didn't take it seriously at first. But when he subconsciously glanced at the fish tank where he kept the turtle, he realized it was indeed missing. Su Zihao looked at Subai with a hint of curiosity. Stewing was out of the question since Subai couldn't cook, so he waited for an explanation. Subai shrugged helplessly and said, Dad, I've awakened as an ability user. Oh, you awakened an ability. Su Zihao repeated the words naturally, but paused the next second. Then he stared fixedly at Subai, his face full of disbelief. Even his wide-open mouth couldn't stop his lips from trembling. What did you say? Can you say that again? Subai said helplessly, I've awakened as an ability user. What? I didn't hear you clearly say it again. Subai, you became an ability user. You're not lying to me, are you? Su Zihao still looked at Subai with total disbelief. The awakening of an ability user was a 1 in 1,000 chance, even if old Su had dreamed of it once. But he was a practical man. He knew how ordinary the Su family lineage was. They had been common folks for generations. Awaken an ability? Isn't that a joke? For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the house. With 3 parts doubt and 7 parts anticipation, everyone held their breath and watched Subai. Seeing his family's skeptical looks, Su Bai nodded helplessly. It's true. I've already told you so many times. Under Su Bai's repeated assurances, his family finally believed him. His parents, needless to say, were uncontrollably excited. The Su family finally has an ability user. Ha ha ha, great. Let's see who dares to say I'm no good anymore. My son, you've made us proud, you've really made us proud. It's no wonder Su was so thrilled. Once you become an ability user, you're basically guaranteed a spot at a martial arts university. And once you graduate, you're at least guaranteed a government position, essentially stepping out of the ordinary life. This is truly bringing honor to the ancestors. The one in the family who found it hardest to accept was the little sister, since Su Bai was just messing around with her a moment ago. How did he suddenly wake up as an ability user? I actually have an ability user for a brother. She asked suspiciously. I still feel like this isn't real. So tell me, what kind of ability did you awaken? The abilities I know of so far are taming exotic beasts and evolved beasts. It just so happened that our turtle was evolving when I got home, so I tamed it. Although the turtle isn't very strong, the school just issued a rule today that as long as you're an ability user, you can bypass the written exams and get directly into a martial arts university. In order to squeeze more turtle maintenance money out of his parents, Su Bai had to tell them the truth. Of course, he kept the secrets about the system and the Xuanwu turtle to himself. His parents and little sister, hearing that the little turtle had turned into an evolved beast, immediately clamored to see it. The turtle, which was the size of a fist when Su Zihao went to work that morning, was now as big as a plate. It had more than doubled in size, and its weight had multiplied several times over. It felt heavy in the hand. If it weren't for the fact that the patterns on its shell hadn't changed, I would have thought Su Bai brought home a different turtle. If it can grow this much in just one day, and if it keeps growing into a moving mountain, then Su Bai's ability is truly impressive. Since Su Bai is an ability user and Little 8 happens to be an evolved beast, this is a double blessing. We must keep it no matter what. As the family discussed it excitedly, Su Bai scratched head and said, Dad, 8 has a flaw. It's too hungry. Raising it might cost a bit more money. Cough. Su Zihao said dismissively, how much can one turtle eat? It's fine, Dad will cover the cost. As he spoke, Su Zihao pulled out his wallet, took out all 1,000 yuan inside, and slammed it onto the table. Boy, that was a loud slam. Su Bai coughed awkwardly. He quietly tucked the 1,000 yuan into his pocket, and continued looking at his father without a word. Su also sensed something was wrong. This 1,000 yuan is enough to buy a year's worth of food for it. Even if it is an evolved beast now, it should be enough. Su Bai felt a sudden sympathy for his father. It finished off all 10 pounds of your feed. Su Zihao smiled, it's just 10 pounds of feed, that's not much. And it ate all the pork in the fridge, along with all the leftovers. Su's mother added, that's fine, the pork isn't much either. And over 20 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, a bag of vegetables, and all the bread, it finished everything. Su Zihao fell silent. Su's mother also fell silent. It had eaten everything edible in the house. A big bag of feed only cost about 200 yuan. For the sake of his child's future, the Su family could bite the bullet and manage that. But adding everything else Su Bai mentioned, the total value was at least 500 yuan. The parents' combined daily wages barely reached 300 yuan. Su Zihao took out a cigarette and slowly lit it. He rarely smoked in front of his children, but he felt immense pressure now. If the child didn't have talent, it would be fine. Since Su Bai just slept in class anyway, once he graduated, Su Zihao could take him to the factory to work and earn some extra money. But now that the child had awakened an ability, he was essentially guaranteed a spot in a martial arts university. How could he, as a father, let his own incompetence hold his child back? After exhaling a smoke ring, Su Zihao asked, Honey, how much do we have in savings? A little over 30,000. The little one is starting high school soon. Her grades are good, and we were saving that money for her tutoring classes. Su Zihao weighed the options and said, Take out 10,000. I'll go to the feed wholesale market tomorrow to see if I can get a discount for buying in bulk. I'll figure something else out for tutoring, but we can't delay things for Subai. The Su family was relatively poor, and seeing his parents so conflicted over him made Subai feel a pang of guilt. Dad, that 1,000 is enough. I've done some research on raising turtles. It doesn't have to eat expensive feed. I'll buy some cheaper alternatives. 1,000 will last for quite a while. This thing is hardy, it's not that picky. In truth, Subai had no idea what to feed little 8 to make it grow fast while being frugal, but he decided he would find a way to pay for 8's keep himself. If his own needs caused his sister's education to suffer or put such a burden on his family, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. That was the decision the family made. The night passed quietly. On the way to school the next day, Subai kept thinking about how to feed the little turtle. After feeding it all night, Subai clearly saw that the little turtle's appetite seemed limitless. And as the turtle grew, its appetite only increased. This thing is literally a bottomless pit. Heaven knows how much money this guy is going to cost. Just as Subai was debating whether he should just stew it anyway, he caught a glimpse of a rather sketchy advertisement on a utility pole a few hundred meters from the school. High price purchase of exotic beast bones, blood, and fur. Interested parties call 137xxxxx. Subai's eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this billboard, Subai's eyes lit up immediately. As a beast tamer, Subai's main combat strength relies entirely on his tamed beasts. The little turtle possesses the bloodline of the holy Beast Xuanwu, and as long as it can grow, Subai will have the foundation to survive and establish himself in this calamity. The little turtle's evolution depends on eating, and its appetite is so massive that it burns through money. How to make money to feed the little turtle at this stage is the biggest problem Subai has to face. This advertisement is like rain after a long drought. A feasible plan has already formed in Subai's mind. However, at this moment, the little turtle hiding in the beast space suddenly felt a chill down its spine, as if it was being targeted by someone with ill intentions. Note: the Beast Tamer System comes with a beast space, currently 100 cubic meters in size, which will expand as the host's strength increases. Time always flies, and in the blink of an eye, a day has passed. After school in the afternoon, Subai rushed home without stopping and released the little turtle from his beast space. No more talk. He grabbed the front claw of the still dazed little turtle, picked up a kitchen knife, and slashed down directly. But who would have thought that after one slash, the skin on the little turtle's front claw was completely unharmed? So hard? If this slash had hit human skin, it would have been torn open with blood gushing out like a fountain. So Subai increased his force, using all his might to hack down hard, and only then did he barely manage to break a little skin on the little turtle's front claw. Roar! The little turtle, feeling the pain, wailed. Subai hurriedly took out the prepared small test tube and collected a few drops of the blood flowing from the little turtle. He had wanted to collect more, but by now the little turtle's wound had started to self-heal and was no longer bleeding. This self-healing ability is a bit exaggerated. The little turtle, having been cut for no reason, stared with its bean-like eyes in terror at Subai, not understanding why its master had hurt it. Subai put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen, and seeing the little turtle's fearful eyes, he rolled his eyes. "I'm doing this to make money to support you. Do you expect to just sit there and eat for free? Dream on." Subai couldn't be bothered with the little turtle's grievance and hurt feelings at this moment. He grabbed its little tail and threw it back into the beast space. Then he searched around the house and found his dad's usual black coat, baseball cap, and a mask. About 10 minutes later, Subai walked to the mirror and looked at himself carefully for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. With this disguise and by lowering his voice, as long as people aren't too familiar with him, no one will recognize him. Subai wasn't doing this for no reason. Exotic beast blood is an essential material for various healing and cultivation medicines for martial artists, and a strategic resource required by martial artists and the military. Even the most common, lowest-level exotic beast blood could attract unnecessary trouble in this turbulent world invaded by 10,000 races. Although the military hasn't strictly controlled these resources, and there are private merchants in the civilian sector who manufacture and acquire materials, still, one has to be careful. He hasn't officially entered the martial arts university yet, and doesn't have a very secure identity. It's best to avoid unnecessary trouble whenever possible. Once everything was ready, Subai went out. Shortly after, Subai arrived at the address indicated on the billboard. Hiding in a corner where no one would notice, he sized up the small shop. The shop was quite dilapidated, an ordinary 3-story building that looked a bit aged, with only an iron sign standing at the entrance. We buy various raw materials and sell various medicines essential for martial artists, favorable prices. Having confirmed the address, Subai didn't enter immediately. Instead, he watched from there for a while longer, and after finding nothing suspicious, he walked towards the shop. Upon entering, a strange but not unpleasant smell wafted over. The shop owner was a white-haired old man, currently listening to the radio in a half-asleep state, but upon hearing footsteps, he knew business had arrived. The little old man hurried up, squinting his small eyes and sizing up the customer in front of him with a smile. "My friend, are you here to sell something or to buy something?" Subai glanced at the old man indifferently, took out the test tube containing 3 drops of turtle blood from his pocket, handed it to the old man, and replied with a deliberately lowered, deep voice. "I'm here to sell exotic beast blood. Name your price." The old man took the test tube from Subai, opened the cap, and sniffed it under his nose. A faint fragrance drifted out from the test tube, and the old man was startled. This exotic beast blood is not simple. Although it's only common-grade exotic beast blood, the fragrance alone is definitely not something an ordinary exotic beast could possess. It's definitely good stuff. Since the invasion of the 10,000 races, Earth's spiritual energy has recovered, and it's not just humans that have mutated. Animals, insects, and plants all have a chance to mutate. So scientists have directly named non-human mutated species as exotic beasts. The degree of mutation also varies greatly, with some being strong and some weak. For example, in the Sahara Desert, a mutated giant lizard grew wings and became a fire-type dragon, with strength comparable to golden-level fierce beasts among the 10,000 races. Under its dragon breath, dozens of miles of desert turned into a hell of fire in an instant. It is currently one of the strongest mutated beasts known on Earth. If powerful exotic beasts give birth to offspring, there is a high probability that they will also have the potential to grow into high-level exotic beasts. Like these specially mutated exotic beasts or their young, although their grade is only common, the energy contained in their blood is far beyond the same level, and they are called rare exotic beast blood of the same grade. Rare exotic beast blood is often the best material for making body tempering, blood nourishing, and healing medicine, which will greatly increase the efficacy of the drug. Especially common-grade rare exotic beast blood, which is the best medicine for martial artists to lay a foundation, is the most popular drug for many martial arts families who focus on cultivating their offspring. The old man concluded that the exotic beast blood Subai was selling was rare exotic beast blood. He just didn't know where this customer, who was hiding his identity, came from. This stuff is not easy to obtain. It basically depends on luck, or it can only be obtained by high-level martial artists. However, the old man didn't delve into it. He was a businessman. As long as it was profitable, he didn't care where the goods came from. But the price? The old man pretended to examine the blood, while actually calculating in his heart how to drive the price down. After a while, the old man shook his head and said, "Young friend, this is common-grade exotic beast blood. I'll buy it from you at the market price of 1,000 yuan. Subai sneered in his heart and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He picked up the test tube and turned to leave. The old man was stunned. So decisive? It seems he is someone who knows the trade. The old man hurried out from behind the counter to stop Subai, and with a beaming smile, led him back to a seat in the shop. Don't be so impatient, my young friend. I hope you can be sincere. Subai didn't want to say too much, just gave a brief reply. Looking at Subai's confident manner, the old man hesitated for a moment and held up one finger. Subai nodded and said, "Fine, let's settle it for 100,000. PFF'd. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He meant to say 10,000 yuan. He didn't expect Subai to be so thick-skinned. 100,000 for 3 drops. Do you think this is bronze-level exotic beast blood?" He really dared to ask. The old man took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and after calming his anger, said, "My friend, you're joking. This common-grade exotic beast blood, no matter how rare, can sell for at most 10,000 yuan. My offer of 10,000 is already very sincere. If you don't want to sell, my friend, I won't stop you." If the old man hadn't been staring at the test tube in Subai's hand while saying this, Subai would have almost believed his nonsense. Since that's the case, there's no room for discussion. You really aren't sincere. With that, Subai got up to leave again. After all, the turtle blood was in his hands, and it was up to him whether to sell it or not. Subai was certain that 10,000 definitely wasn't the real price for this turtle blood. Young friend, let's talk this over. If the price isn't right, we can discuss it again." The old man looked at Subai's unyielding attitude and almost cursed out loud. This person in front of him is a bit difficult to deal with, but the value of this thing is indeed far beyond 10,000 yuan, so there is room for negotiation. This time, the old man pondered for a long time and slowly said, "Forget it. Let me tell you the truth. Although your exotic beast blood is common grade, it should come from a rare exotic beast. How about this? I'll double the price to 20,000 yuan. If you still don't want to sell, my friend, then there's nothing I can do. I've been very sincere." Looking at the old man grinding his teeth, Subai pondered for a moment. It seemed that 20,000 was indeed close to the boss's expectation. To be honest, Subai didn't know the exact market price either, but he knew how to do business. Having lived 2 lives, he had seen too many profiteers. Isn't this just asking for a sky-high price and negotiating on the spot? Subai still didn't give in. He continued to probe. 20,000. The last shop offered me 28,000 and I didn't sell it. Why should I sell it to you for 20,000? If you can offer more than 30,000, I'll consider it. This statement really touched the old man. There are quite a few pharmacists in the whole county, and high-quality basic body tempering medicine can help people quickly pass the ordinary martial artist stage and ascend to the bronze martial artist level. The value is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Not to mention whether it's profitable or not, the most important thing is that selling these rare materials can also gain the friendship of some martial arts families. In the end, the old man gritted his teeth and decided to accept the exotic beast blood. Fine, 30,000 it is. I won't pay a single cent more. Looking at the old man's gritted teeth expression, Subai knew that this should be the old man's limit. He didn't talk nonsense and proceeded with the transaction directly. These 30,000 far exceeded Subai's initial estimate. Finally, Subai handed the turtle blood to the old man and received 30,000 yuan in cash. Just as Subai stepped out of the door, the old man hurriedly said, "My young friend, if you have any more such rare, exotic beasts in the future, you can come directly to me." After walking out of the pharmacy, Subai looked at the fiery red sunset on the horizon, his heart full of emotion. He didn't expect 3 drops of turtle blood to sell for such a high price. Making money in this era doesn't seem that hard. With this income, the pressure of raising the little turtle will be relieved a lot. 30,000 yuan can buy tons of turtle feed. The evening breeze brushed against Subai's cheeks, and without realizing it, his steps became light. Humans use sand to try and build a tower to the sky in their dreams, sparing no cost for their greed. A crisp and pleasant ringtone sounded. Subai picked up his phone and saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher. "Hey Subai, tomorrow the college entrance exam results will be announced, and you'll need to submit your choice of applying to a martial arts university or a liberal arts college. Don't be late." Okay, I got it. He gave a simple response and hung up the phone. His heart felt inexplicably surged with emotion. Tomorrow is an important turning point in his life. Just as Subai was still imagining the future, the little turtle lying in the beast taming space seemed to sense something, suddenly raised its head, its eyes alert, and let out a series of roars. And Subai also felt a chill down his spine as a warning panel from the system appeared before his eyes. Warning, warning. 3 humans harbor great malice toward the host and are currently within 10 meters of you. Please stay alert. Enemy level, entry-level martial artist. Enemy level, entry-level martial artist. Enemy level, entry-level martial artist.
Upon seeing the system warning, alarm bells rang in Subai's mind, and his muscles tensed up instinctively. Even though he had used a disguise, he feared he had still been marked by someone. And there were 3 of them, all low-level ordinary martial artists, just like himself. Before reaching the bronze rank, both martial artists and ability users are merely considered initiates or aspirants, with no specific grading. But even so, a low-level martial artist's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, before an ability user's power matures, a martial artist's physical fitness and combat effectiveness are generally superior. 1 against 3, the situation was incredibly tricky. Subai's thoughts raced, but he remained calm, quickly devising a strategy without panicking. Subai used a roadside mirror to catch a glimpse of the suspicious figures following him. All 3 were adults in their 30s, carrying iron pipes tucked into their belts, and their bulky builds gave them a rather menacing air. He absolutely could not lead them back home. Subai could not bring even the slightest bit of danger to his family. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance was out of the question. The enemy's advantage lay in their numbers and weapons, but he had advantages of his own. First, in their eyes, he was just a lone individual and a piece of prey, so he could exploit their overconfidence. Second, he had his tamed beast, the little turtle. Don't let its plate-sized appearance fool you. This thing is incredibly durable and would make a solid meat shield when it counts. Besides, its bite force is decent too. As long as he finds the right moment for a clean shot at a vital point, it could definitely be a one-hit kill. If he could find a way to separate the 3 of them, his chances of winning would be quite high. Having cleared his thoughts, Subai headed straight for an unfinished building he remembered. It was desolate, had a complex layout, and was free of any surveillance cameras. It was an excellent place for a counter-ambush. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, and the dim streetlights flickered on, casting long shadows of Subai and the 3 low-level martial artists across the quiet street. There were basically no other pedestrians on the street. If it weren't for the city surveillance range, the 3 trackers probably would have struck already. But who was the prey and who was the hunter remained to be seen. After turning a corner, the unfinished building was within sight. Taking advantage of the wall corner blocking their view, Subai instantly picked up speed and dashed into the building. The 3 men behind lost sight of Subai as soon as they turned the corner. Huh? Boss, where did he go? Could he be hiding in that unfinished building? Given old man Zheng's attitude when he left earlier, the kid must have something valuable on him. It's hard to find a fat sheep like this. It'd be a shame to let him run. Who would have thought we'd run into such a fat sheep right after picking up the stuff for Brother Long? If we score big here, us boys can go have a blast at Diamond Heights tonight. I heard some fresh ones just arrived, hey. At this, the other man gave a knowing grin that only men understand. The slightly more mature boss ignored them, staring at the unfinished building as he said, he probably realized we were following him. If I'm not mistaken, he's hiding right inside that building. If he had tried to run, it would have been a hassle to chase him down, but now he's just walking to his own grave. How incredibly stupid. Clearly, the 3 low-level martial artists knew this deserted area well as the boss began to bark orders. There's only 1 building with a front and back exit. I'll block the back. Third, you block the front, and keep an eye out for him trying to jump out a window. Second, you go in and grab him. After the boss finished ordering, the three acted on their plan. The boss and third blocked the exits, while second, clutching his iron pipe, walked slowly into the building. Martial artists have a keen sense of danger, and they felt no threatening aura from Subai. Since he was being evasive and run away, he obviously wasn't an expert. He was likely just an ordinary person who got lucky and found some good materials. They had seen plenty of such people. Dealing with someone like that, with their low-level martial artist strength, one person was more than enough. At that moment, they still felt like they were the lucky ones. The building was only 6 stories high, and with no interior finishing, there weren't many places to hide. It was almost impossible to remain undetected. It would only take about 10 minutes to search from the first floor to the top. Second quickly finished searching the first floor, found no one, and moved on to the second. Subai was in a room on the third floor, holding a brick, his back against the wall, waiting quietly. He had also released the little turtle from his taming space, its eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. When second walked onto the second floor, Subai sighed in relief upon hearing the footsteps. The opponent had indeed split up. There was only one person searching the second floor. Everything was going according to Subai's plan. He tightened his grip on the brick and pressed his back firmly against the wall. He lowered his breathing, as if entering a state of suspended animation. Soon, second arrived on the third floor. As the footsteps grew closer, Subai gently flexed his right hand holding the brick, ready to strike at any moment. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. The moment second stepped into the room where Subai was hiding. Subai, who had been waiting with held breath, exploded into action, swinging the brick with all his might directly at second's forehead. Thud. Arg. Reinforced by the little turtle's stats, Subai's strength was far greater than that of an ordinary person. This heavy blow, delivered right to a vital point, was too much even for a low-level martial artist to handle. Blood splattered as second collapsed instantly, falling into a coma. But that wasn't the end. Subai picked up the iron pipe from the floor and swung it several more times at his head, causing blood to flow freely. Downstairs, the boss and third heard the screams and called out immediately. Second, what's happening up there? You all right? What's wrong, second brother? Getting no response, the boss and third rushed into the unfinished building, heading together toward the source of the noise. Second brother, where are you? The boss, being more observant, realized something was wrong. He quickly covered third's mouth and whispered, Third, I'm afraid second is in trouble. This kid is not as simple as we thought. Third swallowed hard, nodded, and scanned the surroundings vigilantly, gripping his iron pipe tightly. The two of them quickly reached the third floor. Here they come, 2 of them, and they're standing close together. Hiding behind the wall, Subai assessed the situation as the footsteps drew closer. When they saw second already knocked out in the room, third, clearly lacking experience, stepped in to check the situation. But at that very instant, the boss saw a black shadow flash from behind the wall and lunge at third. Third, watch out. But it was too late. Before third could react, Subai had already lunged, the brick in his hand whistling through the air as it smashed into third's head. Thump. A dull sound of solid objects colliding with flesh and bone echoed. Third fell straight to the ground. Subai's strike was ruthless and without hesitation, far more savage than the last one. Discarding the brick, Subai didn't pause for a second, swinging the iron pipe with both hands down onto third's head again. At this moment, he could not afford any hesitation or mercy. Subai understood very well the saying that being kind to an enemy is being cruel to yourself. You must kill them while they are down. He struck with the iron pipe again and again until the back of third's head was caved in. Only then did he stop. Because of the exertion, his camouflage had completely fallen off, revealing his young, raw face to the boss. But at this moment, the boss didn't feel any sense of relief. Instead, his sense of dread intensified. He was completely stunned by Subai's brutality and youthful appearance. A teenager so young, with such calculated depth and such viciousness, it was chilling. Cold sweat beaded on the boss's forehead. Having finished his work, Subai panted lightly and said to the last of his pursuers, "I can see the fear in your expression. Now that you're the only one left, aren't you going to run?" Subai spoke softly and calmly, but to the boss's ears, it sounded like a thunderclap. "No, this kid will be a serious threat in the future. Since I've already offended him, I cannot leave him alive." In his mind, Subai had only managed to take out the others through surprise attacks. In a fair fight, he wouldn't lose. However, to the boss's utter shock, just as he prepared to confront Subai head-on, a black spherical object suddenly burst out from the shadows. It slammed straight into his toes. Arg! The boss felt as if his toes had been crushed by a giant hammer. The piercing pain caused him to stumble and lose his balance. Did I just get ambushed too? What the hell is that thing? That was the last conscious thought in the boss's mind. Subai had been waiting for this chance. With a rapid dash, he closed the distance and swung the iron pipe down. Thud! Another heavy blow landed, and the boss rolled his eyes and went unconscious. Just like that, 3 thugs, some dead, some unconscious, all lay at Subai's feet. To ensure there was no coming back, Subai continued to strike the boss's head with all his strength, only stopping once he saw red and white matter oozing out. Huff, huff, huff. Having completely eliminated the threat, Subai panted, threw the iron pipe aside, and collapsed onto the ground. Feeling his blood coursing wildly through his body and an indescribable thrill, he murmured with a tremble, "Is this what it feels like to kill?" Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time Subai had ever killed someone. Reflecting on what happened this afternoon, the reason he was targeted by 3 low-level warriors was entirely because he had been spotted while selling exotic beast blood at the pharmacy. Even though he had been cautious enough, he still couldn't escape the greed of human nature. Fortunately, the people targeting him weren't high-level warriors, otherwise he would have been done for. Through this incident, Subai realized a truth. This world is very dangerous. The danger doesn't just come from alien races. Improving his strength is an urgent matter. After sitting on the ground to rest for a while, Subai slowly stood up and examined the 3 corpses lying there. Although this attack was nerve-wracking, since they were warriors, they should have some good things on them. He immediately started looting the bodies. 3 gold necklaces weighing about half a kilogram. Gold is now over 200 yuan per gram, so half a kilogram is worth over 100,000. Some cash totaling about 3,000. He also found a white jade bottle on the older guy. Subai didn't know what it was at first, but after opening the cap and sniffing it, he immediately felt a surge of blood energy rising within his body. Could this be blood key powder? Although Subai had never seen blood key powder, and as a non-warrior, usually couldn't get his hands on it, that didn't stop him from knowing its function and price. Blood key powder is an essential item for prospective warriors' cultivation. A bottle is enough for a prospective warrior to use for a month, and it significantly improves physical fitness. It is even a necessary item for prospective warriors who want to advance to the official bronze-level warrior rank. The price of a bottle of blood key powder can even be driven up to over 300,000 in the black market. Adding the gold necklaces worth over 100,000, Subai was now holding a small fortune of 400,000. Just as Subai was about to put the blood key powder away, the little turtle stared eagerly at it, emitting a sound like a pleading roar. Roar, roar. Subai, who shared a mental connection with the little turtle, immediately understood that it wanted this bottle of blood key powder. Subai rolled his eyes. In your dreams. Do you know how much food I could buy with 300,000? If I just feed it to you, this bottomless pit, wouldn't that be a massive loss? Do I look like that much of a fool to you? Subai ignored the little turtle's pleas, capped the bottle, and tucked it into his pocket. Roar, roar, roar. The little turtle still wouldn't give up, staring pitifully at Subai. You're saying it would be a huge help to your growth? The little turtle nodded humanely. Subai considered it for a moment and asked cautiously, how much of an improvement? The little turtle gestured with both claws, making constant hissing sounds, its turtle face filled with excitement. How much is a whole lot? The boy and the turtle argued for a long time. In the end, Subai chose to trust the little turtle. After all, he made money to raise it and improve its strength. If the blood key powder could really be of great help to the little turtle, Subai wasn't the type to lose sight of the big picture. He could still weigh the trade-offs. After all, he was a beast tamer, and his main source of combat power came from his tamed beast. Subai took out the blood key powder, opened the lid, and placed it in front of the little turtle. The little turtle bit the opening of the bottle and tilted its head back, swallowing the entire bottle of blood key powder in one gulp. Subai's eyes widened. That was a month's supply for a prospective warrior. You beast. He had underestimated the little turtle's appetite. 30,000 worth of blood key powder, just gulped down like that? Subai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Maybe he should just stew it. This thing was a complete spendthrift. Having finished the whole bottle, the little turtle closed its eyes tightly, lying limply on the ground. Its originally greenish-black skin began to glow with a faint red light. Its body size grew slowly, changing from the size of a plate to the size of a basketball. 10 minutes later, the little turtle's size finally settled at that of a wash basin. Ding! The little turtle has upgraded to an ordinary middle-tier exotic beast. Host's level has increased. You can randomly acquire the little turtle's talent. Acquire now? Whoa, it actually leveled up. Subai looked at the little turtle. This was a pleasant surprise. Acquire. Subai responded silently to the system in his heart, and then felt a warm current surging through his body, which finally settled in his skin and lingered there for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the little turtle's talent, Turtle Skin Defense. After hearing the system prompt, Subai immediately opened his panel to check his current status. Host Subai. Profession Beast Tamer. Level Ordinary Middle Tier. Host level increases as the tamed beast improves. Age Physique 16. Base attribute 10. Inherited 6 from tamed beast. Agility Spirit 22. Tamed beast, little turtle, view detailed attributes. Talent 1. Evolution. Infinitely evolve the contracted tamed beast. No level cap, can transcend the divine rank. The attributes and talent abilities of the tamed beast will feed back to the host proportionally. The higher the level, the higher the proportion. Talent 2. Turtle Skin Defense. Triggered by consuming a certain amount of stamina. Covers the host's outer skin with a layer of turtle skin upon activation. Excellent defense. The little turtle's upgrade led to Subai's own level increase, and his various attribute values saw explosive growth. The average value for an ordinary person's attributes is 5. Subai was now 3-4 times that of an average adult in terms of physique and spirit. Perhaps because his tamed beast is a little turtle, his agility didn't increase much. Besides that, what surprised Subai was that he now had an active talent ability. If Subai had to face those 3 low-level warriors from earlier now, he probably wouldn't even need any tactics. He could just finish them off head-on with his bare hands. Even if Subai were an ability user not specialized in physique, and even if the opponent were a warrior specializing in physique and blood energy, those low-level ones only had a physique of around 10 points. Weak and vulnerable. Who told them I'm a beast tamer, and who told them I have a Xuanwu? This is only the gap within the small stage of ordinary warriors. I can't imagine how terrifying the improvements will be at major stages like bronze or silver. After understanding his attributes, Subai looked again at the little turtle that had just eaten his 30,000 worth of blood key powder, and suddenly it seemed much more pleasing to the eye. It's true what they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. It seems that while feeding can help the little turtle grow, if I feed it higher level food, it can grow even faster. Seeing that the little turtle had recovered, Subai was curious about its current attributes and checked them directly. Tamed beast little turtle. Level: ordinary middle tier. Xuanwu bloodline not yet activated. Partially activated at bronze rank. Attributes will surge. Physique 32. Defense 38. Agility. Spirit. Talent 1. Turtle shell defense. Withdraws the entire body into the shell, forming a defensive stance. Can increase defense by 300%. In this state, it cannot move or attack. Talent 2. Turtle skin defense. Consume stamina to increase defense by 50% to 100%. Subai, who was quite satisfied with his own attribute growth just moments ago, felt terrible after seeing the little guy's stats. 32 points of physique? 38 points of defense? This is ridiculous. For other strength-based savage beasts, even at the ordinary high-tier level, they would only have about 30 attribute points. And this guy is already over 30 at the middle tier. How much will it have at the high tier? And it hasn't even fully activated its Xuanwu bloodline yet. What would happen if it did? The only pity is that the little turtle's level is too low right now, so the proportion of attributes fed back to him is too small. Even so, it's enough. As the little turtle's level increases, the feedback ratio will get higher and higher. Subai closed the panel and glanced at the little guy, who was lying on the ground looking like a complete blockhead. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. However, it was good that the little turtle now had the strength to fight. The final thing was how to deal with the 3 corpses. He couldn't just leave them here. In time, they would rot and stink, and if that attracted attention, it might lead people to him. After much consideration, Subai simply threw the 3 bodies into his beast taming space to act as nourishment for it. About 10 minutes later, Subai wiped away the traces he had left in the unfinished building before carefully slipping out. Facing the night, he wandered around for a long time, threw his coat and hat into the river, and then started heading home. The cracks in the sky emitted a silver glow. It wasn't very clear during the day, but at night, it had a unique, strange beauty. Behind these silver rays, countless alien races were ready to carve up the Earth's resources at any time. This kind of beauty was also incredibly lethal. And under the neon lights, in the endless flow of people, human greed drove individuals to constantly extend their claws towards their own kin. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, there were armies guarding, but who could guard against the greed of human nature? Subai walked home, feeling deeply moved by the aftermath of selling the exotic beast blood. Perhaps in the future, what he would have to face wouldn't just be the invasion of 10,000 races, but also those who try to gain benefits from him. Strength is the only eternal truth. Today's experience made Subai understand this more deeply, and his determination to study at the martial arts university became even firmer. I can apply for the martial arts university tomorrow. Back home, Subai simply washed up, but his parents had not yet returned from work. They were likely working overtime to raise money for him. Otherwise, his parents would normally be home by this hour. Unconsciously, Subai felt a touch of sadness mixed with warmth. Seeing the light in his sister's room turned off, Subai, exhausted from the day, couldn't fight off his sleepiness. He threw his clothes into the washing machine and went straight to his room to crash into bed. He slept without any dreams. When Subai woke up, the fatigue from the previous night was gone, and he felt refreshed all over. He tidied himself up and headed straight to school. Subai had transmigrated here some time after the written portion of the college entrance exam had ended. The era was different, and life for students was far from easy. They had to remain at school to study various knowledge concerning the myriad races, and once the written scores were out, those who met the cutoff would choose between entering a martial university or a liberal arts college. If a martial artist's physical fitness or exam scores failed to meet the martial university standards, they would be filtered out, either entering society to work or repeating their final year to try again the following year. For those with supernatural abilities, following the new policy that waived written exam scores, they were practically guaranteed a spot as long as they passed the background check, regardless of their level of ability. After all, the number of superpowered individuals was too scarce, making them highly sought after by martial universities. The liberal arts colleges were mainly responsible for logistics. They had higher score requirements, but the benefit was that students didn't need to go to the myriad races battlefield, allowing for a relatively stable career path without life-threatening dangers. The downside was that they held little real power or social status. Just as Subai sat down at his desk, the bell for class rang. The timing was incredibly precise. The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom holding a stack of documents. Classmates, after 3 years of hard work, the results for this entrance exam are quite ideal. Aside from a small number of students who did not pass, everyone else has reached the first round cutoff score for either the Martial University or the Liberal Arts College. As the teacher read the scores, Lin Yanran secretly poked Subai with her elbow. Subai, do you plan to apply for a Martial University or a Liberal Arts College? I feel like martial universities are just too dangerous, since you have to go to the battlefield. It is much safer in a liberal arts college. As long as you study there for 3 years and gain a skill, you can still contribute to humanity from the rear. If you want to apply for a liberal arts college, don't worry about the score. I'll help you handle it. Once we get there, I will look after you. However, Subai wasn't really listening to what Lin Yanran was saying, as he was busy thinking about how to keep getting stronger after entering a martial university. Once she finished, he replied casually, I'm applying to a martial university. Hearing his answer, Lin Yanran froze on the spot. Plan was to apply to a liberal arts college and use her family's connections to get Subai in, so they could continue being desk mates. But why, even after she had made it so clear, was this blockheaded Subai still wanting to take the martial path? Martial universities are so dangerous. You get sent to the myriad races battlefield while you're still a student. With all that chaos, how am I supposed to protect you, Subai? Lin Yanran opened her mouth slightly, but couldn't say anything. She just stared blankly at Subai's resolute profile, her heart filled with conflict and sadness. After the teacher finished announcing the results of the first round, he continued. Class monitor, please collect everyone's intentions today. Tomorrow, recruitment officers from the Martial University will come to organize physical examinations and ability tests. Students who want to apply to a liberal arts college will take the second round of written exams in 3 days. After class, the monitor went around with a small notebook, asking everyone for their choices. Most of the class chose the liberal arts college, even though they knew the second round of exams would be difficult and many would likely fail. To apply for a martial university, one had to be a martial artist or superpowered. Yushan County was just a small place, and most families couldn't afford the resources for martial cultivation. Out of more than 60 students in the class, only 10 applied for the Martial University. When the monitor reached Lin Yanran and Subai, he ignored Subai, and looking at Lin Yanran's beautiful face, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Yanran, are you applying to a martial university or a liberal arts college? I need to think about it some more. Lin Yanran answered absent-mindedly. Subai's choice went against hers, leaving her feeling extremely low and unsure of what to do. In a daze, the day passed by. On the way home, Lin Yanran gripped her phone tightly, picking it up and putting it down again, her face full of hesitation. The setting sun shone on the young girl, appearing particularly soft and seeming to give her a little bit of courage. Finally, she picked up her phone and dialed the person she hadn't spoken to in a long time. Dad, it's me. I want to apply to a martial university. Can you help me? On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man with a stern face was ecstatic upon hearing his daughter's words. Ha 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 ha, that is great. Yanran, you finally came around. Don't worry, Dad will arrange it for you immediately. I will have someone deliver martial cultivation resources to our home. "Oh, and there's a boy in my class named Subai. Could you help him with the arrangements too?" After saying that, Lin Yanran hung up with a flushed face. She had essentially told her father that she had a romantic interest in Subai. Subai's academic scores were very poor. If he didn't qualify, he wouldn't even have a chance to take the second round of assessments. Lin Yanran did not yet know that Subai had already become a superpowered individual. On the other end, Lin's father, dressed in his military uniform, paused in confusion. Ignoring the surprised look from his adjutant, his mind was filled with one question. Who is Subai? Why does my daughter care about him so much? Investigate. We must thoroughly investigate this Subai. After handling these matters, Lin Yanran let out a long sigh as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and the shadow in her heart vanished. Looking at the countless myriad races battlefields in the sky, she had thought she would never have anything to do with them, yet she never expected to make such a decision because of him. Even if it's a martial university, I will go with you. Even if it is the battlefield of the myriad races, I will protect you by your side. Clenching her small pink fists against her chest, Lin Yanran silently cheered herself on. You can do it, Lin Yanran. Subai was completely unaware of Lin Yanran's actions, and at that moment, he was just watching the television at home. Evening news. At the unfinished building on Liuzi Street in Yushan County, traces of blood from 3 people have been found, but no bodies were recovered. It is suspected to be an attack by mutant beasts. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant and avoid the area around the Liuzi Street unfinished building. The police have already cordoned off the site and are intensifying search efforts to resolve the potential threat as soon as possible. Watching the news, Subai felt a sense of relief it had been discovered after all. Fortunately, the police mistook it for a mutant beast attack this time. Otherwise, it would have been a real headache. I should be more careful in my actions from now on. Just as he was thinking about this, Subai felt his phone receive a message and opened it casually. Subai, I've applied to the martial arts university too. The message was from Lin Yanran. Subai shook his head and chuckled. This girl, didn't she say she was going to the Liberal Arts Academy before? Lin Yanran shouldn't have awakened any special abilities, so if she's going to the martial arts university, she must be entering as a martial artist. And since she hasn't undergone physical tempering, could she really pass the admission standards? Subai couldn't help but worry about her and replied, "Great, good luck." At that moment, Lin Yanran was soaking in a bathtub full of blood-kind medicinal powder, holding her phone to her chest with a sweet smile on her face. The next day, banners were hung all over the school gates. Warmly welcome instructor Zhang Kai from Jiangsu Martial Arts University to hold a mobilization rally for our school's students applying for the university. Escorted by a group of school leaders, the instructor and his team arrived at the school assembly hall. Looking at the crowded hall, the old principal stood on the podium, took the microphone, and said, "Students, first let us give a warm welcome to our guest from afar, Martial Arts University instructor Zhang Kai. He is your senior and a martial artist who graduated from our school. He currently serves as a coach at Jiangsu Martial Arts University, where he has trained batches of martial artists and special ability users for the military, making outstanding contributions to our national defense." Hearing this, the students cheered enthusiastically. Seeing the excited young men, the old principal raised his hand to quiet them and continued. Besides that, he has another title, the guardian deity of Yushan County. Do you know how he earned this title? 12 years ago, an F-level spatial rift suddenly appeared above Yushan County. At that time, the Yushan Defense Forces were busy dealing with beasts from another rift and were unable to spare any troops. Watching groups of beasts about to surge out from the rift, ready to slaughter hundreds of thousands of Yushan citizens. At that critical moment, Instructor Zhang, disregarding his own safety and without any backup, charged single-handedly into the battlefield of the 10,000 races and managed to block the spatial rift for a full 12 hours by himself. When reinforcements finally arrived, Instructor Zhang had suffered 135 wounds, including 12 fatal ones. He was bathed in blood and teetering on the brink of death. Even so, he remained standing, fearless, and slaughtered the invaders until they were too terrified to take a single step forward. It was precisely because of Instructor Zhang's bravery that our Yushan County was not invaded and reduced to ruins. Students, I know many of you want to apply to the martial arts university because you want to be strong, but do you know what kind of person is truly strong? It is someone like Instructor Zhang, who uses his own chest as a shield for the motherland, willing to bleed his last drop to protect our home. That is what a true strong person is. Can you do it? The principal's words instantly ignited the atmosphere. More than 200 students applied for the martial arts university this year, and at that moment, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Yes, yes, yes. We can do it." Looking at the youths full of youthful vigor, the old principal nodded with satisfaction. He felt as if his own blood was heating up as well. These children are the hope of the future. As long as their fighting spirit never dies, humanity will grow stronger generation after generation. The old principal firmly believed that the 10,000 races would eventually be driven out. Unlike the old principal, who had never personally stepped onto the battlefield of the 10,000 races, Instructor Zhang knew well how brutal the battlefield was and how powerful the enemy was. He was much more rational. Looking at the flushed faces of the young people in the hall, Instructor Zhang sighed inwardly. They were all innocent children, and he didn't know how many would still be alive a year from now. Spirit and belief are important, but one cannot be blindly optimistic. He walked slowly to the podium and scanned the entire room. The principal spoke too highly of me. I'm not that great. I just did what I had to do. Students, perhaps you fantasize about the glory of being a martial artist, or perhaps you only see the rifts in the sky and think that no beasts have come out in all these years. Do you think humanity is guaranteed to win? Do you think the 10,000 races are nothing to worry about? If anyone thinks so, I might very well be laying a bunch of white chrysanthemums on your grave next year. A year ago, 126 students from our school were admitted to the martial arts university. Only 65 are still alive today, a survival rate of 51%. 2 years ago, 98 were admitted, and only 32 are alive today, a survival rate of 32%. 3 years ago, 86 were admitted, and only 11 are still alive today, a survival rate of barely 10%. These are the stats from our school over the past 3 years. I tell you this now, so you know what you will face after joining the martial arts university. It's not about being cool or powerful, not about showing off or chasing girls. It's about facing hundreds of millions of endless beasts, a sea of them, until your body is gnawed away by them. That is the only way you will be free. This is the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Do you know what the first lesson at the martial arts university is? It's teaching you how to write your last will and testament. The enemy is too powerful. Only with the resolve to die can humanity gain any room to breathe on the battlefield. If you want to quit now, I respect you as a brave person who dares to face your fear. Having said that, Instructor Zhang paused to give everyone a moment to think. After a long time, no one quit. Instructor Zhang was satisfied. This batch of students was good. Very good, you all are truly brave. Once you enter the martial arts university, you are soldiers. If anyone retreats even half a step on the battlefield in the future, I will kill them myself. Now please recite the oath with me. I swear. Everyone raised their right fist and roared in unison. I swear. I swear. As a soldier, I will inherit the will of our ancestors and use my own flesh and blood to build a great wall beneath the sky to defend our homeland against the 10,000 races. No matter how many times this wall crumbles, we will rebuild it. When our ancestors' blood runs dry, I, as their descendant, will take their place until my blood runs dry and my own descendants take up the mantle. With my chest, I will build an unshakable great wall for the Dragon Kingdom. The passionate oath instantly ignited the souls of everyone in the room. Countless young, budding students at that moment, regardless of whether they applied to the Martial Arts University or the Liberal Arts Academy, stood tall with chests out and heads held high, shouting in unison. The sound pierced the heavens and shook the earth. A unified roar, heaven shaking and earth moving. The roaring lasted for a full 5 minutes before they stopped, red-faced and breathless. Zhang Kai was also touched by this spirit. Students, you are very brave. I hope that a year from now, I can still hear you call me Instructor Zhang. Except for Lin Yanran and Subai from Class 4, who have been recommended for admission, I will test the rest of you on your physical fitness or special abilities this afternoon. Those who pass will travel with me to the Martial Arts University tomorrow. As soon as Instructor Zhang finished, all the teachers and students turned to look in Subai's direction. These two actually got recommended for admission. My God, what's going on? Do they have connections? While others were stunned, Subai was also bewildered. Just like that, I'm recommended. I was planning to report my awakened special ability to the school, but it looks like that's not needed anymore. Afterward, Subai turned to look at Lin Yanran beside him. Subai wasn't naive. He knew his recommendation must have had something to do with Lin Yanran. It's just that he didn't expect this girl's background to be so significant. Feeling Subai's burning gaze, Lin Yanran felt embarrassed and shyly lowered her head. Looking like a little girl who had done something wrong, with a blushing face, she said cautiously, Subai, you won't blame me for acting on my own, right? Although being recommended for admission was a bit of a surprise to Subai, he did not act coy about it. There was no need. This was a kind gesture from that little girl, Lin Yanran, so it was best to just accept it gracefully. Without saying too many polite remarks, he simply looked at Lin Yanran earnestly. Subai said softly, "Thank you." Even though it was just a short word of thanks, it still made Lin Yanran's heartbeat accelerate inexplicably, especially the way Subai was staring straight at her, which only fueled a warm current in the girl's heart. In an instant it flowed through her whole body. The next day, the students from No. 1 high school, who had been selected for Jiangsu Martial Arts University, waited early at the school gate for the university's shuttle bus. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus arrived at the gate of Jiangsu Martial Arts University. As soon as they stepped off the bus, the students were stunned by the magnificent and imposing gate. The stone gate was over 20 meters long and 9 meters wide, entirely pale in color, with no decorative patterns on it. Beside it stood a stone tablet more than 3 meters high. With my chest, I shall forge an unbreakable great wall for the Dragon Kingdom. This is the school motto of Jiangsu Martial Arts University. The words were inscribed in seal script. The students, who had been laughing and chatting, suddenly felt a sense of solemnity and fell silent. Over 100 new students looked at the university gate and the stone tablet with serious expressions. The scene at the graduation ceremony, where they clenched their fists and took the oath along with Instructor Zhang, flashed through their minds. I swear, as a warrior, I will inherit the will of my predecessors and use my own flesh and blood to forge a great wall under the sky to defend our homeland against the myriad races. With my chest, I shall forge an unbreakable great wall for the Dragon Kingdom. The senior students waiting to welcome the newcomers did not disturb them, instead joining them in feeling the weight of the moment. Watching the sunlight shine on the faces of the students, this scene looked exactly like their own first day at school. After a long while, when the newcomers snapped out of their reflections, they noticed the seniors waiting for them. New students, welcome to Jiangsu Martial Arts University. They stepped into the university grounds. Guided by the seniors, Subai and the others took a quick tour of the campus, which was quite large, covering over 3,000 acres. Due to time constraints, they only briefly visited the teaching buildings, training grounds, and the cafeteria, among other common areas. Finally, the seniors led the students to the dormitory buildings, completing their welcoming task. Everyone's dormitory had already been assigned. They just needed to register with the dormitory manager to collect their keys. Subai's dormitory was 303 on the third floor. Because he was recommended for admission, his status as an esper was not exposed, so he was assigned to a room with other martial artists. The dormitory housed 4 people, and when Subai walked in, his 3 roommates had already arrived. A boy wearing Armani clothing and a famous Swiss mechanical watch, looking every bit the wealthy young master, greeted Subai with a friendly smile as if he were an old acquaintance. "Brother, I see your name is Subai on the bed. From now on, we're all brothers in this dorm. I'm the dorm leader, Han Jiagang. I arrived 2 days ago. If you don't understand anything in school, feel free to come to me." The distance between Yushan County and the provincial capital was relatively remote compared to other regions, so Subai's group was the last batch of students to arrive at the university. "My name is Tao Jiajun from Changeling District. Please look out for me in the future. I'm the brother sleeping on the bunk above you, Fan Zhaon. Welcome to 303. The last 2 roommates also briefly introduced themselves. Tao Jiajun was nearly 2 meters tall and muscular, looking every bit like a natural-born warrior. Fan Zhaon was the complete opposite, standing around 1.7 meters tall with no visible muscles under his clothes. It was hard to imagine how he had passed the physical assessment. Subai greeted his roommates briefly and began to unpack his luggage. Before Subai entered, the 3 roommates seemed to have been chatting, and now the dorm leader continued the topic. "Brothers, I'm about to reach the mid-stage of martial arts, and when that time comes, if you run into any trouble you can't handle, I'll stand up for you." Tao Jiajun, the muscular one, had reached the initial stage a year ago, but he saw no hope of reaching the mid-stage anytime soon, so he clearly didn't believe the claim. "Damn, you're bragging, right? Promoting from initial to mid-stage isn't that easy." Fan Zhaon thought it was even more absurd. "Since I started training, it took me nearly 3 years just to reach the initial stage. Don't tell me you're one of those gifted prodigies." Seeing everyone's skepticism, the dorm leader lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Martial arts training relies heavily on resources in the early stages. I'm telling you this, but don't you dare tell anyone else." Some time ago, while my father was doing business in Yushan County, he accidentally acquired 3 drops of extremely rare beast blood, and then commissioned the master pharmacist Cao Yidan to use them as the main ingredient, along with dozens of precious medicinal herbs, to prepare 3 vials of top-tier body-tempering potion for me. This stuff is rare. With these 3 vials of top-tier potion, my strength will skyrocket, and reaching the mid-stage will be a breeze. Hearing this, the other 2 roommates became even more curious. "My family bought me blood pie powder before, but what is rare beast blood? Is it that effective?" Since beast blood circulates very little in the ordinary market and is usually sold to rich kids as potions by pharmacists, ordinary people don't know much about it. Not to mention the rare varieties of beast blood, the other 2 roommates clearly came from average backgrounds and hadn't even heard of it. Even Subai had just guessed when he encountered it back then, only learning a little after the old shopkeeper explained it. Now, hearing Han Jiegang bring it up, he became interested too. Seeing everyone listening with ears perked up, the dorm leader was enjoying the moment. Hadn't he said all that just for this moment? He took a white jade vial out from his pocket. "Since we're brothers in this dorm, it's fine to tell you. This is a secret of martial arts that most people don't know. High-level beast blood contains energy that is too violent, and for ordinary martial artists like us, it's actually poison. We can handle potions made from ordinary beast blood, but unfortunately, it takes a week to digest 1 vial, and the effect is mediocre, providing little improvement to physical fitness. But this rare beast blood is different. It comes from the offspring of high-level beasts or specially evolved beasts. Don't look down on it just because it's average grade. It possesses medicinal properties far superior to ordinary beast blood, and it's relatively gentle, so even we initial stage martial artists can use it. The effect is incredible. 1 vial of this potion is worth 3 portions of regular blood kai powder. The remaining 2 vials will be enough for me to reach the mid-stage in half a month. I estimate that there aren't many mid-stage people among all the new students at the university right now. Among this year's freshmen, I'm definitely one of the strongest, and if you follow me, I promise you all a bright future. As Subai listened, he slowed down the work of unpacking his things, glancing at the white jade vial in Han Jiegang's hand with a strange expression on his face. Mid-stage? Looks like I'm already there. 3 drops of rare beast blood, purchased in Yushan County? Don't tell me it's the 3 drops I sold. What a coincidence. Suddenly, Subai had some other plans in mind. Han Jigang, still showing off, didn't know that in someone's eyes, he had already changed into something else. He was leaning heavily toward becoming a walking ATM. Such rare beast blood must be worth a lot of money, right? Subai finally asked the question he had been concerned about. Hearing Subai's question, Han Jiagang's expression towards him became much milder, thinking to himself, this new roommate is really sensible, perfectly providing himself with a chance to show off. Nah, not expensive. Each drop of rare beast blood is only about 30,000, so 3 drops total less than 100,000. It's just pocket change. Just as Han Jiagang was speaking excitedly, the other 2 roommates' expressions gradually dimmed, as this price was not something their families could afford. 100,000 yuan just to acquire 3 drops of rare beast blood, not to mention the price of the finished potion. To buy Tao Jiejun a single portion of ordinary blood kai powder, his parents had to work day and night for several years. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Han Jiagang. If he had Han Jiagang's background, he could also reach the mid-stage and become a leader among the freshmen. Fan Zhao's situation was roughly the same as Tao Jiejun's. Only those who have experienced it know the hardships and difficulties an ordinary family faces in supporting a martial artist. Martial artists rely on resources in the early stages. That's the principle of the rich practicing martial arts. Subai didn't hear a word of that. He had only one thought in his mind, and that was anger, fury, extreme fury. Good grief, I only sold them for 30,000 back then, and they were resold by that unscrupulous shopkeeper for nearly 100,000, and I actually thought I'd made a huge profit. This was a huge loss, that detestable middleman. The more Subai thought about it, the angrier he became, and then the look he gave Han Jiagang became increasingly amiable and full of kindness. Since the financier was right in front of him, he must avoid the situation of middlemen making a difference in the future. Just as Subai was thinking about how to get close to Han Jiagang and fleece some wool, a clamor came from outside the window. Look, look, there's a super beauty downstairs in our dormitory building. What a figure, what long legs, love it, love it. For this year's campus beauty pageant, I'm definitely voting for her. A bunch of horny guys lay on the dormitory window, watching the beauty downstairs, eyes glowing, swallowing saliva involuntarily. Even Subai's 3 roommates were attracted to the window, stretching their necks to get a glimpse of the beauty's face. A deafening voice came from downstairs. Room 303, Subai. Someone is looking for you downstairs.
That roar, that guy. It sounds almost like a lion's roar. Not only is it powerful, but it even shook quite a bit of dust off the ceiling of the martial arts university dormitory. Subai, who had just registered with the dorm manager, could easily tell that this was the dorm manager's voice. This is a martial arts university, after all. Even a minor dorm manager has this kind of strength. As for who was looking for him, Subai didn't even have to guess. Since arriving at the university, besides his 3 new roommates, the only friend Subai had was Lin Yanran. Setting aside his work, Subai went straight downstairs. Watching Subai leave, Fan Qiaowen leaned against the window and muttered, "You guys think that goddess downstairs is looking for Subai?" Han Jiagang touched his luxury watch, clearly disbelieving, and shook his head with a smile. No way. Even I might not be able to win over a goddess of that caliber. Subai. He is still a bit lacking. I agree, it's unlikely. Although Subai doesn't look bad, beside a goddess like her, that's just a toad trying to eat swan meat. As they were talking, Dorm 303 suddenly went silent. They stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Subai stood before the goddess, looking completely casual. Other male students in the building noticed too, and a wave of wailing erupted. No way, someone beat us to it. God, who is this guy? Lin Yanran simply ignored all the roaring, shouting, and whistling from the boys upstairs. In her eyes, the other boys were just a bunch of shallow and annoying male apes, incredibly tiresome. Only when she was with Subai did she feel that deep sense of joy. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she watched Subai walk closer. Seeing this, the three guys in dorm 303 completely lost it. Tao Jiejun pointed at Subai with a trembling finger. Good heavens, she really came for Subai? I don't believe it. Han Jiegang looked stunned. This is fake, right? Under the dim dormitory lights, Lin Yanran's crescent-shaped eyes looked Subai up and down as he wore his martial arts training uniform. Subai, you actually look quite impressive in that training uniform. As she spoke, Lin Yan walked up to Subai and reached out to gently smooth out the tiny wrinkles on his clothes. She looked just like a devoted little wife. Now you look even more handsome. By the way, recruit training starts the day after tomorrow, so I've prepared some cultivation resources for you. Don't even think about saying no. This isn't the time to be stubborn. It would make me unhappy. Since Lin Yanran's father helped Subai get recommended for admission, no one knew Subai had already awakened his ability, and Lin Yanran didn't know either. She assumed his level wasn't high yet, and knowing his family wasn't particularly wealthy, she figured he wouldn't have many cultivation resources. As it turned out, Lin Yanran was definitely overthinking things. Subai didn't stand on ceremony at all. He took the white jade bottle and tucked it into his pocket without even looking at it. Alright, I won't be polite then. If you need anything at school in the future, remember to come find me. Seeing Subai accept her gift without hesitation and show such concern for her, Lin Yanran felt incredibly warm inside and gave a sweet, shy response. Okay. Looking at the girl, Subai habitually patted Lin Yanran's head. She didn't dodge, acting as docile as a kitten, letting him ruffle her proud little head. The sight of them chatting happily and looking so intimate caused the sound of countless hearts breaking throughout the dormitory building. He actually dared to touch my goddess's head. Get your dirty hands off her. Who the hell is this guy? What's his background? Where did he come from? Don't let me see him again, or I'll beat him up every time. Unfortunately, they could only watch helplessly as the goddess of their dreams acted so intimately with Subai. Besides roaring in powerless rage, they couldn't do a thing, as fighting was prohibited at the martial arts university. A thick, lingering scent of jealousy filled the entire boys' dormitory. Subai and Lin Yanran ignored the crowd. They were used to jealous stares back in high school, and coming to university just meant a different group of people. After chatting for a while, Lin Yanran finally waved goodbye, clearly reluctant to part. See you tomorrow then. The boys in the dormitory all leaned out of their windows to watch Lin Yanran leave. When Subai returned to his dorm, he saw his 3 roommates staring at him like hungry wolves. The dorm leader, like a wild horse off its leash, dashed from the window directly to Subai. Brother Su, you and that goddess just now. Amazing, the dorm leader, who was acting like a big shot just a moment ago, was now calling him Brother Su. Goddess? What goddess? Subai paused for 3 seconds before realizing they meant Lin Yanran. Perhaps because he saw her every day, he didn't really think of her as a goddess. High school classmate Y. Ahem, well, Brother Su, all 4 of us are here now, it's fate. My treat tonight, let's book a small private room at the canteen and eat well. If you can, could you invite the goddess to join us? The other 2 roommates chimed in, terrified that Subai would refuse. Lin Yanran's beauty was just too overwhelming. Subai was still thinking about getting some turtle blood to sell to the dorm leader, so he naturally wanted to keep a good relationship with them. As for introducing Lin Yanran to them, that's just wishful thinking. She's already eaten, and I have some things to do later. How about this? I'll come by after 8 o'clock. Seeing that Subai agreed to come, even though the goddess wouldn't, Han Jiagang had to settle for second best and nodded. Great, Brother Su, make sure you're on time. Subai nodded, walked out of the dorm, and checked the time. It was about 7, an hour until the dorm dinner. He could go do something else. Wandering around the university, he finally found a secluded spot and summoned the little turtle from his taming space. He pulled out his dagger, without a word, stabbed at the little turtle's front claw. After evolving to mid-rank, the little turtle's defense had soared to 38 points, and the blade didn't even break its skin. Roar, roar, roar. The little turtle yelped in pain, feeling wronged. It thought its master had summoned it for a meal, not to bleed it again. Remembering the painful lesson from last time, it tucked its head and limbs directly into its shell. Subai rolled his eyes at the turtle's reaction. This guy is getting smart. Trying to force the blood out would just make it resist. Besides, he couldn't even cut its skin anymore. If he could get it to donate blood voluntarily, that would be much easier. Looks like he needed a softer approach. Subai put on a gentle smile and coaxed. Little Ba, that blood kai powder you had last time, did you find it tasty? Hearing this, the little turtle inside its shell lit up, drool almost dripping from the corner of its mouth. But fearing its master might hurt it, it still wouldn't stick its head out. Looking at the unresponsive turtle, Subai showed a fatherly smile and continued to entice it. Do you want another bottle? Res. Unable to resist the temptation, the little turtle stuck its head out slightly to check on Subai. If he made a move, it would retract its head immediately, not giving him a chance. Do you know how valuable your turtle blood is? It can be exchanged for blood kai powder at the pharmacy. If you're willing to give some essence blood, I can trade it for that powder. I'm helping you, not hurting you, understand? The little turtle still looked at Subai with skepticism, as if saying, I'm not that knave, don't try to trick me. Subai felt a headache looking at the turtle's expression. After much earnest persuasion, he finally managed to convince little Ba. Subai exhaled and took out the jade bottle, signaling the little turtle that it could start. For the sake of getting the powder, the little turtle braced itself, opened its mouth, put its front claw in, and bit down hard. A cut opened on its claw, and fresh blood flowed out. Subai quickly held up the jade bottle to collect the blood. 30,000. 60,000. 210,000. He calculated each drop at a conservative 30,000. By the 7th drop, the turtle's wound had healed on its own. 7 drops were enough for now. Any more and the little turtle couldn't handle it. After all, he didn't want to overwork the goose that lays the golden eggs. Looking at the aggrieved little Ba, Subai smiled and patted its head. Don't worry, I promised you the blood key powder, and I will definitely deliver. After drawing the turtle's blood, Subai recalled the item Lin Yanran had given him earlier, wondering what exactly it was. He immediately took out the small white jade bottle Lin Yanran had gifted him from his pocket. Upon opening the cap, he discovered a round, plump medicinal pill inside. Resources for martial artist cultivation are divided into 3 types. The first is in powder form, like blood energy powder, which is the lowest grade. Because of its crude processing, martial artists often need a full month to absorb its properties completely. During the absorption process, much of the potency is wasted, making it the least effective among all cultivation resources. If it weren't for the little turtle's ability to perfectly absorb all the potency of the blood energy powder, it would never have been able to promote to the intermediate level, using just 1 pack. Better than that are potions made primarily from the blood of exotic beasts, like the body-tempering potion held by his dorm leader Han Jiagang. These potions usually have a 7-day absorption cycle, and are much more effective than blood energy powder. However, such potions are harder to come by than blood energy powder, requiring not only significant wealth, but also connections with a pharmacist to brew them. The highest grade is the medicinal pill, One can be absorbed every 3 days, and just a single pill is enough for an elementary level martial artist to promote to the intermediate level. The refining process for medicinal pills is extremely complex. The materials are more expensive than those for potions, and the success rate is much lower. Pharmacists generally have an 80% success rate when brewing potions, but for a batch of pills, the success rate is often only around 10%. Once it fails, all the invested materials go down the drain. This makes the body-tempering pill in Su Bai's hand incredibly rare. Even in the military, it is only provided to high-ranking officers. To develop their talented offspring, money alone can't buy it on the outside. No wonder Lin Yanran had repeatedly emphasized not to let anyone else know, and to make sure he took it in private when she gave it to him that night. Su Bai inspected the round pill and smiled helplessly. I owe this girl another favor, and her background is likely more complex than I imagined. After muttering to himself, Su Bai turned his gaze back to Xiao Ba. Su Bai is a beast tamer whose main combat strength comes from his beasts, which also provide him with attribute bonuses through reinforcement. Therefore, this pill's greatest value is for Xiao Ba to consume. The faster Xiao Ba levels up, the stronger he becomes. With that in mind, Su Bai tossed the pill into the mouth of Xiao Ba, who was still feeling gloomy nearby. The body-tempering pill was perfectly round with its medicinal power and aura well concealed, so Xiao Ba didn't realize what his master was feeding him, thinking it was just a common candy. Once the pill entered his mouth, a warm current instantly surged through Xiao Ba's entire body, and he quickly recovered to his peak state after the fatigue from donating his essential blood. Xiao Ba stared at Su Bai in shock with his small, bean-like eyes. Roar, roar, roar! This candy actually contains such powerful energy? Stronger medicinal power flooded in, and without time to marvel, Xiao Ba quickly closed his eyes to silently absorb this terrifying energy. Following that came massive changes to his body. He grew from the size of a wash basin to the size of a suitcase. Finally, he settled at the size of a dining table, measuring 1.5 meters in length and width, with an unfathomable weight. Even with his eyes closed while lying on the ground, the little turtle exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. During the little turtle's growth, Su Bai also felt his own bones being constantly tempered by a warm current until, 10 minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes. Clenching his hands in the air, a strength far greater than before emerged, and Su Bai quickly opened his system to check. Although his various attributes had increased, it was a pity that both he and Xiao Ba were still at the intermediate stage and hadn't promoted to the high stage. The high stage is the level closest to the bronze rank. Only after stepping into the bronze rank can one truly be considered an independent powerhouse, so it is naturally much harder than the intermediate promotion. However, Su Bai guessed that he was not far from the high stage now. He was certain that if he used another 7 drops of essential blood to trade for some potions, both he and Xiao Ba could enter the high stage. He had just entered the martial arts university, and it had only been a few short days since he awakened his system, yet he was already about to reach the high stage. It was fortunate that no one knew. If they did, it would be absolutely shocking. Such a cultivation speed was unheard of, something arguably unprecedented and unlikely to be repeated. Whatever geniuses or heirs of noble families were out there, they would all pale in comparison to Su Bai. However, Su Bai understood the principle that tall trees catch the wind. He would keep his head down and continue to grow stronger in silence. Exhaling a long, turbid breath, Su Bai returned Xiao Ba to his beast-taming space. He touched the test tube containing the 7 drops of exotic beast blood in his pocket once more and headed toward the cafeteria. Approaching 8 o'clock, Su Bai walked into the private room mentioned by Han Jiegang, where the 3 were already waiting with their food ordered. Seeing Su Bai arrive on time, the 3 greeted him with big smiles. This was the big shot who knew the goddess. Whether they could connect with her later would all depend on Su Bai. Brother Su, now that you're here, take a seat. Look at the menu and order anything else you want to eat. Don't stand on ceremony. Looking at the table full of dishes, Su Bai didn't order more, and the 4 began to eat and chat. After reaching about 80% fullness, Han Jiegang scooted his chair closer to Su Bai. Well, Brother Su, look, we're all brothers in the same dorm, and the goddess is your friend. Since we're all friends, it would only be reasonable to get to know her and hang out together later, right? The other two roommates, seeing the topic finally shift, pricked up their ears. Good grief, these animals were actually still eyeing Lin Yanren. Su Bai rolled his eyes and flatly refused pivoting the topic. Don't bother asking for Yanren's contact information. Even if I gave it to you, it would be useless. Su Bai wasn't lying. Lin Yanren's identity had always been mysterious, and no one truly knew what her family did. Back in high school, almost all their classmates had Lin Yanren's number, but only Su Bai's calls would actually go through. No one else's did, not even their homeroom teachers. But Jiegang, I have a little matter I might need your help with. It's not a big favor, and to be precise, it's beneficial for you too. I have a friend who has 7 drops of rare exotic beast blood, and knowing I was coming to the martial arts university, he asked me to help him sell it. Selling it on the black market is risky, and the price gets driven down, which isn't worth it. I noticed you seemed interested in this, so I thought I'd ask. Hearing Su Bai bring this up, Han Jiegang was stunned for a moment, then filled with wild joy. There's such a good thing? Rare exotic beast blood is priceless, and Han Jiegang's father had only managed to acquire 3 drops by sheer luck while doing business in Yushan County. For ordinary martial artists, this is exactly the kind of good stuff you can't have enough of. Although he was a bit regretful about not getting Lin Yanren's contact, being able to buy rare exotic beast blood to boost his own strength was a pleasant surprise for Han Jiegang. Isn't the whole point of getting into this university to boost your strength and become stronger? Han Jiegang agreed immediately. Fine, since you're vouching for it, Brother Su, I'll take however many drops your friend has. Only, do you have a sample? It's not that I don't trust you, Brother Su. Han Jiegang said, looking a bit embarrassed. Su Bai understood what he meant. Talk is cheap, after all. He immediately pulled the white jade bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. Han Jiegang took the bottle, pulled off the cap, and brought his nose to the opening to sniff. A unique, fresh fragrance of rare exotic beast blood hit him, instantly making Han Jiegang feel incredibly refreshed, and he closed his eyes in pure ecstasy. It took him a good while to come back to his senses. The fragrance of this blood was several times more intense than the 3 drops his old man had bought a few days ago. Han Jiegang was deeply moved. Such top-tier rare blood would sell out instantly. For Su Bai to think of selling it to him first must be because they were classmates and dorm mates. He's truly a loyal friend. It seems his father was right. The friendships made in the martial arts university are real. After his imaginative internal monologue, Han Jiegang was so touched that he stared at Su Bai with sincere eyes. Brother Su, you treat me like a brother, so I'll be honest with you. This bottle of blood is even better than the 3 drops my old man acquired before. I can't quite estimate the price right now, so how about this? Wait a moment for me, let me give my old man a call and explain the situation. Rest assured, Brother Su, since you trust me this much, I definitely won't let you lose out. Honestly, Han Jiegang's sudden show of genuine emotion and intense gaze left Su Bai feeling baffled, and even a little bit frightened. However, his attention was immediately drawn by the potential price of the essential blood. When he sold 3 drops back in Yushan County, Xiaoba was only at the elementary level. Now that the little turtle's strength had reached the intermediate level, the quality was naturally much higher than before. Su Bai had quite a few expectations for what kind of value these 7 drops could fetch. Seeing Su Bai nod in agreement, Han Jiegang hurried out of the private room, found a quiet corner with no one around, and dialed his father's phone number. Xiao Gang, have you already spent the pocket money I gave you a couple of days ago? Let me tell you, I sent you to the martial arts university to strive to become a powerhouse, not to spend your days drinking and carousing. Listening to his father's impatient voice coming from the phone, Han Jiegang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly explained. No, Dad, I am really not calling for money this time. It is about some serious business. What serious business could you possibly have? My classmate has 7 drops of rare beast blood he wants to sell. The quality is even better than the 3 drops you bought last time. I was not sure about the price, so I wanted to report it to you. Are you sure it is rare beast blood? That stuff is not common. Don't make a mistake. Upon hearing it was rare beast blood, the old man's tone on the other end became serious. Han Jiagang patted his chest and said confidently, "Dad, you can rest assured about this. It is not like I haven't seen the world. There is definitely no mistake. This classmate is also my roommate at the martial arts university. I have checked these 7 drops of essence blood myself, and the unique fragrance of the rare beast blood alone is intoxicating. It is definitely real." After Han Jiagang finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the line. Old man Han was thinking. Although his son usually spends too much money, he is quite reliable when it comes to doing things. If it really is rare beast blood, it must be acquired. Rare beast blood is a precious commodity, and many families are searching for it everywhere. We cannot talk clearly over the phone. How about this? I will bring Master Kao with me tomorrow to talk to your classmate in detail. Help me arrange a meeting for tomorrow at 12 noon. Let us show some sincerity and meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in Jiangsu. That is the highest standard hotel in Jiangsu, which is enough to treat your friend. If it is as good as you say, our Han family will definitely give your classmate a satisfying price. Also, build a good relationship with this friend. Don't worry about how much money it costs. If you don't have enough, I will transfer it to you. Don't worry, Dad, I know what I am doing. After hanging up the phone, Han Jiagang felt a bit puzzled. The old man is actually coming to Jiangsu provincial capital for this batch of rare beast blood. Although he knows rare beast blood is valuable, his father is the head of the Han family and a well-known figure in the entire Jiangsu business circle. This is a bit strange. Linchuan City Han family villa. An elderly man wearing white clothes with a long snow-white beard on his chest stroked his beard and laughed. I didn't expect Xiaogang to meet a classmate selling rare beast blood. Someone who didn't know better would think rare beast blood was as common as dirt. I must say, Xiaogang has quite good luck. But these 7 drops of rare beast blood shouldn't be worth you personally making a trip to the provincial capital, right? The family head mentioned by the old man is none other than Han Jiagang's father, the highest authority of the Jiangsu Han family. Old man Han smiled and shook his head. Jiaogang is doing quite well among his peers, but he is still a bit immature. His focus was only on the 7 drops of rare beast blood. Although these 7 drops are precious, their value is limited. What really interests me is the martial arts university student who is selling the blood. People who can get into the martial arts university are 1 in a million, and he just happened to obtain 7 drops of rare beast blood. This kind of person either has great fortune or has some unknown extraordinary capabilities. If this person has no family background, then we can take the opportunity to bring him into the Han family. If he already has a background, we can still build a relationship, and he might be able to help Xiaogang at the martial arts university in the future. Talent is in short supply these days. That is the reason why I am setting off for the Jiangsu provincial capital to meet that kid. Listening to Old Man Han's analysis, the old man suddenly understood and laughed while stroking his long beard. With a family head like you, there is no need to worry about the Han family not prospering. School 2nd floor cafeteria. Han Jiagang calmed down a little, and then returned to his seat to relay his father's intentions to Subai. Subai agreed immediately. During the rest of the meal, Han Jiagang appeared much more enthusiastic towards Subai. The next day at noon, Han Jiagang drove Subai to the Shangri-La Hotel in Jiangsu. As the most high-end hotel in the provincial capital of Jiangsu, not to mention the luxurious and golden decoration style favored by the elite, the hotel itself covered dozens of acres of land. There was a distance of several dozen meters from the gate of Shangri-La to the main building. Along this distance, tall models stood on both sides of the walkway. When Han Jiagang brought Subai in, dozens of beautiful models bowed in unison, "Welcome to Shangri-La." Han Jiagang enjoyed this display of grandeur very much. And Subai also looked around with curiosity. Ahem, regardless of his past or present life, he had never been to such a high-end place, so curiosity was natural. Especially the 2 rows of long, white legs that were truly a bit dazzling. Han Jiagang led Subai into the pre-booked private room, and both Father Han and Master Cao, who were chatting, turned their gazes toward the two. Han Jiagang introduced the 2 parties to each other. Han Jiagang's father was named Han Zhengqing, looking about 40 years old, wearing a simple light blue business suit that looked very comfortable. Master Cao Yiden on the side was older, with a long snow-white beard on his chest, looking quite elegant and otherworldly. After the introductions, Father Han warmly invited Subai to sit and began to speak. Little friend Subai is indeed young and promising. To be able to get your hands on something as precious as rare beast blood is truly impressive. Han Jiagang had already told his father about Subai selling it on behalf of a friend, but the old man deliberately flattered him this way to test Subai's temperament and disposition. Besides, the old man was convinced what friend entrusting him to sell. This excuse might fool a student like Han Jiagang, but how could it possibly fool old man Han? Subai responded to old man Han's flattery with great composure. He just replied calmly, "Uncle Han, you are joking. This rare beast blood was entrusted to me by a friend to sell." His attitude, neither humble nor pushy, made even old man Han, who had seen countless people, silently admire him. While Han Zhengqing and Subai were chatting, Master Cao was preoccupied with the rare beast blood, so he took the initiative to speak. "Subai, may I have a look at the rare beast blood in your possession? Let me evaluate it for you and offer you a fair price." Subai nodded, took out the essence blood, and handed it to him. Opening the white jade bottle cap, a refreshing fragrance drifted into Cao Yiden's nose. Father Han held his breath watching Cao Yiden, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Han Jiagang was also full of anticipation, as it was he who had reported this rare beast blood to his father. The higher the value, the higher his father's opinion of him would be. Cao Yiden was after all a master pharmacist. After a while, he pondered and said, "The quality of this rare beast blood is exceptionally high. The energy it contains is among the purest of ordinary grade rare beast blood that I have ever seen in my life. The energy contained in typical ordinary grade rare beast blood is usually only suitable for making liquid medicine type cultivation resources. But this essence blood is enough to make pill-type cultivation resources. It can even increase the success rate by 1 level. If I were to refine these 7 drops of essence blood, I could make at least 1 body-refining pill." Once Cao Yiden's evaluation of the essence blood was out, even the business tycoon Han Zhengqing was shocked. He never expected such a pleasant surprise. Han's father took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, yet his voice still carried a slight tremor. "Master Cao, isn't this appraisal a bit too high? As of now, no family or enterprise can produce pill-based cultivation resources. Can our Han family really be the first to break new ground?" Cao Yiden's reply did not disappoint Han's father. He simply nodded and said, "Although there hasn't been a precise instrument test, my evaluation is already quite conservative. Even with the top-tier instrument testing, the value of this essence blood would only be higher than what I've estimated." As soon as Master Cao finished speaking, even the usually composed Han Zhengqing couldn't help but slap his own thigh. This trip was absolutely worth it. The quality of the rare exotic beast blood provided by Subai was completely beyond Han Zhengqing's expectations. The reason why pill-based cultivation resources are in extreme shortage is because the main ingredients can only be obtained from high-level battlefields of the 10,000 races, which are tightly controlled by the military. Ordinary families and businesses in society have no eligibility to access materials of this grade, so they can only produce secondary liquid potion cultivation resources. If the Han family could produce pills, and with the help of marketing tactics and press conferences, it would be enough to make the Han family famous throughout Jiangsu. The benefits of this are far beyond what money can measure. The pity is that the quantity of this beast blood probably isn't high, If there were a continuous supply, the Han family's overall strength could even rise to a whole new level. Watching Master Cao's evaluation and his father's excited expression, Han Jiagang was shocked, his mouth agape for a long time before he finally blurted out a sentence. "My God, Brother Su, I didn't expect your rare exotic beast essence blood to be so incredible." While Master Cao was evaluating the rare beast blood, Subai was also considering a problem. Subai's purpose for making money was to buy blood energy powder for the little turtle. For martial artists, it takes a month to absorb one portion of blood energy powder, and most of its medicinal effect is wasted. However, these drawbacks do not exist for the little turtle. The little turtle gulps it down in one go, so there's no issue of long absorption cycles or wasted potency. In fact, blood energy powder is the most cost-effective for it. However, the price of blood energy powder on the black market is way too inflated, so buying it there isn't worth it. Since the Han family has a master alchemist like Master Cao, they must have plenty of basic cultivation resources like blood energy powder. Subai calculated in his heart. Uncle Han, Master Cao, my friend said that if possible, he doesn't want to sell this rare beast blood for money. He wants to exchange it for an equivalent amount of blood energy powder. Master Cao and old Master Han exchanged a glance, his right hand gently stroking his white beard before he spoke. Although blood energy powder costs as much as 300,000 on the black market, for our Su family, we are completely self-sufficient, and the cost price isn't too high. Besides, you and Xiaogang are roommates. How about this? There are 7 drops of essence blood in total. I'll trade you 1 portion of blood energy powder for 1 drop of blood, which is essentially selling it to you at cost price. I'll have someone send the blood energy powder to you in a few days. Once you receive them, you can give this essence blood to Xiaogang. After Master Cao made the offer, old Master Han glanced at Subai with a strange look in his eyes. In the future, if your friend can get more rare beast blood of this quality, whether you sell it for money or trade for blood energy powder, our Han family will never let you suffer a loss. Seeing old Master Han's look, Subai understood immediately. The old master probably realized that there is no such thing as a friend, and these 7 drops of blood were his own. But it didn't matter. He was now a student at Jiangsu Martial Arts University, under the protection of the military. Whoever wanted to touch him would have to weigh the consequences. Every student of the Martial Arts University is a pillar of the nation who would dare touch them. All in all, 7 drops of essence blood for 7 portions of blood energy powder. This was a huge win. Subai nodded, acknowledging that the Han family had treated him quite well with this price. He stood up and bowed. Well then, many thanks to Uncle Han and Master Cao. The little turtle's strength was already nearing the high rank, and with these 7 portions of blood energy powder, it would be enough to break through to the high rank. After the deal was done, Subai stood up to take his leave and walked toward the door of the private room. Seeing Subai being so decisive and not giving him time to build a relationship, Han's father quickly chased after him and said, "Wait a moment, young friend Subai. I wonder if you are willing to join our Han family. In the future, we can provide your cultivation resources for free. Once you graduate from the university, although you'll be part of the military, you could also work part-time as a high-level executive in our company. The military recognizes these arrangements. What do you think, young friend?" Hearing this, Subai was stunned. Honestly, he hadn't really thought about this issue. However, Subai understood the military's unspoken rule allowing martial artists to work as company executives. As martial artists advance, the resources they need become massive, and the military can't support everyone. Slowly, they began to turn a blind eye to such things, since ultimately, it all serves to improve the strength of the nation's military martial artists. If it were any other student who had just entered the university, being invited by the Han family like this, they would definitely agree without thinking. The benefits were just too great. But Subai couldn't. He had too many secrets, and joining the Han family would instead limit his growth. He decided to simply refuse. "Thank you for the invitation, Uncle Han, but I don't have any plans to join a family at the moment. Subai, my Han family. Han Zhenking wanted to persuade him further, but he was unexpectedly interrupted. A crisp voice, like clear mountain spring water, came from the staircase. Subai said he doesn't want to join the Han family. Then no one can force him to join any family. Did you not hear that clearly? Upon hearing this, everyone in the lobby, including Subai's side, turned to look toward the staircase. A beautiful girl, looking like a fairy with an ethereal aura, was walking down the luxurious stone steps like a delicate white peony. Everyone was immediately stunned by the girl's temperament. Though the head of the Han family was also amazed, he felt more annoyance. Whose girl was this to be so arrogant? Even though he was unhappy, he had managed the Han family for so many years that he had long mastered the ability to hide his emotions, so he didn't say anything excessive right away. But right at that moment, another person stepped out from behind the girl. As soon as this person appeared, Han Zhenking almost fell to the floor. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He was relieved he hadn't shouted anything, and he muttered, "Master Wenyuan?" This Master Wenyuan was a true gold-level powerhouse, and a highly ranked figure in the entire Jiangsu province. The C-rank rift that appeared a while ago was defended by Master Wenyuan and the Jiangsu Garrison 1st Division, with Master Wenyuan acting as the main force. He never expected that such a famous figure in Jiangsu would actually appear here. And seeing Master Wenyuan subconsciously taking a step behind this girl, it seemed he was actually following the lead of this girl of unknown origin. The cold sweat on Han Zhenking's face became even heavier. The two arrivals were none other than Lin Yanren and Master Wenyuan. Subai didn't know who Master Wenyuan was, but he recognized Lin Yanren, and he became even more curious about the little girl's background. However, since Lin Yanren hadn't told him voluntarily, there must be a reason for it, so Subai wouldn't ask too much. He was sure that Lin Yanren had no malice toward him, and that was enough. Watching Lin Yanren walking slowly toward him, Subai greeted her naturally. "Yanren, why are you here?" Lin Yanren, who had just looked frosty while berating the head of the Jiangsu Han family, instantly changed to a different person upon hearing Subai's voice. She beamed a sweet smile at Subai, her big eyes curving into beautiful crescents. "I'm here for some business. I didn't expect to run into you here. This Han family didn't threaten you, did they? No one can force you to do anything you don't like." Hearing what Lin Yanren said, Han Zhenking didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat off his face and hurriedly waved his hands, explaining in a panic with a fawning smile. "Miss, it's a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. I really didn't mean to threaten young friend, Su. He's actually my son Han Jiagang's roommate. I was just trying to build a good relationship with him, so they could look out for each other at school." Although Han Zhenking didn't recognize Lin Yanren, Master Wenyuan behind her was a household name in Jiangsu province. And yet, here was Master Wenyuan, silently supporting this girl without a single word of complaint. The background of this girl must be incredibly powerful. Such a person was someone their Han family could never afford to offend. And Subai, who had close ties with this background-heavy girl, was likely even more terrifying than he had imagined. The young people these days are really terrifying one after another. Seeing Han Zhenking looking so nervous, Subai explained for him, "Yanren, Uncle Han meant no harm, don't worry." Hearing Subai say so, Lin Yanren nodded obediently. "Subai, are you heading back to school? Why don't we go together?" "Sure, I was just about to head back." While Subai and Lin Yanren were chatting, Master Wenyuan, standing behind Lin Yanren, narrowed his eyes and carefully scrutinized Subai. "Is this the kid that the master wants us to pay special attention to? Seeing how close he is with Yanren, it's likely not wrong. I must find a chance to investigate this youth thoroughly." Wenyuan had watched Lin Yanren grow up. He knew her personality well. When has he ever seen Yanren treat a boy like this? Who knows what happened between these two? Master Wenyuan was deep in thought, but he didn't interrupt the conversation between Lin Yanren and Subai. He stood behind Lin Yanren like a statue of a guardian god. Lin Yanran seemed accustomed to Master Wenyuan following behind her and didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing Subai was just about to go back to school, the two decided to accompany each other. "Are you guys heading back to school?" "Wait." Han Jiegang was just about to ask if he could tag along, but old Master Han immediately grabbed him. He even covered his mouth with one hand. Old Master Han's face turned red, and he lowered his voice until only Han Jiegang could hear. "You brat, even though you have some connection with Subai, if you say something that offends that girl or Master Wenyuan, that's not something our Han family can afford to handle. In the future, keep a good relationship with Subai. Our Han family might just flourish in your hands. But as for this girl named Lin Yanran, you must keep a very, very safe and respectful distance from her. Do you understand?" Han Jiegang hadn't recovered yet, looking at the backs of Lin Yanran and Subai with a dazed expression, mouth agape. "Are brothers Su and goddess Yanran really that incredible? How come I didn't notice?" After Subai and Lin Yanran returned to school, chatting and laughing all the way, they parted ways and went back to their respective dormitories. Tomorrow marks the start of the school's 3-month basic training for new recruits. If they were students at the Liberal Arts Academy, they could be resting at home for 3 months after finishing their exams. But the Martial Arts University is different. These students are warriors about to head to the battlefield. They need to race against time to become stronger. How could they possibly be allowed to waste these 3 months? The next day, at the martial arts recruit training grounds, thousands of freshmen who had been admitted to the university from various places began to be divided into classes and teams under the guidance of their instructors. For the first 3 days, to cultivate obedience and teamwork among the new students, the training was relatively relaxed, consisting mainly of basic drill formations common in the military. For this group of students admitted to the martial arts university, this level of training was something they learned almost instantly and could perform very well. From the 4th day on, the training shifted to actual combat, primarily teaching military fighting techniques and basic hand-to-hand combat skills. Most of these sessions focused on human versus human combat, helping students quickly build a solid foundation in martial arts. Only after the close-quarters combat training ended did they finally move on to survival skills for fighting against ferocious beasts. On the 11th day, everyone was issued a battle blade and a shield made of special materials. The battle blade was about 1.2 meters long and weighed around 20 jin. It was forged from a high-grade alloy with an incredibly sharp edge. Such a blade was generally capable of slicing through the skin of any ordinary beast. Even when facing a bronze-level beast, one could put up a fight using it. The shield was forged entirely from refined iron, about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, weighing over 40 jin. Engraved on the rectangular face of each shield was the motto of Jiangxiangzhou Martial Arts University. "With my chest, I forge an unbreakable great wall for the Dragon Kingdom." While low-level beasts can be effectively killed by firearms, once a beast reaches the bronze level or higher, the practical effectiveness of conventional weapons drops sharply, as it is difficult for regular soldiers to land shots on them. Even with luck, besides specialized sniper rounds and heavy weaponry, standard firearms can barely penetrate the hides of bronze-level beasts. If it is this difficult for bronze-level beasts, one couldn't even touch the fur of those at the silver or gold levels with conventional weapons. Therefore, only human experts are the primary force capable of contending with high-level beasts. But even the strong must start by wielding blades and shields, growing gradually while acquiring resources in battle, in order to become strong enough to slay even more powerful alien beasts, or else be slain by them. Blade and shield training can improve a student's physical fitness, while teaching them how to fight. It is the most effective training method that the university has developed over decades of research. Every day, the students could see clear progress in themselves. Some freshmen who were already near the intermediate level made breakthroughs within these 3 months. During this period, Subai received the 7 portions of blood kai powder sent by the Han family, but he wasn't in a hurry to use them yet. If he were to break through to the high level, it would be difficult for him to calm his surging blood ki for a while, making it easy to attract unwanted attention during the new recruit training. Subai would never hesitate when it was time to act, but he would also stay low profile whenever possible. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The training graduation ceremony arrived. Chief Instructor Zhang Kai looked at the faces that had lost their initial naivety and gained a sense of determination, noting the massive improvement in their overall strength, and nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Kai made his rounds and slowly walked onto the high platform of the training ground. Although he didn't hold a microphone, every word he spoke could be heard clearly by everyone. Students, after 3 months of training, are you tired? On the training ground, over 3,000 students shouted in unison. No, we are not. No, we are not. No, we are not. Defending our home and nation, who else but us? Defending our home and nation, who else but us? Looking at the spirited students, the chief instructor nodded with satisfaction. Good. Students, after 3 months of training, you have grown from ordinary youths into warriors. But to become an excellent warrior, you have one final training left to complete, heading to the battlefield of all races. In 3 days, the school will arrange for you to enter the battlefield of all races in batches for your trial. Hearing this, the previously quiet and orderly ranks became somewhat restless. Damn, are they really sending us to the battlefield after only 3 months of basic training? Is the martial arts university this hardcore? Over these past 3 months, most people had gained a clearer understanding of the battlefield of all races. To say they weren't afraid would be a blatant lie. Zhang Kai naturally noticed their expressions and continued. Don't be afraid. The place you are going to is the safest area that the military has already secured, and your main responsibility will be clearing the battlefield. However, there is no such thing as an absolutely safe place on the battlefield of all races, and accidents can happen at any time. Perhaps some of you may stay on the battlefield of all races forever. Of course, I don't want to see you make unnecessary sacrifices. Once on the battlefield, you must obey your instructors, do not act without authorization, do not leave the main unit, and do not underestimate the enemy. Although the chief instructor didn't say anything overly sentimental, these 3 warnings said it all. He hoped that all these children would be able to return safely from the battlefield of all races. Seemingly feeling the chief instructor's sincerity, they cast aside their fear and roared in response, pouring their emotions into their shouts. We can do it. At the end of his speech, the chief instructor nodded contentedly. Then I wish you all a triumphant return. After Zhang Kai finished, it was time for class assignments. There were about 50 students per class, and each class had a bronze-level teacher assigned as their head teacher. The head teachers would accompany these freshmen as they entered the battlefield of all races in 3 days. Subai, his 3 roommates, and Lin Yanran were assigned to the same class. Han Jigang and the others immediately became excited, trying to strike up a conversation with their new classmate, Lin Yanran. But Lin Yanran didn't even glance at them. Instead, she walked straight up to Subai. The male students in the class were all stunned into silence. Having failed to strike up a conversation with the goddess, and while waiting for their instructor to arrive, the students broke into small groups and began chatting. I wonder which part of the battlefield we will be sent to. The upperclassmen said that for the first time, they usually send us to places where the military has already stabilized the situation, so it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Not dangerous. Is there any safe place on the battlefield of all races? Let me tell you, if you get careless for even a second, you might lose your head. Didn't the chief instructor just warn us not to underestimate the enemy? True. In previous years, even after the training, the students sent to the battlefield suffered significant casualties. I heard that 3 years ago, an accident occurred on a battlefield that the military had controlled, and more than 500 people died. Just as the plaza was filled with noise, the instructors arrived. A fragrant breeze swept by, and a fiery red figure flashed, appearing before Subai's class. She was a very hot and seductive woman. Her beauty rivaled that of Lin Yanran, but she was more mature and alluring. She looked to be about 27 or 28, wearing the specially made training uniform of a university instructor. Her figure, explosive and exaggerated to the extreme, was simply blood-pumping. Most importantly, the aura of this woman was like a raging flame, enough to make anyone feel heated. All the male students' eyes were instantly drawn to her. Students of Class 8, I am Liao Yuxin, your instructor during your time at the Martial Arts University. If you have any questions about going to the battlefield of all races, feel free to ask me. Seeing that the beautiful instructor named Liao Yuxin was actually in their class, all the male students of Class 8 started howling with excitement. Damn, Class 8 is truly legendary, having Lin Yanran and then Liao Yuxin. What kind of great good deeds did they do in their past lives? Compared to the excitement of the male students in Class 8, the students in other classes were not so happy. Looking at their instructors, who were either burly men or old geezers, they looked absolutely devastated. The small interlude with the arrival of the instructors passed. Afterward, every instructor began to assign tasks. The first task at the Martial Arts University was nothing else, just one thing: writing a last will and testament. Back at the graduation ceremony of their respective high schools, before entering the university, the students already knew about this, so they had some psychological preparation. The 50 students followed their instructor to the classroom. But when the white sheets of paper were placed in front of these young boys and girls in their prime, none of them knew what to write for a moment. After a long while, the students finally started picking up their pens to write. Han Jiegang, Mom and Dad, I really hope you never read this letter, because by the time you see it, I will be gone. Thank you for raising me, but I can't be there to take care of you in your final days. In the next life, I'll be your son again, but I won't take the martial arts exam. I'll just stay by your side and take care of you. Tao Jiejun, Mom, when I was little, my favorite thing was sugar-coated haws, but you were always reluctant to spend the money to buy them for me, saying you needed to save for blood key powder, so I could get into the martial arts university. You got your wish, but I'm not coming back. You regret it now, right? But I don't regret it. At the university, I've met many interesting roommates. They don't think I'm stupid and they look after me. Fighting side by side with them, even if I die, I'm not afraid. Lin Yanran, Mom, I'm sorry. This time I was truly too willful, not following your wishes to attend the Liberal Arts Academy and stay by your side. By the time you read this letter, I probably won't be coming back. This path was my own choice. Don't blame Dad. As many students wrote, tears began to fall involuntarily, staining the paper. They are warriors, but they also have homes and emotions, and parents waiting for them in the distance. Only Subai's will had just one line, looking nothing like a last will at all. Subai, Mom and Dad, I'm doing well at the university. I've even asked the school to send you some money back. Just take good care of my little sister. Don't worry about me. As for why Subai didn't have the awareness of leaving behind a will, it's because Subai is strong enough. And he doesn't want to die. With 7 portions of blood key powder in hand, he will break through to the high level in these 3 days. No matter what happens, he must not die. Absolutely not.
After all the students had written their wills, their mentor, Liao Yuxin, gave them 3 days off. On the streets of the school, Han Jiegang threw an arm around Subai's shoulder, smiling at him. Brother Su, do you have any plans for these 3 days off? If not, why don't we guys go grab a drink tonight? It would be even better if Goddess Yanran was willing to come along. Subai looked up at the sky, as if he could see the scene of countless soldiers fighting bloody battles across space rifts. In 3 days, he would also step onto the battlefield of 10,000 races to fight alongside those soldiers, and a sense of pressure welled up within him. I want to improve my strength during these 3 days. Hearing Subai's reply, Han Jiegang looked frustrated. Don't do that, brother. We haven't had a single day off in 3 months of new recruit training. Now that we finally have 3 days, we should really relax. There won't be any opportunities once we reach the battlefield of 10,000 races. Besides, how much can you really improve your strength in just 3 days? No matter how Han Jiagang tried to persuade him, Su Bai remained unmoved. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. You really don't know how to enjoy life. Han Jiagang tried to recruit the other 2 roommates. They both shared the same mindset as Su Bai. Fan Kaowen, you guys go ahead. Han Jiagang, I can't. I'm just a little bit away from reaching the mid-tier. I want to put in the effort to break through before heading to the battlefield, so I can be safer. Tao Jiejun, I'm not going either. I still have a bit of blood energy powder left to absorb, so these 3 days are perfect for me to cultivate properly. Most of the freshmen at the Martial Arts University felt the same way, wanting to use their remaining potions or blood energy powder in these final 3 days to make every effort to improve their strength. On the battlefield of 10,000 races, strength is the capital for survival. After they parted ways, Su Bai didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he rented a luxury suite at a hotel near the school. Others could cultivate in their school dorms. But Su Bai had little 8, and if he brought little 8 out in the dorm, it would probably startle his roommates. After entering the room and locking the door, which was over 50 square meters, Su Bai cleared a large space and carefully checked every corner of the room. Finding no cameras or anything similar, he released Little 8 from the beast taming space. Little 8 was no longer a small turtle, but a behemoth about 1.5 meters in diameter, roughly the size of a round table, now possessing a bit of the aura a fierce beast should have. Appearing suddenly in front of someone, the pressure was quite significant. During the 3 months of military training, Su Bai had been extremely busy, and Little 8 had spent all its time in the beast taming space. Now that it was finally released, Little 8 stared at Su Bai with a look of extreme grievance. Roar, roar, roar. I thought you had forgotten about me. Su Bai smiled and looked straight at Little 8, taking out a packet of blood energy powder. Having spent so long with Little 8, Su Bai understood its temperament quite well. As long as there's food, this guy loses all its temper. Sure enough, Little 8, who was previously staring daggers at Su Bai, immediately changed its look from grievance to joy upon smelling the blood energy powder and nudged Su Bai's palm with its head. Roar, roar, roar. Master, I'm sorry, it was my fault for misunderstanding you. The happiness of a glutton is just that simple and unadorned. Su Bai placed the blood energy powder in front of it, and Little 8 couldn't wait to grab the bottle with its mouth, tilted its head, and downed the whole bottle in one go. A surge of blood energy began to well up inside Little 8's body. Little 8 closed its eyes and began to slowly ingest the blood energy, while its body size grew bit by bit. At the same time, a warm current surged within Su Bai's body, leaving him feeling tingles all over. The increase in Little 8's physical fitness was feeding back to Su Bai to a certain extent. 5 minutes later, the warmth subsided, and Little opened its eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Master, I want more. Su Bai felt the changes in his body. His physique had indeed increased, but he hadn't broken through to the high tier yet. Decisively, Su Bai took out the remaining 6 bottles of blood energy powder and laid them in front of Little 8. No problem. Today you can have all the blood energy powder you want. This was the best time Little 8 had since Su Bai started raising it. Looking at the 6 bottles of blood energy powder before it, the temptation was even greater than having a full-course feast laid out. Drool was leaking all over the floor. Shaking its head, it grabbed the bottles one by one with its mouth, tilted its head, and downed them all. In less than a minute, the 6 bottles were empty, lying scattered on the floor. It finished them with such speed, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. After finishing the 6 bottles, Little 8 closed its eyes tightly. Blood energy surged throughout its body as it continued to grow. At the same time, Su Bai felt a violent surge of energy sweep through his body, and an incomparable, agonizing pain flooded his consciousness. My God! The blood in his body became scalding hot under the impact of this violent energy. Gradually, tiny cracks appeared on his skin, and then they were repaired by the energy. Then torn again, then repaired again. Veins bulged on Subai's forehead as large drops of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks onto the floor. A powerful pressure and aura gradually burst forth from his body. In the room, the decorative vases on the shelf and the books on the desk were shaken to the floor by this aura. Clang, clang. Scattered books, glass shards, and soil lay all over the ground. In the next room, a couple who had been flirting were startled by the commotion. Seeing the terrified look on the girl in his arms, the man felt anger surge and marched toward Subai's door with a dark expression. He put all his strength into slamming against the door. "What the hell are you doing in there?" Immediately, guests on the entire floor of the hotel peeked out from their doors, curious about what was happening. But at this moment, Subai was completely unaware of the outside world, fully absorbed in channeling the surging energy. After knocking for a long time without any response, the man went back to his room, cursing under his breath. It was not known how much time had passed before the violent energy began to slowly subside. Subai slowly opened his eyes. A ray of sunlight shone through the window onto his cheek. Little 8 was licking his cheek with its tongue. "Roar, roar, roar. Master, you're finally awake. I feel so much stronger now." "You blockhead." Subai rolled his eyes. The reason he was nearly torn apart by the violent medicinal power was entirely due to Little 8's greed. Wouldn't it have been better to absorb them one by one? Did it have to down all 6 at once? Just then, the system notification popped up in Subai's mind. Ding! The little turtle has upgraded to a common high-tier beast. Host level increased. Obtain new talent. Heavy strike. Subai quickly opened the system to check his and Little 8's attributes. Host Subai. Profession Beast Tamer. Level Common High Tier 18. Physique 28. Base Physique 15. Inherited Beast Attributes 13. Agility 19. Base Attribute 15. Inherited Beast Attributes 4. Spirit 34. Base Attribute 30. Inherited Beast Attributes 4. Tamed Beast, Little Turtle, Common Level, can inherit 20% of attributes. As the level increases, the inheritance ratio will also increase. At the next level, Bronze, it will 30%. Talent 1. Infinite Evolution of Contracted, Tamed Beast. The attributes and talent abilities of the tamed beast will feed back to the host to a certain extent. Talent 2. Turtle Skin Defense. Consume a certain amount of physical strength to enhance defense by 50% to 100%. Talent 3. Heavy Strike. Triggered by consuming physical strength, increases attack power by 100% to 200%. Tamed Beast Little Turtle. Level Common High Tier. Physique 64. Defense 78. Agility 20. Spirit. Talent 1. Turtle Shell Defense. Retract entire body into the shell, forming a defensive stance. Can increase defense by 300%. In this state, movement and attack are disabled. Talent 2. Turtle Skin Defense. Consume a certain amount of physical strength to enhance defense by 50% to 100%. Talent 3. Heavy Strike. Triggered by consuming physical strength, increases attack power by 100% to 200%. The more physical strength consumed, the stronger the attack. This wave of attribute growth is truly terrifying. Through his life at the Martial Arts University over these 3 months, Subai had also checked the attribute values of many classmates and seniors through the system. Generally speaking, for a common early-tier martial artist, the body attribute values range between 10-20, mid-tier 20-30, and high-tier 30-40. This is the physique they have cultivated through constant strengthening of blood energy. For a high-tier ability user, having a physique and speed of over 10 points and spirit of 30 points is quite standard. Subai had never practiced blood energy, but just through Little Eight's feedback, he was able to rival the physique of a high-tier martial artist. However, besides physique, the other attributes didn't increase much, as the Xuanwu belongs to the power type, specializing in physique and defense. After leveling up, Little Eight's defense and physique growth were off the charts, almost breaking through the original level cap. Generally, the limit for a common high-tier physique is 40. Once it exceeds 40, it falls into the realm of bronze-level strength. In other words, the little turtle is already comparable to a bronze-level fierce beast in both defense and physique. Plus Little Eight's attack skill, Heavy Strike, can grant up to 200% attack. Even the attack power of a high-tier bronze-level martial artist is just about that. Perhaps this is the terror of the holy Xuanwu bloodline. As it grows and the bloodline awakens, one can feel this huge gap. And this gap will only grow larger. This is Subai's strongest trump card for survival in a chaotic world full of 10,000 races. Having clarified his current strength, Subai was very satisfied. Because he had just leveled up, the blood energy in his body was still surging incessantly. If he went back to the dorm now, he would probably scare his 3 roommates. So he decided to stay at the hotel for 3 days and return once the blood energy had naturally calmed down. Stepping out of the room, Subai prepared to go to the front desk to extend his stay for another 2 days, when a rough, angry shout came his way. "Hey kid, you finally came out. What were you doing in there? Clanging and banging, you almost scared the life out of me." Subai looked confused, giving the boorish man a look that said, "Are you crazy?" Because he still couldn't control his blood energy. At the moment he turned his head, the blood energy instantly surged, bursting forth from his body. For a moment, the entire hallway felt tense, as if the air had stopped flowing. Everyone stared in shock at this young boy, thinking to themselves simultaneously, "A martial artist, and so young, a student from the martial arts university." The previously arrogant middle-aged man also realized this. He was instantly terrified, his lips turning white as cold sweat broke out. Martial artists aren't people to be trifled with, especially if the other party is likely a student from the martial arts university, a formal military martial artist, and in the future, a respected official of renown. How unlucky can I be? Immediately, the boorish man took several steps back and nervously apologized to Subai. I'm sorry, brother. I mistook you for someone else. Mistook you for someone else. After speaking, the middle-aged man turned around and fled in a panic. Subai watched the man running away and realized he was just an ordinary person, so he didn't give it another thought, dismissing it as a mere trivial episode. After paying the rent for 2 days, Subai returned to his room and began to calculate his remaining assets. The resources he had previously accumulated were basically all used up. Having finally enjoyed a bit of ease, Subai was right back to where he started, falling once again into dire financial straits. Moreover, the risks associated with selling blood had now become much greater. Back when it was at the intermediate stage, Xiaoba's refined blood could be used to create cultivation resources at the elixir level. But now that it had reached the advanced stage, the quality of its bloodline had improved significantly compared to before. If he were to sell this blood and raise suspicions, how would that be any different from courting death? His relationship with the Han family hadn't reached that level yet, so Subai naturally wouldn't risk exposing his true nature just for a few cultivation resources. With the path of selling blood now closed off, Subai pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good solution, so he could only set his sights on the myriad races battlefield to see if there were any opportunities. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The early morning of September 18th. The Martial Arts University's teleportation plaza. Over 3,000 freshmen and 70 or 80 mentors stood before the 3 large teleportation arrays, waiting to be transported. Each of the students was dressed in training uniforms, with shields in their left hands and combat blades in their right, their expressions extremely solemn. The university's teleportation arrays were set up by high-level spatial ability users dispatched by the military. Once activated, these arrays could transport those inside directly to the corresponding military bases on the myriad races battlefield. The 3 arrays were designated for different regions of the battlefield, but they all led to F-grade zones that had already been swept through, which were generally considered safe. The 3,000-plus students were divided into 3 batches, entering the arrays in turns. At the front of the Class 8 formation, Liao Yuxin wore an autumn camouflage training uniform with a long, blood-red spear strapped to her back. She walked past each student, checking their equipment while also briefing them on the necessary precautions for entering the myriad races battlefield. This time, upon arriving at the myriad races battlefield, we will be assigned to a military base at the rear to carry out cleanup tasks. It is relatively safe, and it is a training opportunity the school has provided for you. While cleaning the battlefield, do not let your guard down. Many fierce beasts may appear dead but are not necessarily finished. They often lie in wait for a chance to deliver a fatal blow to humans. After checking the weapons and equipment of all the students in Class 8, Liao Yuxin returned to the front of the line. Reporting to the chief instructor, all 50 students of Class 8, Year 1 are fully equipped and ready to depart for the battlefield. Please give your orders. Zhang Kai scanned the students of Class 8 and nodded. Enter the teleportation array and prepare for transport. Yes, sir. After Liao Yuxin gave a military salute to the chief instructor, she jogged back to her class and led them into the teleportation array to wait in line. One class after another, led by their mentors, stepped into the teleportation array. Until all 25 classes, totaling over 1,200 students, were in place, the chief instructor shouted loudly, "Activate teleportation array number 1. The previously plain stone floor beneath the students' feet slowly began to glow with silver-white patterns, which gradually shifted from blurry to sharp. In the next instant, the students felt their vision blur, and they found themselves in a strange new place. Instead of the stone floor from before, they were now standing on a grassy field. The university's buildings had long disappeared, and as far as the eye could see, there were only high walls and heavily fortified military barracks. Guard posts were set up every 5 steps and sentry towers every 10, lining the long military walls that stretched for miles. This was one of the military bases on the myriad races battlefield. The students finally realized they had truly been transported onto the myriad races battlefield. So this is a military base on the myriad races battlefield? It must be. We really have been transported here. As the students chatted in small groups, an officer with the rank of major walked into the base's teleportation plaza. Looking at the noisy students with impatience, the major was not a school teacher and didn't have the patience or time to wait for them to quiet down, so he simply roared, "Everyone shut your mouths." In an instant, silence fell over the entire square. The students stared wide-eyed at the officer with a mix of awe and fear. "I am the Deputy Battalion Commander of Military Base F-269. You may call me Deputy Commander, or simply Sir. Upon arriving at the myriad races battlefield, you are no longer students or mentors of the university, but soldiers. I don't care if you are a student or an accompanying mentor. As long as you are on my turf, your only task from here on out is to obey my orders. Let me state this clearly. Anyone who dares to disobey orders will have their student or mentor status revoked in accordance with Article 54 of the 7th Military Decree of the Myriad Races Battlefield. In cases of severe violations, I have the authority to execute you on the spot." Seeing the students and mentors all looking solemn, the deputy commander nodded with satisfaction. Having achieved the desired effect of asserting his authority, his icy, iron-like expression finally softened. "You are lucky. Our military base just finished a battle yesterday. For the next while, your task will be to clean up the battlefield and mop up any remaining nether cats. During the cleanup, any resources you acquire can be exchanged for military merit points with the army. Although the merit points from cleaning the battlefield aren't as high as those from killing nether cats, it is much safer and quite suitable for newcomers like you or just starting out on the battlefield. At the logistics department, 1 merit point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in cash. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 bottle of blood key powder, 15 points for a bottle of basic body tempering agent, and 30 points for a rare body tempering agent. The deputy commander stopped here, giving the students time to digest the information. Every batch of university students was most excited when they heard about the methods for exchanging merit points for resources. Tao Jiajun nudged Fan Cowan with his elbow. No wonder there are so many martial artists in the military. These merit points are actually this valuable. Fan Cowan whispered back, the key is that blood key powder, which sells for 300,000 a bottle on the black market, only costs 10 merit points here. It's so cheap that I'd be willing to risk my life to earn those points if I had the chance. Other students were also whispering and debating about the exchange of merit points for cultivation resources. Even Subai's eyes lit up. He had been worried about how to make money to get cultivation resources and originally had the idea of coming to the Myriad Races battlefield to try his luck. Now that he heard that blood key powder could be exchanged for just 10 merit points, he was even more excited. Seeing that everyone's spirits were high, the deputy commander continued, I see you're all eager to rush to the battlefield, so I won't waste any more of your time. Now follow me to get familiar with the camp area, and then I will take you out to clean up the battlefield. The efficiency of a soldier was fully displayed in this moment. After speaking, the deputy commander led the university staff and students out of the teleportation plaza. This scene left many of the university mentors surprised. Shouldn't a company commander or some other subordinate be assigned to lead them around the camp and the battlefield at this stage? In all these years, it was truly a novelty to encounter a situation where the deputy battalion commander was leading the group personally. Since the deputy commander was willing to take the lead himself, the mentors were merely curious and certainly had no objections. It's just that the mentors didn't notice one detail. While the deputy commander was speaking earlier, his eyes had been wandering among the students, as if he were searching for someone. After following the deputy battalion commander out of the teleportation plaza, the group curiously looked at everything they could see. Led by the deputy commander, they passed by many places along the way. The tallest building among them was also the most eye-catching, standing over 20 stories high. Many students guessed that such an imposing building must be the base command center. But when they got closer, they discovered that it was actually the military hospital. Through the glass doors of the military hospital, the students saw countless soldiers, some sitting in chairs with bandages, waiting for treatment from army doctors. Others were missing arms or legs, with empty sleeves hanging powerlessly in the air. Some had their chests pierced right through by the claws of nether cats, leaving a gaping hole, while their comrades carried them into the hospital on stretchers. Looking at the faces of these soldiers, they were just young men around 20 years old. Unlike the wailing found in ordinary hospitals, the soldiers here were well aware of their own conditions. If it can be saved, then they won't die, no need to cry. If it cannot be saved, there is even less need to cry. Dying on the battlefield of the 10,000 races is an honor to them. Instead, many were cheering and shouting encouragement to their comrades being carried in on stretchers. Wang Kong, damn it, hold on. It is just a hole in your chest, isn't it? I have had holes in mine several times and I am still alive and kicking, so don't you dare give up. Do you hear me? Countless nurses and doctors were busy and drenched in sweat, yet they had no time to wipe it off. They shuttled continuously among the patients, suturing wounds, giving injections, and applying bandages. The comrade in emergency room number 2 has been sutured. There are no empty beds, so send him to tent 88 to rest. Emergency room number 19, Sub-Lieutenant Wang Haitao did not make it. Send him to the Martyrs Hall to wait for cremation. Emergency room number 25. These were just the scenes visible in the hospital lobby. How many more such scenes were playing out throughout the 20-story building? Because of a hard-fought battle yesterday, the wards in this military base hospital were already overflowing with casualties. Next to the hospital, hundreds of tents stood side by side. Inside each tent, white-robed military doctors and nurses were caring for the soldiers brought in. Those who were not seriously injured in battle, or those who had already been treated in the military hospital and stabilized, were arranged to recover in temporary tents below the hospital. When the students walked within 10 meters of the tent area, a thick, overwhelming stench of blood hit their noses. Ugh. Even many of the boys turned pale in the face of such a scene and the pungent smell of blood. Not to mention the girls in the team, many started retching, and some even threw up their breakfast directly. Outside the tents, some soldiers with minor injuries watched the students' reactions and smiled as they waved to greet them. Are you students from the Martial Arts University this year? Be careful when you leave the camp. Nether cats are very cunning. Watch out so you don't get hurt, or else we'll be playing cards together here. Hey girls, be careful. There are no separate female wards here. If you get hurt, you will have to stay with us old guys. Old Ma, you are too shameless, even scaring the little girls? Watching these soldiers who were not seriously injured but still running around, the deputy commander shouted with a dark face, "Get back to your tents and rest, all of you. If you think your wounds aren't serious, you can go back to training." The deputy commander's deterrence was quite strong. He was known in the military camp as Tiger Wang. The wounded soldiers, who were still in a playful mood, all tucked their heads like quails and returned to their tents. Although strict with the soldiers, the deputy commander said nothing about the students' reactions. Every year, new recruits came to the base for tempering, and he was long used to this reaction. Even the instructors from the Martial Arts University frowned, more or less, when the stench of blood hit them. Subai, however, felt nothing and was completely unaffected by the soaring smell of blood. Over 3 months ago, he had personally smashed the skulls of 3 low-level warriors who were plotting against him with bricks and iron rods. The scene of pale brains and bright red blood flowing all over the ground back then, while not as massive as this, was also very bloody. Plus, as a high-level user of abilities with a mental stat as high as 34 points, his psychological endurance was naturally quite strong. Seeing that the students who needed to throw up had finished, the deputy commander said, "This is just the hospital inside the military district, and you are already vomiting like this. In a while, you will have to face countless nether cat corpses. Will you still be able to hold your shields and blades?" Faced with the deputy commander's questioning, the group of students lowered their heads one after another. They had a new perception of the battlefield of the 10,000 races, having lost all the impulsive drive they had when they first heard about trading military merits for training resources. Perhaps the deputy commander chose to bring them to visit the military hospital with the intention of helping them adjust their mindset. As the deputy commander spoke, his eyes scanned the expressions and looks of the students like lightning. Actually, normally speaking, it would be impossible for the deputy commander to personally lead a team of trainees for training. It is only because this time is different. There are big figures among this batch of trainees, and he was specifically ordered by those above to take care of them and ensure their safety. Just as he wanted to see the person who was specifically named for protection, Subai in the crowd caught his attention. Faced with such a shocking scene, this young man's eyes could actually remain so calm. Others were either retching uncontrollably, looking pale, or filled with fear, not daring to look up at him. Only Subai showed no emotional fluctuation on his face, his eyes deep and calm. This temperament is truly impressive. Either he is incredibly strong internally and a natural warrior, or he has killed countless people and has become numb to such scenes. Subai is currently just a freshman in college, so it is impossible for him to have killed countless people. The deputy commander is more inclined to believe that Subai is a natural-born warrior. If this boy can grow up, his future achievements will likely be immeasurable. He is good material. This kid is interesting. The deputy commander muttered to himself, not expecting to encounter such a good prospect this time. When he graduates from the martial arts university, I must fight for him. It would be great if he could be assigned to my command. Having made up his mind, the deputy commander did not intend to stay in the military hospital for too long and led the freshman toward the gate. Subai had no idea that he was being watched by the deputy commander. Seeing that Lin Yanran's face was a bit pale, he handed her his canteen. "Yanran, are you okay?" Lin Yanran took Subai's canteen, drank a few sips, and her complexion eased a bit. She said in a voice that only Subai could hear, "Subai, when we get to the battlefield later, you must stay by my side. I don't want anything to happen to you." This group of wounded soldiers had touched Lin Yanran. She did not want Subai to end up on a stretcher like them, being carried into the hospital with his life hanging in the balance. Clearly, Lin Yanran did not yet know that Subai had already advanced to a high level, and if one counted the combat power of the little turtle, he could even rival the instructors of the martial arts university. Hearing Lin Yanran's slightly capricious words, Subai couldn't help but feel a warmth rise in his heart. "All right, you should be careful too. When we clean up the battlefield in a while, let's not go too far apart." Lin Yan gave Subai a cute, coquettish smile with her crescent-shaped eyes, then extended her right arm, bending it at a 90-degree angle as if showing off her muscles to him. "Look, I am super strong now." Subai chuckled. Just as he was about to habitually reach out to pat Lin Yanran's head, he realized he was still carrying a shield in his hand. While the two were chatting, the deputy battalion commander led the students through the hospital, passing by the Martyr Memorial Hall, the cremation area, the command building, the barracks, the supply depot, and finally arrived at the camp gate. The camp gate was guarded by a full company. After the deputy battalion commander arrived, the company commander immediately came to greet him with a communicator. After confirming the password was correct, the company commander saluted the deputy battalion commander. Reporting to the deputy battalion commander, Tan Shefei, commander of the 3rd Company of 269 military base, is currently executing the task of guarding the North Gate. Today, we have killed 35 ferocious beasts that attacked the camp. Please give your instructions. The deputy battalion commander nodded and said, "Open the camp gate. Additionally, dispatch a squad of soldiers to follow me and take these children to see what the myriad race battlefield is really like." The company commander hesitated for a moment. "Yes, deputy battalion commander." The company commander directly ordered his most elite squad to follow the deputy battalion commander, then personally took the communicator and pushed open the camp gate. The camp gate was cast entirely from alloy, about 25 meters long, 12 meters high, and half a meter thick. With a gate like this, even if several bronze-level beasts attacked at once, they wouldn't be able to break through. In terms of the number of warriors, humanity is far fewer than the ferocious beasts of the myriad races, but the defensive lines built by humans are not something the myriad races can easily tear apart. As the gate opened inch by inch, a scene completely different from inside the camp was revealed to the teenagers. On the land dyed reddish-brown by blood, there were severed limbs and remains everywhere. Countless beast corpses were scattered about. Some had been riddled with holes by machine gun fire. Others had been blown to pieces by the roar of artillery. More were cut open across the chest by blades, with entrails spilled all over the ground. Some beasts were extremely fast, and unless they were in extremely dense numbers, the damage caused by firearms was far less than that of melee weapons. Outside the gate, more than half of the 20,000 beast corpses were killed by melee weapons. Looking around, one could hardly see a single human corpse. If not for seeing the military hospital packed with thousands of beds, still unable to accommodate all the wounded. and the thick smoke rising from the crematorium, never ceasing for a moment. And the 10 craftsmen in the Hall of Martyrs, each holding a thick stack of names, carving them one by one onto the memorial monument. If they hadn't seen these, the students might have even thought this battle was a great victory for humanity. Yesterday's battle was indeed a victory, but it was a tragic one, a victory exchanged with the flesh, blood, and lives of countless soldiers. Having just seen the bloody scene at the hospital, the students didn't feel as uncomfortable as they expected when they saw the battlefield outside the camp. Instead, they felt more solemn and hateful. Why must these damned alien races come to Earth, and why must they invade our home? Seeds of hatred, full of fighting spirit, began to sprout in the hearts of the students. The deputy battalion commander saw the expressions on everyone's faces, but he said nothing. Actually, this was the biggest purpose of bringing the freshmen here for training. Humans need to develop a deep and personal hatred for alien races, and only such hatred can eventually be transformed into an unyielding fighting spirit. Subsequently, he led a squad of soldiers and accompanied the martial arts university students out of the camp. Watching them leave, the company commander sighed. To think the deputy battalion commander is leading the team personally this time. I hope no students will be killed or injured. Imperial capital, the highest military command center of the Dragon Kingdom. An old man with the rank of lieutenant general on his shoulder stared for a long time at the layout map of the defensive line in the Myriad race battlefield. Reporting, Chief of Staff. War reports have come in from various military bases on the Myriad race battlefield. Recently, major alien races have begun to frequently invade our defensive lines, with the Nethercat race being the most active. Currently, 12 gold-level Nethercat powerhouses have joined the battle, attacking 12 southwestern border military bases such as D-128 and D-140. Although the Nethercat powerhouses have been held back by the frontline military bases, several enemy forces have still infiltrated deep into our rear, and their current movements are unknown. However, to be able to evade the surveillance of our military powerhouses, their strength should not be high, likely no more than silver level. The Chief of Staff pondered for a moment and rubbed his brow. You must find out the movements of this alien group for me. Even if it is just a bronze-level group of aliens infiltrating our rear, it is an extremely dangerous situation. Now is the time for all university freshmen to enter the Myriad race battlefield for training. They are the future of our Dragon Kingdom, and there must be no mistakes. Order the rear military bases to strengthen their guard. Once any alien forces are discovered, annihilate them at all costs. The primary mission objective is to protect the students. The location of the F-269 military base is in a jungle, but the military has cleared away all trees within a 10-kilometer radius, making it no different from a plain. However, beyond the 10-kilometer range, the area is still densely packed with jungle and towering trees, which is the most suitable battlefield environment for the Nethercats. The main task of cleaning up the battlefield this time is to extract the beast cores from the Nethercats. The uses of beast cores are extremely extensive, for example, in crafting enchanted weapons, or grinding them into powder as a primary material for training supplies like blood pills. If you find any Nethercats that aren't quite dead, while cleaning up, you must finish them off, otherwise a moment of carelessness could mean a Nethercat's final desperate counterattack, which might cost 1 or 2 students their lives. Overall, the task of cleaning the battlefield is not dangerous. It is mainly to let the students experience the battlefield environment and familiarize themselves with the Myriad race battlefield in advance. To actually send these university freshmen who have only had 3 months of training to kill enemies would be like serving them up on a platter, and the military wouldn't bear to do that. Since the battlefield is very large, and there are over 20,000 Nethercat corpses, the students are currently scattered, with each person only needing to sweep outward along their assigned area. The deputy battalion commander and the squad of soldiers he led are serving as the final security. At first, They were wandering around the battlefield, but after confirming there was no danger, the deputy battalion commander stopped paying attention to others. He followed just over a dozen meters behind Lin Yanran and Su Bai. Other students were busy cleaning the battlefield and did not notice this scene. However, the sharp-eyed university mentors glanced over. Looking at the deputy battalion commander's position, it was clear that he was basically protecting Class 8 or, more specifically, Lin Yanran. Having noticed this detail, everyone was shocked and understood why the deputy battalion commander had led the team personally. Everyone was guessing who exactly Lin Yanran was. To be able to have the deputy battalion commander personally guard her. After sweeping forward for 6 or 7 kilometers. At the rear of the team, the university mentors saw that there were no accidents, and the overall quality of this batch of students was quite high. Unable to suppress their curiosity, they ended up gathering in small groups to discuss. Mentor Liao, is the student being personally protected by the deputy battalion commander from your class? Yes. What is her background exactly? I have been a university mentor for 8 years, and this is the first time I've seen the military take the initiative to protect a student. Liao Yuxin helplessly shook her head. I've checked her file, but it only says she's from an ordinary family, nothing with a powerful background. That's strange. If you tell me this girl has no background, I wouldn't believe it even if I died. Just then, the deputy battalion commander appeared behind the mentors before they knew it. His blood key was flickering, and he scolded them in a deep, angry voice. Don't try to know what you shouldn't know. It's better for everyone. The mentors were startled by the sudden voice behind them. They had no idea when the deputy battalion commander had arrived behind them. They stood up in horror, guardedly watching the deputy battalion commander. Although they were all bronze level, there are differences in strength among the bronze level. Undoubtedly, these 3 mentors were not on the same level as the deputy battalion commander. Su Bai and Lin Yanran knew nothing about what was happening behind them and were joyfully harvesting. Especially Su Bai, whose eyes were squinted into slits from smiling. My goodness, this myriad race battlefield is covered in money. Rare materials that you can hardly see on Earth are everywhere here, almost like garbage. The remaining fur, flesh, claws, and teeth on the battlefield are all materials that can be used to make weapons, defensive gear, and potions. Occasionally, you can even dig a beast core out of an intact cat's brain. I'm rich, I'm rich! Su Bai, who had been scared poor by Xiaoba, was practically beaming right now. But just at this moment, the little turtle, which was originally still sleeping in the beast taming space, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Its eyes were filled with vigilance, its expression was extremely grave, and it kept roaring. Warning, warning! Extreme danger. 864 alien nethercats are rushing towards you, and they have clear hostile intent. The threat is currently 3 kilometers away from the host, in the direction of the southwestern jungle. Please stay alert, host. High-level threat, 4 stars, extremely dangerous. 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 Fatal threat, 5 stars, extremely dangerous. Su Bai watched the system's warning notification, his pupils contracting sharply. The last time a system warning appeared was before Su Bai arrived at the martial arts university, when the system indicated that 3 low-level martial artists held intense hostility toward him, without specifying a danger level. This time it started with extreme danger right off the bat. There is even a 5-star lethal threat. Anything the system deems a lethal threat must be incredibly serious. 864 nethercats are attacking. Su Bai instinctively turned his head to look at the woods in the southwest, although the woods were calm at the moment, with no signs of impending danger. But Su Bai's gaze seemed to be able to see the scene of the nether cats charging in a massive swarm 3 kilometers away. This swarm of nether cats is coming with ferocious intent. This is a desperate situation. A large group of ferocious beasts is attacking. At this point, Subai couldn't care about anything else. He roared to alert everyone. Grabbing Lin Yanran's arm, he ran all the way to the instructor and said urgently, "Instructor, to the southwest, I sense a large number of ferocious beasts charging toward us." Liao Yuxin looked in the direction Subai pointed, but the woods were as silent as stagnant water. Where was there any danger? Thinking Subai was joking, Liao Yuxin felt displeased and sternly scolded him. "Subai, this is the battlefield of the 10,000 races, not a place for you to fool around. Do you have any idea what the consequences would be if your behavior just now caused panic among the students?" The deputy battalion commander, who had been following behind Lin Yanran, also noticed the situation with Subai and walked over, squinting his eyes to size Subai up. "You're Subai, right? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Coming from a military background and being a battlefield commander, his ability to sense danger was far beyond what these instructors could compare to. Just now, when Subai issued the warning, he had already probed the area. As a veteran of many years, he had over a dozen ways to sense enemy attacks, and in an instant, he knew it was impossible for there to be any crisis within a 2-kilometer radius of the woods. As for anything further away, even with his peak bronze-level strength and over a decade of military experience, he couldn't detect anything, so how could a student like Subai know? Seeing the deputy battalion commander pressuring Subai, Liao Yuxin quickly tried to mediate. "Deputy battalion commander, Subai is just a student on the battlefield for the first time. While he might be a bit reckless, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. Perhaps he is just overly nervous and hallucinating. These things happen often." Liao Yuxin's explanation was reasonable enough. Most freshmen on their first battlefield experience excessive nervousness due to the double impact of visual and psychological pressure. Everyone was used to such situations, but the military is the military, and no amount of excuses could justify breaking military law. Subai's punishment seemed inevitable. Lin Yanran, who had been by Subai's side the whole time, also saw the subtlety of the situation. But she understood Subai better than anyone else, and in her heart, Subai was never someone who would make baseless claims. Since Subai said there was a crisis, there must be one. That was just how she believed in Subai without limits. No reason was needed. While others feared the deputy battalion commander's status, Lin Yanran didn't care and protested directly to him. "Before everything is investigated, I hope no one jumps to conclusions. I believe what Subai said." Deputy battalion commander. The initially aggressive deputy battalion commander was stumped by Lin Yanran's pushback. While others didn't know Lin Yanran's background, he had some guesses. The reason he was leading the team this time was essentially because of Lin Yanran, and now that she had spoken up, he found himself in a difficult position. The atmosphere was awkward, and not knowing what to say, the deputy battalion commander turned his gaze to Subai. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Subai's thoughts raced as he analyzed the current situation. Subai didn't want to be a hero. Essentially, he was just an ordinary person who had helplessly transmigrated into this dangerous world. To put it bluntly, he felt little sense of belonging to this world other than to his family and Lin Yanran. He only wanted to live well and protect the family and friends he cared about. If one day he became strong enough, he wouldn't mind helping more humans survive if it were within his power. But not now. Right now, he and Lin Yanran staying alive was the most important thing. They were on the battlefield right now. If he abandoned the others and left the battlefield rashly, that would be desertion. Escaping was impossible. The military had zero tolerance for deserters' execution on the spot, no questions asked. Even if Subai guessed that Lin Yanran had some connections, military law was as immovable as a mountain. Moreover, staying with the main force in this situation would provide a higher chance of survival. Therefore, for Subai, the optimal strategy was to quickly persuade the deputy battalion commander to believe him and take countermeasures in advance to increase everyone's survival chances. and the only way to gain their trust quickly was to show them his strength. Having cleared his thoughts, Subai spoke. I am a beast tamer with innate abilities. Everyone knows that exotic beasts have a far superior sense of crisis than humans. I happen to have inherited a portion of that ability. Since I was admitted to the university via direct recommendation, the school didn't register my status as an ability user. Once these words were out, everyone was full of surprise. Liao Yuxin looked at Subai in pure shock. Subai was actually an ability user. 3 months of new recruit training, and they hadn't noticed a thing, having trained Subai as a martial artist the whole time. And Subai's sensing ability was actually superior to that of the bronze-level deputy battalion commander. Is this even possible? Most terrifying of all was Subai's calm demeanor. When ordinary youths awaken abilities, who can resist showing off everywhere? Just as the deputy battalion commander couldn't tell if Subai was lying or telling the truth, a feeling of palpitation suddenly spread deep within his heart. Violent crisis signals were exploding wildly in his mind. The deputy battalion commander looked sharply toward the southwest. Yet, in the woods, only the rustling sound of leaves frictioning together was heard, as if a light breeze was blowing over them. Nothing else. But the deputy battalion commander's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he looked at Subai in shock. What Subai said was actually true. There really was a large number of ferocious beasts charging toward them. Anything said now is just useless talk. Preparations must be made immediately. He took a deep breath and roared to everyone. Attention, everyone. Everyone, assemble by squads, move toward me quickly, and form a defensive formation. The crisis is coming from the southwest. A large group of ferocious beasts is attacking. Fast, fast, fast. Stop standing there. Move according to my orders right now if you don't want to die. Move. Instantly, the atmosphere in the area became extremely tense. Liao Yuxin looked at the deputy battalion commander with confusion. Why did he suddenly believe Subai's word? But she did not defy the military order and quickly executed the command. The students facing this scene for the first time fell into slight panic, and some couldn't even react in time. The deputy battalion commander's urgent orders continued to be issued. Everyone, assemble by squads, move toward me quickly and form a defensive formation. Fast, get moving, all of you. The first to react were the accompanying soldiers and the university instructors. Though they didn't know what was happening, a military order is an order. It only needs to be executed. Under the organization of the instructors, the situation quickly stabilized. Although the students were still panicking due to nervousness, under the guidance of the deputy battalion commander and instructors, they formed a circular defensive formation on the spot and gathered toward the 8th squad, where the deputy battalion commander was located. Subai and Lin Yanran originally wanted to return to the students to join the formation, but they were grabbed by the deputy battalion commander. You two don't need to join the formation, just stay by my side. I'll have 2 soldiers take your places. Afterward, the deputy battalion commander looked at the squad leader who came with him, Zhang Changrong. Did you get in touch with the base? When can reinforcements arrive? Reporting, Deputy Battalion Commander. I contacted the base the moment you issued the order. I just received word from the base that signs of a large-scale beast attack have been detected around the perimeter as well, and they cannot provide support for now. Hearing their conversation, Liao Yuxin showed a flash of panic in her peach blossom eyes. Deputy Battalion Commander, is a beast attack really happening? If it's real, these students don't have much combat capability without reinforcements. The Deputy Battalion Commander pondered for a moment. Correct. Subai's perception was right. I just sensed a large group of beasts approaching us rapidly within 2 kilometers. They are very fast. Our F-269 military base is near the Jiangsu province military fortress. The fortress has a rapid response unit. The disturbance from our being attacked is significant and will inevitably alert the fortress's rapid response team. Trust me, within an hour at the latest, reinforcements will arrive. The critical issue now is whether we can hold out for this hour. Hearing this, Liao Yuxin took an unbelievable look at Su Bai beside her. This young student suddenly became mysterious in her heart at this moment. Just then, trees in the far distance in the southwest swayed, startling a flock of birds into fleeing in panic. Looking over, it was a dark, overwhelming mass of birds. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. But right now, no one was in the mood to appreciate this magnificent view. Anyone who isn't a fool knows that danger is closing in. A sense of oppression grew in the heart of every student. The pressure was becoming greater and greater.
Seeing this, Liao Yuxin knew there was little time left for the students to react. Just as she was about to return to the student formation to organize, the deputy battalion commander called her over. Liao Yuxin, I have arranged for Zhang Changrong to help you lead the students of Class 8. Now, as a major in the military and deputy battalion commander of the F-2669 military base, I am conscripting you. From this moment on, you must protect Lin Yanran. Do you understand? As soon as the deputy commander finished speaking, Lin Yanran frowned and added, I can fight. I am a martial artist too. I don't need protection. As Lin Yanran said this, Su Bai gently tugged on her small hand. This girl, why is she acting so tough at a time like this? Does she not know how much she is worth? If she wants to be a hero, she should take care of herself first, survive, and grow stronger before saying anything else. This is not Su Bai being selfish. This is reality. What contribution to humanity can there be in dying pointlessly on this worthless, low-level battlefield? Absolutely nothing. Su Bai, having lived 2 lives, could see through this much more clearly and fundamentally than these hot-headed youngsters. Only the strong can truly contribute greatly to humanity. When you are weak, you only need to do one thing. Stay low and survive. Feeling Su Bai's move, Lin Yanran's pretty face flushed slightly, and she subconsciously blurted out, I also want to protect Su Bai. Perhaps out of guilt for not listening to Su Bai earlier, or perhaps because the deputy commander recognized Su Bai's ability to provide early warnings and deemed him worth protecting. Regarding Lin Yanran's addition, the deputy commander nodded, acknowledging that Su Bai was also included as a protected target. As for Lin Yanran's claim that she wanted to fight, it was directly ignored by the deputy commander. Don't be fooled by the deputy commander's passionate speech to others. His true thoughts aligned perfectly with Su Bai's. In this era of the 10,000 race invasion, only high-end combat power can truly bring great contributions to humanity. The rest are just cannon fodder. Even he himself, in the context of the entire battlefield, was nothing more than cannon fodder. But he couldn't say those things out loud. Liao Yuxin looked at Lin Yanran with a face full of surprise, constantly wondering who exactly she was. To be so protected by a dignified military major. Liao Yuxin was a person of principle and felt somewhat resistant to the major's order. Lin Yanran and Su Bai are also my students, and I will naturally protect them with all my strength. But I cannot selfishly protect only the 2 of them. The others are my students too. The deputy commander looked at Liao Yuxin sternly. In wartime, you are no longer a mentor from the martial arts university, but a soldier who must obey military orders. This is a military order. Having said this, the deputy commander glanced at the ashen-faced Liao Yuxin and still lowered his voice to explain. There are some things you don't need to know. It might be to your benefit in the future. The deputy commander didn't actually know Lin Yanran's specific background, but he could infer it from the clues. Lin Yanran must be a descendant of those high-end powerhouses. Her bloodline was no longer like that of an ordinary person. Her chances of rising are the highest, and her value is something no one present can compare to. She absolutely must not die prematurely. For someone like her to enter the battlefield, it would be impossible not to have protection. Originally, for this level of battlefield, having a major with high bronze tier strength like him to protect her was enough. But who would have expected such a huge accident during a simple martial arts university trial? Looking at the solemn deputy commander, Liao Yuxin was influenced by his aura, and that last sentence left her deep in thought. Finally, she didn't say anything, just nodded. She didn't dare to defy military orders on the battlefield. However, a question had been weighing on Liao Yuxin's mind, so she simply asked it directly. "Deputy Commander, I have one thing I don't understand. Since the beast attack was detected in advance, and there was plenty of time to react, why not choose to retreat to the camp?" Hearing this, the deputy commander didn't answer immediately, but looked at Su Bai, who had a strange expression beside him. "Su Bai, you were the first to discover the danger, and when I made the decision, you didn't show any hesitation. I assume you must have known why." Su Bai, who was feeling awkward because Lin Yanran was protecting him like a mother hen, saw the deputy commander bring him up. He could only nod and say, "Although I can't be 100% sure, based on various materials from our textbooks, the beasts that are fast and enjoy attacking through forests are likely a pack of nether cats." Hearing this, Liao Yuxin's eyes narrowed sharply, and she looked at the deputy commander. The deputy commander nodded. "My assessment is the same as Su Bai's. Although the nether cat group launched a sneak attack a while ago and was repelled, normally, the 10,000 races would switch to another species to attack. But there is nothing absolute on the battlefield. This attack could still be from the nether cat group. We are a full 10 kilometers away from the camp, and at our speed, it's impossible to escape the hunt of agile predators. To give an example, we are like infantry, and the nether cats are cavalry, without defensive formations. When infantry meets cavalry, running is one-sided slaughter. We would inevitably be wiped out. Facing the enemy head-on gives us at least a sliver of hope for survival." Hearing the deputy commander's explanation, Liao Yuxin frowned tightly. The last glimmer of wishful thinking in her heart was extinguished. Led by Zhang Changrong, the students of Class 8 slowly formed their ranks, their young faces looking nervously toward the forest to the southwest. Although they couldn't see the beasts, the rustling sounds coming from the forest made their hearts sink even further. It was thanks to Su Bai's early warning that the students had time to set up their formation. Other classes also formed their ranks and rushed toward Class 8 as quickly as possible. Only by concentrating their power in one place could they unleash the greatest strength. Class 16 is fully assembled and the formation is complete. Class 17 is fully assembled and the formation is complete. Reports from mentors kept coming in. Over 10 classes had gathered around Class 8. But at this moment, everyone clearly felt the ground shaking, as if an army of thousands was charging toward them, and the air was filled with a thick, fishy stench. This confirmed the assessment of the deputy commander and Su Bai. It was indeed the nether cats. This scent is unique to them. Everyone looked toward the dense forest in the southwest with shock and horror. Closer, getting closer. Some clenched their fists. Some had cold sweat dripping. Some opened their mouths to scream. Poof! A black shadow lunged out of the forest. It was a figure as big as an adult Tibetan mastiff. Its ink-black fur looking like a demon crawled out of hell. The sharp claws, more than a dozen centimeters long and hard as steel, reflected a chilling luster in the sunlight. No one doubted whether these claws could tear a human body apart. The intense murderous intent in those scarlet amber eyes sent chills down people's spines. Once there was one, there were more. 20. 100, 200. The numbers kept growing, enough to terrify the students. Enough to make the mentors and deputy commanders feel their scalps tingle. And deeper in the forest, countless more shadows surged in the shadows of the trees, like a hidden torrent rushing out in an instant. Oh woo! Oh woo! These aren't cats, they're like a pack of tigers. In the blink of an eye, the first batch of nether cats to rush out of the forest was less than 100 meters away from the students. The speed of the nether cats was blindingly fast. Hundreds of nether cats arrived on a wave of bloody wind. A great battle was about to break out. The first wave to rush out of the woods consisted entirely of ordinary-level nether cats. The figures of the nether cats loomed rapidly in the eyes of the students. To minimize student casualties, A platoon of veteran soldiers and the martial arts instructors stood on the very front line. These were seasoned warriors with extensive combat experience. The platoon leader in particular held the strength of an ordinary high tier, capable of taking on 3 low-tier or mid-tier nether cats at once. The other veterans were also at the ordinary mid-tier level, ranking higher than most students, and their combat experience was leagues ahead of their classmates. However, several of the nether cat vanguards had also reached the ordinary high-tier level, and their builds were more robust than the average cat. Furthermore, because they were charging across the entire line, the number of instructors and veterans was simply insufficient to protect such a massive formation. Crouch down and hold your shields in front of you. Don't panic. At the very front of the formation, Zhang Changrong roared repeatedly, reminding the students what they needed to do. In an instant, the first nether cat slammed into a veteran's shield. Boom. A tremendous crashing sound rang out. The sheer force of the impact sent even the veterans flying through the air. The second, the third. Bang. Bang. Ah! Save me. In just a single charge, several veterans and about 20 students were sent flying into the air, losing all control of their bodies. The next instant, dozens of nether cats leaped into the air, and right before the students' eyes, they tore through the soldiers and students with their claws. Scarlet blood rained down, splattering onto the faces of the students behind the circular formation. Mangled, broken remains lay scattered everywhere. Ah! The girls in the formation were terrified out of their wits by the sight, to the point where they couldn't even lift their weapons. Some simply squatted on the spot, covering their heads with their hands and screaming in helpless terror. Seeing the formation on the verge of collapse, the deputy battalion commander knew that morale was everything at this moment. He let out a sharp roar, "Don't panic. Hold the defensive formation. As long as we hold off the first wave of the nether cats, we can defeat them. You are the future hope of humanity. If you can't even stop mere nether cats, how can you face your parents who worked so hard to support your martial arts training? Do you still remember the oath you took upon entering the martial arts university? With our chests, we build the unyielding great wall of our nation. Now, let us use our chests to build that wall. Let these nether cats know that the warriors of our nation never submit to defeat." The deputy battalion commander's roars echoed in the ears of the students, and a collective spirit seemed to go into one. The girls stopped crying and picked up their weapons with reddened eyes. The fear in the young boys' eyes was replaced by determination and grit. Platoon leader Zhang Changrong joined the deputy commander and roared, "Brothers, the more afraid we are, the more arrogant they get. Only by picking up our weapons and killing them all can we survive." One student bellowed along, "You damn nether cats, I'm not afraid of you." Among the girls, someone shouted angrily, "Show these monsters the power of Jiangwu students. We are martial artists." The heartfelt roars of the students fueled a surging morale that infected everyone, including Subai and Lin Yanren. Subai even had the impulse to rush out and fight to the death. But he held back, knowing it wasn't the time yet. The extreme danger warning from the system meant this couldn't be that simple. He had to save his strength to strike at the critical moment. Everything depended on what happened next. The circular formation, which had been on the verge of collapse, slowly began to reorganize. Every one of these students was at least a low-tier martial artist, with some mid-tier ones among them. As long as they didn't succumb to fear, they had a fighting chance against these ordinary nether cats. The first batch of ordinary high-tier nether cats was mostly held back by the instructors. "Kill! Kill!" The battle had officially begun. Subai stood in the very center of the formation, his eyes scanning the battlefield like bolts of lightning. He looked toward his 3 roommates first. The muscular Tao Jiejun was at the ordinary mid-tier level, and with his sturdy build and immense strength, he kept the nether cats at bay with his shield and blade. Next to him was Han Jiagang. Despite being a rich kid who usually seemed lazy in his training, he didn't show the slightest hesitation in this crisis. He pulled a potion from his pocket, chugged it, and felt his strength surge. He wasn't even using his 40-pound shield for defense anymore, instead swinging it like a blunt weapon against the nearby nether cats. Already an ordinary mid-tier fighter, the potion-fueled Han Jiagang radiated an unstoppable aura. He kept shouting as he fought, "Die! All of you, just die!" He was the most ferocious fighter in Class 8. With the backing of the Han family and the monster blood provided by Su Bai, he never lacked resources, making his overall strength second only to Su Bai in their dorm. As for Fan Qiaowen, still being an ordinary low tier, he could only follow his two roommates and defend against the weaker nether cats. Seeing his roommates were relatively safe, Su Bai turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest. 800 ordinary level nether cats had appeared, which for the Jiangwu training team shouldn't reach the level of an extreme, let alone fatal, threat. Su Bai knew there had to be an unknown threat hidden in the dark, something that was the real cutting edge. They wouldn't move until the moment came, and when they did, it would surely send humans into a panic. That would be the turning point that decided the battle. Honestly, even with himself and Xiao Ba, he wasn't sure if he could handle this crisis. But Su Bai didn't want to die, he was going to give it his all. Xiao Ba's defense was the highest on the field, and it might just be the key to a miracle. He had to wait. The battle had been going on for 10 minutes, and several students were standing out. For instance, in Class 2, there was a graceful girl holding a bow and arrow. Every arrow she fired precisely pierced the eye of another cat. Whether they were low, mid, or high tier, none survived. Judging by her blood energy, this girl had actually reached the ordinary high tier level. She was one of the 3 great goddesses of Jiangsu Martial Arts University, as famous as Lin Yanran, the little Huarong Zhang Mani. In Class 6, a stoic-faced youth with a dark blue spear was surrounded by nether cats, yet remained completely unfazed. Wherever his spear struck, the sound of thunder followed, and another nether cat would fall. A high-tier lightning-type ability awakened, combined with masterful lightning spear techniques. Lai Yingxiao of the Jiangsu Lai family. In Class 12, a man like a giant tower swung a 100-pound iron broadsword as if it were a toy. He had already taken down more than 20 nether cats with his sword. Widely recognized as the strongest newcomer of this year at Jiangsu Martial Arts University, the naturally gifted Luo Yonghao. These 3 most dazzling prodigies naturally caught Su Bai's attention. After checking with the system, he discovered that each of them possessed their own unique advantages. Luo Yonghao's physique, Zhang Mani's speed, and Lai Yingxiao's spirit, these 3 attributes had all surpassed the 40-point limit of the ordinary high order, even rivaling those at the bronze level. Besides these 3, Su Bai saw over 20 other high-order warriors among the students, though compared to the 3 of them, they were somewhat eclipsed. But all in all, the battle situation had stabilized, and casualties were kept under control. Perhaps because the ordinary nether cats couldn't break through the defenses, a series of roars erupted from the depths of the jungle. Dozens of tall and powerful-looking nether cats emerged slowly from the woods. Although there were only a few dozen, the pressure they brought was far beyond what the nether cats on the field could match. They were all at the bronze level. Their scarlet, amber-like eyes reflected a chilling gleam in the sunlight. Their gaze wasn't filled with the pure slaughter seen in ordinary nether cats, but rather with a playful cruelty that seemed to enjoy watching their prey struggle. That is right, in the eyes of this group of bronze-level nether cats, these humans were nothing more than their prey. Just like a cat playing with a mouse, they wouldn't eat their prey immediately, but would toy with them thoroughly before finishing them off. Perhaps this is just the nature of felines. The appearance of the bronze-level nether cats immediately drew the attention of all the instructors on the battlefield. Not good. How can there be so many bronze-level nether cats? Quick, hold them back at any cost. Don't let them charge into the student formations. Instructors, assemble. The deputy battalion commander narrowed his eyes, staring at the group of bronze-level nether cats, silently estimating the gap in strength. There were 25 instructors from the martial arts university, plus himself, making 26 bronze-level fighters in total. There were 21 bronze-level nether cats appearing. Although humans had a slight numerical advantage, the overall strength of beasts is inherently much higher than that of human warriors at the same rank. Generally speaking, it often takes 2 warriors to defeat a beast of the same rank. With only 26 warriors, it would be impossible to block these 24 bronze-level nether cats. The situation was extremely critical. Under these circumstances, as the top combat force, he had to go to the front line to block the bronze-level nether cats and could no longer stay by Lin Yanren's side to protect her. Otherwise, they would all be wiped out, and no one would survive. The deputy battalion commander turned his head to look at Liu Yuxin. "They are in your hands now. Ensure their safety, at all costs." After saying this, he drew the long blade from his back. Watching the horde of bronze-level nether cats charging, the deputy battalion commander laughed boldly. "Instructors of the martial arts university, follow me and slay the enemy." With a roar, he led the others forward, charging head-on toward the pack of bronze-level nether cats. "Kill!" Seeing the deputy battalion commander take action, the instructor's fighting spirit surged once again. They roared as they followed closely in his footsteps to charge at the bronze-level nether cats. The 3 prodigies also gripped their weapons tight at the sight of the bronze-level nether cats, but there was no fear in their eyes, only high-spirited combat desire. They knew that relying solely on the instructors and the deputy commander, they were far from being a match for this group of bronze-level nether cats. With a long bow hanging at her waist, the heroic Zhang Mani cupped her hands to the deputy commander and said, "Zhang Mani requests to fight the bronze nether cats." With a flick of his spear accompanied by the sound of thunder, Lai Yongxiao, the heir of the Jiangnan Lai family, cupped his hands and said, "Lai Yongxiao requests to fight the bronze nether cats." Wielding his iron broadsword like the wind, Luo Yonghao, the top freshman of Jiangsu Martial Arts University and born with innate strength, cupped his hands and said, "Luo Yonghao requests to fight the bronze nether cats." The 3 of them volunteering for battle surprised the deputy battalion commander, who was mid-charge. He turned to look at the 3 battle-ready youths. Through the previous battles, he had witnessed their strength. It was not impossible for them to hold their own against an early bronze-level beast. With the current extreme shortage of high-end combat power on the human side, their participation in the bronze-level battlefield would indeed greatly relieve the pressure. At this point, letting them take the risk was the only option. If they survived this ordeal, perhaps they would go much further in the future. The deputy battalion commander nodded solemnly to the 3. "Permission granted." Meanwhile, the bronze-level nether cats had already rushed into the battlefield, passing through the ranks of the ordinary cats to charge at the human formation. They seemed to have no specific target, scattering in a disorderly fashion, but in truth, their goal was clear: only one. And that was a massacre. Seeing this, the deputy battalion commander smiled. So these villains really did underestimate them. In that instant, he twirled his broadsword in the air, his blood energy erupted, and a gale began to blow. The blade was stained blood-red by his energy, and an aura of a high bronze-level rank suddenly blanketed the battlefield. As the wind swept through, countless ordinary nether cats were intimidated by his sheer aura and retreated, giving the human side a massive morale boost. This was the terrifying blood essence of a veteran warrior, far beyond what any martial arts university instructor could hope to match. For a moment, the bronze-level nether cats let out terrifying roars. Feeling threatened, several of them lunged rapidly at the deputy commander. The deputy commander showed no fear, his broadsword flashing as he held off several bronze-level nether cats single-handedly. Meanwhile, the others, inspired by his fighting spirit, were not idle. Instructors who felt strong enough took on a bronze-level nether cat on their own, while those with lesser strength paired up to battle the bronze-level nether cats. But even with all the human elites out, there were still 3 bronze-level nether cats that broke through, and began rushing toward the students. "Owo! Ah!" Screams and wails echoed across the land. Most students were only at the early ordinary rank and were in no position to withstand the slaughter of the bronze-level beasts. In a single instant, a large number of them were killed or wounded by the bronze-level nether cats. Fresh blood poured across the ground, painting a scene of indescribable tragedy and horror. Seeing the unstoppable bronze-level nether cats, the nearby students were terrified and turned to flee. "Help me! Run!" In an instant, a segment of the battlefield fell into a rout. Such is the terrifying deterrent power of high-end combat force over ordinary soldiers. The 3 bronze-level nether cats howled with excitement, tackling student after student and biting through their throats. Perhaps their claws could kill faster, but this method of biting through throats gave them more pleasure and made them even more hysterical. The scene was incredibly bloody. The carnage was blood-curdling. The 3 prodigies rushing toward the scene were instantly consumed by rage. Zhang Mani, the fastest among them, leaped into the air by stepping off an ordinary high-level nether cat and roared, "Villain, stop right there!" Whoosh! 3 arrows flew simultaneously, piercing the air with a shrill whistle, as they shot directly toward the 3 escaped bronze-level nether cats. The 3 bronze-level nether cats, previously enjoying their slaughter, felt their hair stand on end. Instinctive reactions allowed them to avoid fatal hits, but completely dodging the incoming arrows proved difficult. The 3 arrows sank deep into their backs. Wincing in pain, the 3 bronze-level nether cats locked their crimson eyes onto Zhang Mani, who was still in mid-air. "Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Oh whoa!" Whether from anger or agony, the 3 bronze-level nether cats abandoned their slaughter of the ordinary students and charged toward Zhang Mani. At the same time, the other 2 prodigies also reached the battlefield. Luo Yonghao swung his massive blade in front of him and laughed heartily. "This is exhilarating. Facing a bronze-level beast on my first expedition, haha. I am even more impressive than my grandfather. You wretched beast, taste a strike from your grandpa Luo." Lei Yingxiao was naturally cold and aloof, wasting no words. He held his spear with one hand and thrust it down at a bronze-level nether cat with terrifying momentum. If not for the extreme speed of the nether cat, it would have been skewered by Lei Yingxiao's spear on the spot. 3 prodigies stood against 3 bronze-level nether cats. They were not at a disadvantage at all, and were even gaining the upper hand. This sight did not escape the eyes of the students. The students who had been fleeing in a rout halted their steps upon seeing this scene. "Look everyone, the 3 bronze-level nether cats are being held back. Ordinary-level warriors fighting bronze-level ones. Are they really that strong? Is little Huarong actually that powerful? He hit 3 bronze-level nether cats with one shot. Quick, stop running, form up. We still have a chance to fight." The battlefield between the instructors and the bronze-level nether cats was too far away for the students to focus on, but the battle between the 3 prodigies and the nether cats was taking place right before their eyes. Instantly, led by the 3 prodigies, the morale of the students soared, and they slowly stabilized their crumbling position. Lai Yingxiao gripped his spear with both hands, using a technique called rock spreads its wings to strike the bronze-level nether cat, causing it to vomit blood. His lightning ability infused the spear with a paralyzing effect, slowing down the agile cat significantly. The look this bronze-level nether cat gave Lai Yingxiao was filled with fear. Brother Lai usually has a poker face. I never expected him to be so ferocious in battle. Brother Lei's masterful Lai family spear techniques truly live up to the name of the Jiangsu Lai family lineage. Zhang Mani's battle wasn't as flashy as Lai Yingxiao's. She mostly wove through the battlefield dodging, firing an occasional arrow, but the nether cat she was fighting was having a miserable time. Relying on her nimble footwork and the complexity of the terrain, Zhang Mani had fought until now without the bronze-level nether cat ever getting within 10 meters of her, while the cat itself was already riddled with 8 arrows. Is the big sister about to turn that bronze-level nether cat into a porcupine? It's just that the bronze-level nether cat is too fast to hit its vitals. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so many arrows. Luo Yonghao's side was even more exaggerated. He was chasing the bronze-level nether cat with his massive blade, and the creature seemed to have no power to resist. If the nether cat weren't so flexible, constantly dodging fatal blows, it probably would have been cut down by Luo Yonghao in less than 30 rounds. Hiss, I knew Brother Hao was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Oh my goodness, this is a bronze-level nether cat. Brother Hao's strength is legitimately monstrous. You idiots, stop just staring. My hand holding the shield is about to go numb. Come over and help. It wasn't just the students who noticed this. The vice commander, concerned with the overall situation, also kept his attention on these three prodigies from time to time. After all, their battlefield was at the rear, and if they were to collapse, the students would be in grave danger. However, the performance of these three prodigies did not disappoint the vice commander. They were not only holding their own against bronze-level nether cats, but they were actually taking the upper hand. Give them a little more time, and they would easily finish off these three bronze-level nether cats. It is truly the good fortune of the Martial University to have such students. If these three grow up, they will undoubtedly become pillars of humanity's future. Cries of battle shook the air on the battlefield. Luo Yonghao, carrying his massive blade, continued to hunt down the bronze-level nether cat, roaring repeatedly. You wretched beast, where do you think you are going? The panicked nether cat dashed toward Liao Yuxin, who suddenly unleashed a burst of blood energy. The nether cat was so startled that it flinched. Just from that slight flinch, the cat's movement faltered, allowing Luo Yonghao to catch up and strike its back, slicing it clean in half. The blood of the bronze-level nether cat splattered several meters, landing right at Subai's feet. Once this bronze-level nether cat was slain by Luo Yonghao, the ordinary nether cats within a radius of several hundred meters were so terrified that they scrambled away. Many female students of Class 8 screamed as they witnessed Luo Yonghao slaying the bronze-level nether cat. Look everyone, Brother Hao actually killed a bronze-level nether cat. Luo Yonghao is mighty. This is a bronze-level nether cat. Brother Hao is so amazing. Having successfully slain the bronze-level cat, Luo Yonghao caught his breath. Killing the bronze-level beast wasn't tiring, but chasing it certainly was. Luo Yonghao thoroughly enjoyed the cheers and admiration of his classmates. For a man, what could be a higher honor or a brighter highlight than this? Then, he gave his classmates a warm smile. Don't be afraid, with me Luo Yonghao around, even a bronze-level nether cat won't be able to hurt any of you. Instantly, the students of Class 8 erupted in cheers. For a moment, Luo Yonghao was the center of attention. Han Jiagang, who witnessed this scene from the side, muttered speechlessly under his breath. A normal high rank taking down a bronze low rank. This guy is definitely something else. But why do I feel like he's such a show-off? Fan Zhaoan replied in a low voice. I think you're just jealous, because all the girls in our class are looking at him with such admiration. Brother Gang, not everyone worships Luo Yonghao. Look at our campus goddesses and the mentors. They aren't even giving him a second glance. Hearing this, Han Jiagang instinctively looked over towards Subai. By now, after the deputy battalion commander had left, a few stray ordinary nether cats had wandered near Subai and the other two. All three of them started fighting as well. To everyone's surprise, Subai and Lin Yanran, who had kept a low profile all along, were fighting with incredible ease. Their combat style was standard, nothing flashy, but their defense and offense were absolutely flawless. Neither of them even glanced at Luo Yonghao. Liao Yuxin's combat style was much showier than theirs, but she was so immersed in the fight that she had no interest in paying attention to Luo Yonghao's grandstanding. And Lin Yanran and Liao Yuxin happened to be the best-looking girls in Class 8, and even the whole school. Lin Yanran was arguably the top beauty of Jiangsu Martial University. When it comes to goddesses, men will naturally pay attention, and Luo Yonghao was no exception. Usually, he could understand why they wouldn't notice him and wouldn't take it to heart. But now that he had just accomplished the feat of killing a bronze-rank beast while being a lower rank, and everyone else was looking at him with admiration, the contrast of their reactions made Luo Yonghao suddenly feel quite annoyed. Very annoyed. Especially when he saw Subai standing between the two goddesses. This frustration practically exploded on the spot. What has this guy even done? What right does he have to stand next to the goddesses? Damn it, besides being better looking than me, what else does he have? What else could he possibly have? Is he stronger than me? Luo Yonghao grew more unbalanced the more he thought about it, and he blurted out angrily at Subai. Trash. Sissy. Nothing but a pretty face, a total pretty boy. Following Luo Yonghao's outburst, many students turned their gazes toward Subai. Subai instantly became the focus of the entire scene. Seeing everyone staring at him, Subai felt a headache coming on and looked at Luo Yonghao, completely speechless. This guy is overdoing the hot-blooded act, isn't he? You show off your own strength. Did I provoke you in any way? Is it a crime to be slightly better looking than you? Before Subai could say anything, Lin Yanran on the side nearly blew her top. She couldn't even bear to scold Subai herself. But just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, sending dust and sand flying everywhere. A massive shadow, accompanied by a thick, fishy stench, lunged forward at high speed. Luo Yonghao, who had just finished berating Subai, felt his scalp tingle as a sense of crisis washed over him. With no time to react, he instinctively tensed all his muscles to defend himself. Whack! My God! With a thunderous crash, Luo Yonghao was sent flying clean away. He flew such a long distance, carving a long trench in the ground. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They had no idea what was going on. As the dust settled, everyone saw clearly the dark shadow that had swatted Luo Yonghao away. It was much larger than all the other nether cats present, and radiated an even more fierce and murderous aura. Liao Yuxin gasped in shock. Bronze high rank, how is that possible? Indeed, the newcomer was a bronze high rank nether cat. The appearance of a bronze high rank combatant left everyone stunned, including the deputy battalion commander, the mentors, and the soldiers. Although there is only a one-rank difference between bronze high rank and mid-rank nether cats, the power gap is immense. This was definitely not good news. There was only one person in the whole group who wasn't surprised, and that was Subai. I knew there would be a big one. Subai narrowed his eyes and used the system to check the stats of the bronze high rank nether cat. Race nether cat. Level bronze high rank. Constitution 45. Agility 88. Sporty 3. Combat analysis. The combat power of this bronze high-rank nether cat cannot penetrate the little turtle's defense. The threat level is low. The host may choose to engage. Nether cats primarily rely on speed, while their other stats are average. However, with its 45 constitution supplemented by its immense speed, the attack power it can unleash is quite formidable. Someone like Luo Yonghao, who focuses on constitution, was not inferior in toughness to this bronze high-rank nether cat, yet he was sent flying instantly, without being able to offer any resistance against its surprise attack. But given Little Buz's terrifying defense, this type of attack was perfectly countered. It couldn't even break through Little Buz's defenses. Therefore, the bronze high-rank nether cat posed no threat to Little Buzz whatsoever. After closing the system panel, Subai sized up the nether cat. The nether cat was as big as a horse, and its glowing, crimson, amber eyes were filled with mockery. Its right paw, which had just swatted Luo Yonghao, had torn into his back, and fresh, red blood coated its sharp claws. The students standing closer to the high-rank nether cat were shocked to see this. But after having endured the baptism of such a long war, they didn't break into a panic, but remained calm and composed. Brother Hao was actually swatted away with one slap. These bronze high-rank nether cats are so terrifying. Don't panic. Quickly form a defensive formation. Only if we stay disciplined do we have a chance for some of us to escape. Fan Xiaon is right. Let's form up and retreat in order. If they scattered in panic, the bronze high-rank nether cat's speed would allow it to slaughter all the humans nearby in a very short time. But if they formed a defensive formation and retreated in an orderly fashion, the efficiency of this bronze high-rank nether cat's killing would be greatly reduced. It must be said that while the brutal war had claimed the lives of countless students, the survivors were undergoing a transformation, step by step. Liao Yuxin instinctively brought her spear across her chest, her pupils shrinking, staring intensely at the bronze high-rank nether cat in front of her, and shouted, "Subai, Lin Yanran, you two retreat with the other students. I'll hold off this bronze high-rank nether cat for a while." At this moment, the bronze high-rank nether cat was right within arm's reach. Liao Yuxin had bronze mid-rank strength, and she was confident she could remain undefeated against ordinary bronze mid-rank beasts. But a high rank was different. Liao Yuxin didn't have much confidence. As if Liao Yuxin's words had caught its attention, the beast's amber eyes turned toward Subai and his two companions. "Ow!" In the next instant, it lunged violently toward the three of them. Subai didn't feel much fear, just more of a sense of helplessness. He let out a deep sigh. "Sigh, looks like I can't keep hiding it anymore. I can't wait any longer. Little Ba, time to work." No sooner had the words left his lips than a giant turtle, blue-black in color and the size of a small car, suddenly appeared in midair. With a loud thump, it landed on the ground, blocking the path of the bronze high-rank nether cat. The sudden appearance of the giant turtle left everyone stunned. "Crowd? Hanjiegang, where did that turtle come from? Fan Xiaoan, my god, such a huge turtle?" Hearing everyone's comments, Subai felt a headache. He wondered if having a turtle as a tamed beast was just too embarrassing. The bronze high-rank nether cat was also confused by Little Ba's sudden entry, but a beast is a beast, and it quickly regained its murderous air. Especially when it saw that Little Ba was only an ordinary high-rank mutant beast, its ferocity grew even more. It pushed off with its hind legs and charged at full speed towards Subai and Lin Yanran, and as it approached Little Ba, it lifted its right paw casually, intending to swat the bothersome turtle away. Whack! The cat's claws, sharp as steel blades, whistled down with a terrifying, bloody wind. This casual strike felt like it had the force of 1,000 pounds. It struck the turtle shell hard. Unfortunately, Little Ba, which was as big as a car, weighed well over several tons. It didn't budge an inch. Little Ba even yawned in a very human-like way, as if it were just being scratched. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. "You hit me once, I hit you back. That's only fair." At least that's what Little Ba thought. "I can't just let you hit me for nothing. That would be so rude." Whack! Little Ba's innate skill Heavy Strike activated, increasing attack by 200%. Already a strength type, Little Ba's Claw Strike, enhanced by Heavy Strike, was indeed quite heavy. A surging, massive force erupted from Little Ba's turtle claw. In that instant, the bronze high-rank nether cat's eyes widened, unable to believe that all of this was real. Ow! The result was without any suspense. The nether cat, which was not good at constitution in the first place, was swatted away, just like Luo Yonghao before it.
Xiaoba couldn't be bothered with the state of the bronze high-tier nether cat. The job was done, and since he had put in the effort, didn't that mean he deserved a treat? The brain of a foodie is often just that simple and unadorned. After swatting the nether cat away, Xiaoba immediately shifted his massive body and, to the fearful gaze of everyone, trotted happily over to Subai, nuzzling his clothes like a pet seeking affection. This scene left everyone petrified on the spot. Subai and Xiaoba once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Yanran, being the closest to Xiaoba, looked up and down at the creature, which was the size of a small car, with great curiosity. "Subai, you said earlier that you were an Esper Beast Tamer. Is this your tamed beast?" Subai nodded helplessly. If he could, he really wouldn't want to admit that this embarrassing thing was his own tamed beast. "Turtle Dad?" "Tisk, I have no face to see anyone." Not far away, the students were also whispering among themselves. "What the hell? a bronze high-tier nether cat was swatted away by a turtle. This turtle is actually Subai's tame beast. Brother Su is just too incredible. Is this Brother Su's true strength? My god, are turtles this overpowered? I want to raise one too. Even on the distant, bronze-level battlefield, the deputy battalion commander and the instructors noticed this scene. Although they were shocked by Xiaoba's strength, they were even more invigorated. The deputy battalion commander laughed boldly. Ha 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 ha, this kid Subai. He hid his strength well. I really didn't expect him to possess a tamed beast with combat power comparable to a bronze high tier. The instructors also seemed to have a heavy burden lifted from them. That Subai has such strength is truly unexpected. Good. With Subai and the deputy battalion commander here, these nether cats are no longer a concern. Our Jiangsu Martial Arts University really has produced a lot of talent this year. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone was excited by Xiaoba's appearance, the nether cat that had been swatted away climbed out of the dirt pit and shook its dazed head. It then glared at Xiaoba with an incredibly vicious look. This was a huge humiliation. A bronze high tier had been swatted away by an ordinary high tier. It couldn't stand it and immediately let out a furious howl. Two roars echoed from the jungle in response, and two massive figures slowly emerged from the woods, coming to stand beside the beast. The two new nether cats were also high tier. With the appearance of the three bronze high tier nether cats, the ferocious beast's momentum surged. The ordinary nether cats on the battlefield went into a berserk state, launching desperate and intense attacks against the human warriors. The pressure on the human side increased sharply. A bronze mid-tier instructor was distracted by the appearance of the three high-tier cats and lost his footing for a moment. Caught off guard, he was instantly torn to shreds by the berserk nether cats, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Oh woo. Oh woo. The countless mad roars of the nether cats and the thick scent of blood filling the air made one feel as if this place was hell itself. The deputy battalion commander swept away a bronze mid-tier nether cat that was in his way and turned his eyes toward the three bronze high-tier cats. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans rolled down from his forehead. Although he had anticipated the appearance of high-tier ones, he didn't expect three of them, and for them to appear at this very moment. This is going to be trouble. The gap between high-tier and mid-tier is not as simple as one might imagine. He can handle three mid-tiers at once, but against a high-tier, he can manage at most one, and even then, it would be a life-or-death struggle to kill it. And the other two, what to do? Must find a way to stabilize the situation. If we can't stop these three bronze high-tier nether cats, humanity will definitely be defeated. At this point, the deputy battalion commander turned his gaze toward the battle of the university instructors. One by one, the instructors were still fighting in a bloodbath. From time to time, a bronze-level nether cat was slain, or an instructor fell on the spot. Fighting until now, only 13 of the original 24 instructors remained. Nearly half of the instructors had perished in this battle. However, thanks to the support of the deputy battalion commander and the three elites, there were only 7 nether cats of bronze initial and mid-tier left. Relatively speaking, humans had seized the rhythm of the bronze-level battlefield here. As long as these 3 high-tier ones could be dealt with, humanity could turn the tide. After analyzing the stakes, the deputy battalion commander roared at the instructors beside him. "Can you hold them off?" The instructors had all seen the appearance of the 3 bronze high-tier cats and knew that this was the critical point of the war. Even if they couldn't hold, they had to. Without hesitation, they gritted their teeth and roared firmly. "We can hold." Looking at the determined eyes of the instructors, the deputy battalion commander nodded. "Well done, we will win. If you die, you shall enter the martyrs' cemetery. You will be posthumously honored as heroes. The country will take care of your families." With that said, the deputy battalion commander rushed toward the rear, aiming straight for the 3 high tiers. Speeding along, they were only a few hundred meters from the front line to the rear, but even in that distance, the deputy battalion commander witnessed multiple tragedies. The front formation is about to collapse. Brothers, even if we die, we must fight these nether cats to the end. Kill. Along the way, student formations were broken by ordinary nether cats, with dozens of students resisting desperately. A girl had her arm bitten off by a nether cat. In her final moment, she exploded with all her remaining strength and smashed her shield into the cat. They are crazy. Everyone's gone mad. Kill them for me. Kill. Fight these animals to the death. An ordinary high-tier student led the remaining 16 students of his class to launch a desperate final charge against dozens of nether cats. The deputy battalion commander's face was as cold as water, but his steps never slowed. He was the supreme commander of this battle, and mercy is not for generals. He could only watch as these students struggled alone on the battlefield. He had more important things to do. He wanted to lead humanity to victory. As long as those 3 bronze high-tier nether cats were taken care of, humanity could win. Even if it cost him his life, he wouldn't regret it. When the deputy battalion commander reached Subai, he said in a deep voice, "Subai, Lin Yanrun, Liao Yuxin, the 3 of you worked together to hold off 1 bronze high-tier nether cat. Can you do it?" At this moment, with combat power in dire shortage, Subai had demonstrated astonishing strength. The deputy battalion commander had no choice but to let the 3 of them take the risk. If the line collapsed, none of them would survive. Liao Yuxin had the most intense reaction. Her personality was fiery and explosive. At this moment, gripping her long spear tightly, before Subai or Lin Yanran could respond, she shook her spear. Liao Yuxin, swearing to fulfill the mission with my life. Subai was usually casual by nature. But at this moment he was also infected, and since he had already exposed himself, holding back no longer made sense. Turning his head to look at the high-spirited Liao Yuxin, he followed up. Subai, swearing to fulfill the mission with my life. The usually gentle Lin Yanran also showed her sharp and gallant side, responding loudly as well. Lin Yanran, swearing to fulfill the mission with my life. Seeing the 3 of them accept, the deputy battalion commander nodded and turned to look at the 3 bronze high-tier nether cats, which had already passed through the front of the battlefield and were sprinting toward the rear. Dust billowed into the sky over the battlefield. The deputy battalion commander charged straight out. He was going to hold off 2 of them single-handedly. The 3 bronze-tier, high-level nether cats were drawing closer and closer. Wherever they passed, the ordinary nether cat's crimson pupils were filled with madness, completely stripped of reason and transformed into mindless killing machines. Awu, awu. Howls from the nether cats rippled from the front to the rear. On the human side, war cries shook the sky as shields were locked together, forming a wall of flesh and blood. Just as the vice camp commander prepared to move forward to meet the enemy, Luo Yonghao, having already scrambled out of the dirt pit, suddenly appeared at his side. Vice camp commander, I want to fight too. I have to slaughter that villain today. Luo Yonghao was furious, his eyes wide with rage. He clutched a heavy blade weighing over 100 pounds in one hand, ready to fight the bronze-tier nether cat that had dared to ambush him the moment the order was given. The other 2 geniuses had also dealt with their own opponents and rushed over, just in time to witness Luo Yonghao volunteering for battle. Zhang Mani, Vice Camp Commander, Luo Yonghao is no match for a bronze-tier high-level nether cat alone. I request to join him in the fight. Lai Yongxiu, count me in. The Vice Camp Commander's gaze flickered. The 3 of them faced significant risks going up against a bronze-tier high-level nether cat. But there was truly no one else available, and leaving him to face 2 of them alone would be too much pressure. Besides, these 3 were not weak. Perhaps they could provide some useful assistance. So he nodded. Follow behind me. Everyone, be careful. With that, the Vice Camp Commander shot forward like an arrow, meeting one of the bronze-tier nether cats with a fierce downward slash. Die. His internal energy condensed on the edge of his blade in an instant, turning the silver metal weapon red-hot, as if flames were burning upon it. Battle technique, Blood Flame Slash. As he swung, the very air grew scorching hot. The bronze-tier high-level nether cat showed no fear, watching the vice camp commander with icy eyes. While still in a sprint, nimbly dodged the blade and launched a silent, sharp-clawed strike at the commander's side. The vice camp commander was not surprised by the cat's evasion. He flicked his wrist, shifting his grip from two hands to one. He ignored the claws raking toward his flank, using the momentum of his previous strike to unleash an even more ferocious blow upon the cat. He had completely abandoned all defense. It was a suicidal tactic, trading injury for a chance at a kill. The other three had also clashed with the second bronze-tier cat. Luo Yonghao didn't wait for the others, charging straight at the cat that had knocked him away earlier, his heavy blade in hand. "You beast! How dare you ambush your grandpa, Luo? Pay with your life." His blood energy surged, veins bulging on his arms like coiled green dragons. An earthy yellow glow coated his massive blade as he hacked down toward the nether cat. Battle technique, Tyrant Blade Art. His two teammates cursed him for a fool, but they picked up their pace, following closely behind him to unleash their strongest attacks. Purple lightning flashed as a spear thrust directly toward the cat's abdomen. Battle technique, Thunderous Strike. A silver arrow pierced the air, aiming straight for the cat's pupils. Battle technique, Cloud-Piercing Moonbreaker. Although the three were only at the ordinary high level, they managed to stall a high-level nether cat through their ancestral battle techniques. However, with their current combat power, inflicting damage on a bronze-tier high-level nether cat was still quite difficult. On Subai's side, Xiaoba held the front line, leaving the bronze-tier nether cat helpless against the turtle's shell. Even so, Subai still frowned because Xiaoba lacked a one-hit kill ability. This battle had to be resolved quickly. Dragging it out like this was not a sustainable plan. When Subai noticed that the vice camp commander and the three geniuses were displaying power far beyond their usual levels, with surging blood energy and glowing weapons, his eyes brightened. Fortunately, Liao Yuxin was right beside him, so Subai asked directly, "Instructor, how are the vice camp commander and Luo Yonghao able to suddenly unleash such powerful combat strength?" Liao Yuxin glanced at the other two battlefields and explained, "When a warrior's blood energy reaches a certain level, they can learn battle techniques. However, because ordinary level warriors lack sufficient blood energy intensity, forcing themselves to learn these techniques can cause bodily harm, which is why the school hasn't taught them to you yet. They are likely using ancestral martial arts, which are compatible with their own bloodlines, allowing them to be used even at the ordinary level." Subai's eyes lit up as he heard this, and he asked, "If possible, we need to slay this nether cat as quickly as possible. Instructor, do you have the ability to kill it in one strike?" Liao Yuxin looked at Subai's serious expression, assuming he wanted to end the fight to help others. Seeing the earnest request, she nodded and said, "My Liao family has a battle technique called Sky-Piercing Spear, which can generate enough power to kill a bronze-tier high-level opponent, but it requires 2 seconds of charging time." As Liao Yuxin mentioned the technique, Lin Yanren's beautiful eyes flickered, though she said nothing. Subai nodded and said, "Fine, use that move. Xiaoba, hold it down." Xiaoba, who was grappling with the nether cat, looked at his own short limbs and rolled his eyes. "Are you trying to make it hard for me? What am I supposed to hold it down with?" Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaoba, and a plan formed. He intentionally took a swipe from the nether cat, and then flopped onto the ground, playing dead and not moving a muscle. No matter how the nether cat attacked, Xiaoba remained unresponsive. The nether cat, confused, cautiously stepped forward to investigate, but right at that moment, Xiaoba suddenly surged up, bit down on the cat's paw, and flipped over, pinning the cat underneath him. Seeing this, Liao Yuxin knew the opportunity had arrived. Instantly, her blood energy erupted, a silver glow wrapped around her spear, and a terrifying power began to coalesce upon the weapon. The nether cat felt its scalp tingle, its pupils dilated and hair standing on end, as it looked at Liao Yuxin in terror. Oh whoa. But no matter how it struggled, it was in vain. Xiaoba held it down tightly. With the charge complete, Liao Yuxin thrust her spear directly at the cat's head. The air seemed to be torn apart by the strike. Under the stimulation of death, the nether cat's strength surged, and it barely managed to tilt its head, avoiding the lethal blow. Boom! A violent explosion echoed. Half the cat's shoulder was blasted into gore and meat, and even its heart was left half shattered. But as the saying goes, cats have 9 lives, and it seemed to prove true in that moment. The nether cat was still alive, and Xiaoba's massive body was actually knocked away. A black shadow lunged towards Su Bai. "Oh no, danger!" Liao Yuxin exclaimed, but it was too late for her to intervene. Seeing this, Su Bai immediately activated his innate skill, turtle shell defense, green light swirling over his skin as he prepared to tank the hit. Just at that critical moment, Lin Yanran appeared in front of Su Bai with dazzling speed. She clenched her fists. Although she had no weapons, a golden luster covered her fair, delicate hands, and in an instant, her power was fully charged. Earth-tier battle technique, Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant. Boom! Roar! With one punch, the nether cat, weighing hundreds of pounds, was sent flying dozens of meters away by Lin Yanran. The power of that punch was far more than that. Where her fists had struck, a massive hole half a meter in diameter was left in the nether cat's body. The internal organs were thoroughly pulverized by the violent force, leaving a gaping void. Blood and shreds of flesh fell slowly through the air. For such a gentle-looking punch, the lethality was terrifying. The first bronze-tier high-level nether cat had fallen on the spot. Not far away, the vice-camp commander, who was embroiled in a fierce fight, saw a golden flash pass by. He looked toward Lin Yanran, his eyes widening in complete shock and disbelief. Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant. It's actually the Tiger Roar and Dragon Chant. Hiss. Is this girl, daughter of Lin the Tiger? My God. The power of this punch was truly terrifying, but it also drained every bit of strength from Lin Yanran's body. After all, she is only a martial artist at the ordinary high stage. Although her blood energy far exceeds that of her peers, under the strain of this strike, even the color on her lips has faded, leaving them deathly pale. Her body was so weak that she nearly collapsed to the ground. It is clear that this level of battle technique is not something she can use at will just yet. Su Bai rushed over in a few strides and caught her in his arms. "Are you crazy? You actually dared to block a desperate final strike from a bronze high-stage beast. Do you have a death wish?" Lin Yanran's face was deathly pale, but she looked at Su Bai tenderly and managed to squeeze out a faint smile. "I won't allow anything to happen to you, not under any circumstances." In her mind, scenes of her time with Su Bai began to surface. Back in 7th grade, the first time we met at school, you saw me all alone and came over to play with me, make me laugh, and show me around the campus. My father hasn't come home since I can remember, and my mother only returns once or twice a year. They left me alone in my hometown to study, with no one to look after me. Everyone else thought I was quiet and joyless, calling me a freak and saying there was something wrong with me. But you were the only one who saw I didn't smile and tried every way to make me laugh. Seeing that I didn't like to talk, you just stayed by my side quietly. In this world, you are the only friend I have. Lin Yanran felt as if her entire body was being torn apart. The side effects of using a high-level battle technique beyond her rank were fully setting in. The immense pain and emotions erupted all at once. Her eyes turned red, tears fell uncontrollably, her shoulders shuddered, and she said with great difficulty, "Su Bai, promise me, don't let yourself get hurt, okay? Don't leave me. I am so scared. I'm terrified that something will happen to you." She wouldn't be afraid of dying, but she was truly afraid of what would happen to her if something went wrong for Subai. If Subai were gone, how meaningless would this world be? In truth, Lin Yanran is actually quite timid. But just a moment ago, when she saw the nether cat pounce on Subai, her heart panicked. Subconsciously, her body moved on its own. She stood right in front of Subai and unleashed her strongest attack. Subai held Lin Yanran tightly, his eyes filled with heartache and complex emotions. "Don't talk, just stop talking." Seeing that Subai was too busy to notice it, Xiaoba quietly approached the corpse of the bronze high-stage nether cat, pried open its head, and swallowed the beast core in one gulp. After swallowing the core, Xiaoba felt its blood energy surge and lay down on the ground to slowly absorb the power within. At the same time, its body began to grow slowly. A few minutes later, it grew from the size of a sedan to the size of a van. Meanwhile, Subai felt a warm current flowing through his entire body as his physical strength continued to increase. But when only a third of this energy remained, he couldn't digest it any further, so it had to lie dormant within his bloodline. Xiaoba ran excitedly to Subai to show off its find. "Roar, roar, roar. Master, I have become stronger again." Subai held Lin Yanran with a serious expression. "Roar, roar, roar. It's really strong." Subai remained holding Lin Yanran, observing the battlefield while analyzing the situation calmly. Xiaoba felt bored, so it simply ran off to a nearby battlefield to dig out 8 beast cores one by one. "The beast cores here are free anyway. Master probably won't be angry. I am already a mature tamed beast, and I should learn to find my own food." Although the beast cores of ordinary nether cats don't contain much energy, every little bit counts. A glutton like Xiaoba won't be picky. As long as there is food, it's satisfied. On the battlefield, the vice commander had a gruesome wound spanning from his left chest to his abdomen, deep enough to see the bone. But the nether cat he was fighting was no better off, bearing 13 blade wounds on its body, each one reaching to the bone. Huff, huff, huff. The vice commander breathed heavily, staring viciously at the nether cat before him. His blood energy was less than a tenth of what it was, but he was still frantically channeling it for one final attack. The nether cat was already half crouched on the ground, its scarlet eyes locked on every move the vice commander made. The vice commander let out a cruel laugh. "You monster! Today is the day you die." With a burst of blood energy and the activation of his battle technique, the nether cat was unable to resist, and its massive head rolled to the ground. The second bronze high-stage nether cat slain. At the battlefield of the 3 prodigies, Luo Yonghao had 28 wounds all over his body, including 3 that were particularly severe. Even with his high defense, he had been beaten to the ground, unable to crawl up. Except for his eyes, he couldn't move anything else. Lei Yongxiao had his long spear broken. He was propping himself up with the remaining half of the spear like a cane, kneeling on one knee. His upper clothes were torn into rags by the nether cat. He was covered in blood, and he was panting violently. Shang Mani's quiver was empty, and she was now holding the dual blades from her waist. She was covered in injuries, standing on shaky legs, watching the nether cat with extreme vigilance. Lei Yongxiao looked at Zhang Mani, who was blocking the way for him and Luo Yonghao, and roared, "Shang Mani, run, don't worry about us." Just then, a voice suddenly appeared beside him. Subai said teasingly, "Run? The one who should be running now is this nether cat." As soon as Subai finished speaking, the massive form of Xiaoba appeared between Zhang Mani and the nether cat. Xiaoba mechanically raised its front paw and slammed it down. Slap! With one palm, it crushed the bronze-level nether cat's skull. After tucking the beast core into its pocket, Subai didn't pay any more attention to this side and turned his gaze back to the battlefield between the mentors and students. At this point, only 3 bronze mid-stage nether cats remained, and under the siege of 8 mentors, they could no longer pose any real threat. There were still dozens of ordinary nether cats left, but they had been split into several groups by the students. Slaughtering them was just a matter of time. The vice commander, who was also surveying the overall situation, breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the battle coming to an end. How many people died in this battle? The vice commander didn't know yet, but he knew for sure that it was a lot. More than half of the people must have died in this conflict. As the last ordinary nether cat was cut down, cheers erupted. We won. We actually won. Ha 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 ha, we won. Ah ha ha ha. Mad laughter. Sheer ecstasy. Suddenly, cheers broke out everywhere. Countless students sat on the ground, hugging each other and crying. For those who survived, the emotions suppressed within them erupted in this very instant. The vice commander also looked at this group of students with a face full of gratification. After being baptized by this blood and fire, their once immature faces now wore a look of sharpness and severity, shedding the panic and naivety they had when they first entered the battlefield. All in all, everyone has grown and become more like soldiers. The vice commander knew that this batch of recruits had made it. In the future, they will undoubtedly become the new backbone of humanity. Having been a soldier for 15 years, I have never been as happy or as satisfied as I am at this moment. Looking around at the chaotic battlefield, corpses of nether cats and humans were everywhere. Blood flowed across the ground, staining the originally black soil deep red. Just as there were cheers on Subai's side at the Jiangsu Fortress General Command Headquarters. Report. Vice Commander, a large-scale attack by nether cats has occurred at base F269. Based on frontline energy fluctuation analysis, it is highly likely that there is a silver-ranked combatant on the battlefield. The nearby Quick Response Force was dispatched 40 minutes ago to provide support. Additionally, after receiving news of the attack on the F269 military base, Mr. Wen Yuan rushed to the rear to provide support 30 minutes ago. He should arrive at the rear base even earlier than the emergency response force. Currently, not only our province's F269 base, but rear military bases across all provinces nationwide are experiencing similar incidents. The General Staff assesses that this is a premeditated and organized large-scale surprise military operation with the goal of wiping out the foundation of humanity. After hearing the communicator's report, the vice commander was furious, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. His eyes widened as he slammed the table and roared. Is the frontline detection system full of idiots? A silver-ranked monster was actually allowed to slip to the rear. The rear is the foundation of humanity, our future backbone. It must not be lost under any circumstances. Notify the Quick Response Force immediately. Support at full speed, spare no cost. They must arrive within 20 minutes, no excuses. If they are a second late, I'll have them dragged out and shot. After the vice commander finished speaking, the communicator turned and hurried away to relay the orders. Nearby, an adjutant with the rank of colonel asked in confusion, why would Mr. Wen Yuan mobilize for a silver-ranked threat? The vice commander did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked to the door, checked that no one was outside, closed the door, and said in a low voice, Old Li, this matter is confidential, so don't tell anyone. The batch of interns from Jiangsu Martial Arts University is at the F269 base. Lin Laohu's daughter is among those interns. Mr. Wen Yuan must have mobilized for her sake. Old Li stood up from his seat with a start, his face full of horror. Lin Laohu's daughter. My God, no wonder Mr. Wen Yuan personally took action. If anything happens to her, the entire Jiangsu province, or even the whole country, will be shaken. I hope the Quick Response Force and Mr. Wen Yuan can arrive in time. In the jungle, a figure moved toward the southwest like a thunderbolt, causing strong winds that nearly snapped the surrounding trees. The expression on this figure was full of worry. It was none other than Mr. Wen Yuan, who had rushed to the rear upon receiving the news. From another direction, a 5-man squad was also rushing toward the southwest at high speed. The leader was clearly a silver-ranked master, and the rest were at least high-level bronze-ranked. Both reinforcement groups were screaming inwardly, "Little ancestor, please don't let anything happen to you." On the battlefield, students and instructors let out a sigh of relief. Some cheered, while others burst into tears, weeping uncontrollably. Others just lay on the dirty ground, staring blankly at the sky. "Old Zhang, after we get back this time, you have to treat me to a damn good meal. I saved your life in the heat of the moment." "That goes without saying, brother. Do you guys think that now that we've won, the army and the school will reward us?" Seeing that all the nether cats had been slaughtered, Subai also let out a sigh of relief. But for some reason, he still felt an unease in his heart. However, this feeling was elusive, and he couldn't pinpoint why. In the end, he attributed it to the fact that this was his first time facing such a bloody, warlike scene, making him somewhat nervous. Just as he was thinking this, a young man walked up to Subai, familiarly threw his arm around his shoulder, and said, "Subai, your pet is truly incredible. I've decided that when we get back, I'm going to raise a turtle too." Subai turned to look at the boy, having a vague impression that he was a classmate. Except for Lin Yanren and his 3 roommates, Subai didn't have any other friends and hadn't even remembered this classmate's name. Since traveling to this world, Subai hadn't felt much identification with it. He missed the peaceful and stable life he had before. His desire to become stronger was also to better protect the people he cared about and obtain the stable life he longed for. Because of this, since arriving in this world, Subai had always been cautious and unwilling to take the initiative in making friends. However, fighting side by side with the students and instructors this time had indeed brought about some changes in Subai's mindset. Furthermore, this classmate taking the initiative to show friendliness to him moved Subai somewhat. The world had the cold cruelty of the 10,000 race invasion, but it also had the iron-blooded passion of humanity to provide warmth. He started to slowly accept this world. But just as Subai smiled and turned to chat with him, a black shadow flashed past his eyes with a speed so fast that Subai couldn't react in time. Slap! A silver-white cat claw shot out, and the classmate who had just been patting Subai on the shoulder was instantly swatted away, leaving only a spray of blood mist in the air. The still warm red liquid splattered onto Subai's face. Subai was stunned. After swatting the boy away, the figure paused for a moment before darting away in another direction. It was another cat with a coat as white as snow, the size of a rhinoceros. Unlike the ordinary and bronze-ranked nether cats, its pupils were not scarlet, but silver-grey, and its demeanor revealed an incomparable arrogance. The aura it radiated was bone-chilling and fierce. Everyone felt a sense of terror wherever it passed. Brutal, cold, and bloodthirsty. Just as Subai was in a daze, the system automatically displayed the Nether Cat's attribute panel. Race Nether Cat. Level Silver Initial Stage. Constitution 72. Agility 145. Spirit 75. Talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. After receiving heavy injury, it enters a bloodthirsty frenzy state, with agility and attack power soaring by 100%. But defense decreasing by 50%. Combat analysis. Extremely dangerous. Proceed with caution. Subai ignored the system notification. He slowly raised his hand, wiped the still warm blood from his face, and looked at it closely. The classmate who was greeting him warmly just now, a classmate he had grown quite fond of. A second later, only this lingering warmth and the blood-red sky remained. A fire of rage ignited from the bottom of Subai's heart, burning hotter and fiercer. It nearly consumed Subai entirely. Silver ranked. There's actually a silver ranked one. That unease from earlier wasn't just nervous after effects of being on the battlefield for the first time. The crisis hadn't been eliminated. Of course, a 5-star deadly threat wouldn't be that simple. How could I have let my guard down so easily? How could I be so stupid? Subai's heart was completely enraged at this moment. He was furious at his own carelessness, his mistake, and for a vibrant life taken away. If he had anticipated a silver rancor beforehand, if he hadn't lowered his guard. Perhaps, actually, he couldn't be blamed. He was just a newcomer on the battlefield. In such an unexpected situation without any experience, he had already done a great job. At the critical moment when high-level bronze monsters were about to massacre everyone, he held one back, helped Lo Yonghao and the others kill another, and assisted the group in the final cleanup. He had already made a significant contribution to the entire battle. If it weren't for him, the 2 extra high-level bronze monsters would have been enough to sweep the field. On the other side, the Vice Battalion Commander's face turned white as a sheet, his eyes widened, and he looked at this last nether cat in horror. Silver. How could a silver-ranked monster appear here? What does a silver ranker even mean? It could single-handedly slaughter everyone here and achieve absolute crushing victory. This is a cross-stage power suppression. But he lived up to being a soldier who had spent years on the battlefield. After a brief shock, the Vice Battalion Commander immediately regained his composure. He shook his blood-stained long blade, an incredibly crazy glint flashing in his eyes. A silver ranker is strong, so what? Are we supposed to just lie here and let it massacre us? Even if I die, I'm going to tear a piece of meat off its body. Martial arts instructors, are you afraid of this silver-ranked fiend? If we can slaughter this fiend today, think of how badass that will sound. Damn it, a cross-rank kill. How many people can pull that off? How about it? Do you want to try it with me? The instructors, who had been drained of their fighting spirit by the appearance of the silver-ranked monster, heard the Vice Battalion Commander's words, and one by one, they drew their weapons again, roaring in response. Damn it, so what if it's silver-ranked? Even if we die, we'll carve a few chunks out of it. Kill. It's just a damned fiend. Silver or whatever, let's just finish it. Having said that, a group of instructors, led by the Vice Battalion Commander, charged collectively toward the silver-ranked monster. Subai didn't say a word, just stared fixedly at the silver-ranked nether cat wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and silently followed behind. However, in the face of absolute strength, fearless blood courage is nothing but a joke. Apparently, they still didn't understand how terrifying silver-ranked combat power was. Just a single silver-ranked beast given time, it would be enough to slaughter an entire city by itself. After casually swatting an agile instructor who had chased after it, the nether cat sneered at the group chasing it, and then charged directly into the student formation. Its speed was just too fast. It was mocking them. It was toying with them. This was a one-sided slaughter. In an instant, a bloodbath ensued, and hundreds of students were left defenseless against this nether cat. Screams rang out incessantly among the students. Severed limbs flew, and gore filled the air. A sense of despair rose in everyone's hearts. They simply couldn't win. Just then, a look of disappointment appeared on the silver-ranked nether cat's face, and it actually spoke human language. Foolish humans, I only sent some cannon fodder to warm you up. Did you really think you could survive by killing off the cannon fodder? Watching your stupid behavior is truly delightful. Humans are truly an inferior race. Cannon fodder. Even a high-level bronze nether cat is nothing but cannon fodder in its eyes. Is this the heartlessness and cruelty of fierce beasts? They show no mercy or compassion even to their own kind, let alone their enemies. The Vice Commander has never truly gone up against a silver-level beast in his life. Judging by the strength it displayed just now, he knows he wouldn't last 10 moves against it. No, 10 moves might even be generous. The rampaging nether cat doesn't distinguish between bronze-level humans and ordinary ones. Wherever it goes, it just tears apart anything standing in its way. In its eyes, everyone is meant to be killed. There is no difference. In an instant, the crowd scattered and fled, and no one dared to mention forming a defensive formation again. Yet, one man and one turtle remained, heading against the flow of the fleeing crowd and charging straight at the nether cat. Even though the silver-level nether cat speed is absurdly fast, Subai continues to close the distance. Because Subai knows that only Xiaoba's defense has any chance of holding off this silver-level nether cat. And only by pinning it down can they possibly kill it. First, he must find a way to limit its speed. The nether cat, having finished its initial slaughter, notices Subai. It watches Xiaoba and Subai with interest. Having watched the battle from the start, it recognizes this turtle that slapped a high-level bronze nether cat to death. This turtle seems interesting. Maybe I'll play with it for a bit. Besides, with its speed, none of these people can escape anyway. The nether cat decides to stop killing the commoners and charges straight at Xiaoba. A second ago, it was dozens of meters away. The next second, it appears right in front of Xiaoba. The speed is terrifying. Its silvery white claws howl with the wind, slamming fiercely onto Xiaoba's shell. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rings out. Xiaoba doesn't even have time to react and is knocked back several steps, despite weighing over 10,000 pounds and being the size of a minivan. A pretty good punching bag. Realizing that he has been targeted by the nether cat, Subai shows no fear. In fact, it is exactly what he wants. If the creature kept darting around, he would never be able to catch it. Subai has studied the recent system prompts and formed a rough hypothesis. He is going to take a gamble. If he wins, he lives. If he loses, then they'll just die together. Either way, with the speed of a silver-level nether cat, no one can escape, so instead of sitting still and waiting for death, he might as well fight to the end. Seeing that Xiaoba could actually withstand a hit, the nether cat becomes intrigued. It leaps onto Xiaoba's back, and its claws start flying in a flurry, whipping up a gale. Seeing this, Subai doesn't panic at all, simply murmuring shell defense. Instantly, Xiaoba's blood and ki surge, coating the shell and tripling its defensive power. The nether cat sneers at this, golden light flickering on its claws as it rains down attacks, like a torrential storm onto Xiaoba's shell. In less than a minute, the nether cat strikes over 100 times. Each strike has terrifying force, and even Xiaoba's shell begins to show a tiny crack. It seems the golden light has a certain shredding effect on the shell. The force of these attacks even travels through the shell into Xiaoba's body, causing its internal organs to rupture as it spits out mouthfuls of turtle blood. This is the first time Xiaoba has been injured. The onslaught continues, and no matter what Xiaoba tries, it cannot shake the nether cat off its back, forced to endure the damage. As time passes, Xiaoba is beaten to the brink of death. The shell is now covered in shocking cracks. Although the nether cat lacks armor-piercing effects, and Xiaoba's abilities are relatively counterproductive to it. Under absolute attribute suppression, even a tough creature like Xiaoba cannot withstand this level of damage. Warning! Warning! Tamed beast Little Turtle has entered a state of severe injury. Talent awakened. Source sharing. The host can share energy with the tamed beast and distribute damage between both parties. Just as Subai expected, although the system prompted extreme danger, its advice was to act cautiously rather than run. This means the system has determined that his side has a certain probability of winning, and it hadn't reached the point where escape was necessary. When a crisis arises, the system also provides some assistance. Seeing Xiaoba being beaten with no way to retaliate, Subai triggers the source-sharing talent without hesitation. In just a blink, Subai bleeds from his 7 orifices, while Xiaoba's injuries heal significantly. Seeing Subai injured, Lin Yanran tries desperately to rush over to help, but Liao Yuxin stops her. Lin Yanran, having just used Tiger Raw Dragon Chant, is in a weakened state and cannot break free from Liao Yuxin. Meanwhile, Liao Yuxin stares at Subai's direction, filled with shock. Heaven and earth return, the soul never fades. Divine weapons gather, the holy beast equips. Roots of grass and wood share the source together. Could this be one of the 3 legendary exclusive battle skills of a beastmaster, source sharing? Subai actually grasped source sharing on his own. Such talent is unheard of. The vice commander and the instructors from the martial arts university who arrived also see this and are shocked. This is a Beastmaster's source sharing. Did Subai really master such a legendary battle skill? Oh no! Subai is taking on the attacks of the silver level Nether Cat for his tamed beast. We must go and support him. Kill! At that moment, Subai feels a warm current surge within his body, healing his wounds at a high speed and constantly strengthening his physical quality. The same thing happens for Xiaoba. Being beaten so badly it couldn't fight back, Xiaoba decides to stop caring about the nether cat on its back, retracting its 4 limbs into its shell, and quickly absorbing the energy from the beast core it swallowed earlier. Its aura, which had stalled at the peak of the common level, grows rapidly under the threat of life and death. If not for the nether cat beating Xiaoba into a severe injury, it might have taken a long time to slowly digest the energy stored in its body. But at this moment, its meridians, internal organs, and bones were basically shattered. This dormant energy now has an outlet, pouring continuously into Xiaoba's body. Ding! Little Turtle has evolved into Bronze initial stage. Earth Profound Turtle. Xuanwu bloodline activated. Talent acquired. Earth Gravity. Host's level has increased to Bronze initial stage. Tamed Beast. Earth Profound Turtle. Level. Bronze initial stage. Xuanwu bloodline activated by 30%. All attributes significantly increased. Talents enhanced. Constitution 138. Defense 62. Agility. Spirit. Talent 1. Earth Barrier. Gathers the power of the earth to form a defensive stance, increasing defense by 500%. Talent 2. Earth Spirit Possession. Consumes physical energy to cover the body in earth element energy, increasing attack power by 100% to 200% and defense by 200% to 300%. Talent 3. Earth Gravity. Launches a skill at a designated target, pulling it towards the Earth Profound Turtle. Otherwise, its speed will be severely reduced. Advancing to the Bronze level, Xiaoba's size suddenly balloons to the size of a 30 square meter room, and its weight is immeasurable. Most importantly, the Xuanwu bloodline is completely activated. Xiaoba slowly opens its eyes, the holy beast Xuanwu bloodline unleashing terrifying power at this moment. A primordial aura spreads from Xiaoba. The earth under its feet begins to crack, and terrifying fissures appear out of thin air. Roar. With a roar, a violent wind rises, and the sky loses its color. The nether cat, which had been enjoying its spree, suddenly feels a numbness in its scalp. An overwhelming sense of dread rises in its heart. The next second, it leaps off Xiaoba's back and bolts far away. It squinted warily, sizing up Xiaoba. Xiaoba is now at the Bronze initial stage, a whole major tier below the nether cat, but the cat feels a terrifying pressure from it that makes it hard to breathe. This is the pressure that existence at the top of the food chain exerts on those at the bottom,